it, but it's at least shorter, so he doesn't have to hate it for as long. And I'm going to be doing it in general during the VOD opening. So that said, I'm going to give it a real quick cold open right now, and then I'm going to go through and we're going to introduce everybody, and we'll get right the fuck into it. So if you guys will forgive me for just a moment, I'm going to mute myself, or at least deafen myself in here, so that, well, or as long as you guys don't interrupt like Circa likes to, then I think we'll be good. All right. Welcome to the DMZ. This is a place to practice good faith rhetoric, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We use structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please check your weapons at the door, take notes, and attack the belief, not the believer. After each debate, there will be a free link where you can go to vote on which side you believe made the most compelling case. So please sit back, relax, and cast those votes. This is the DMZ. Now, with that, we're going to go straight to that. Nice! Fucking love it when everything works. Badass. Castle, I forgot you're even here. You're being all quiet and shit. Welcome in, sir. So I'm going to go through. We have our prompt on the screen. Democracy does not work. I know a lot of people are actually excited about this one. So I'm going to go around the room, have everybody introduce themselves in order. And then, like I said, we'll go ahead and get into it. I do have everybody's socials ready to go. So as you introduce yourself, I will drop them into my chat. So you are up first, Mr. Steelborn. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
So I'm Steelborn. I'm an Orthodox Christian catechumen, and I do cultural commentary. I do debates on philosophy, politics. I tend to stay out of the normative politics realm just because there's way too much you need to look research for that, and I don't have that kind of time. But you can find me over on Verbal Combats, most Fridays, or sometimes over here at the DMV or DMZ. And I'm actually really excited for this one. So,
cheers. So am I, sir. All right, and the captain of the other team, Kay. Same thing to you. Please tell us who you are, what you're about, and where we can find you.
My name is Kay. I just work behind the scenes for Horseradish, and sometimes I stumble on stage. That's about it.
And we appreciate it every time. All right. And now over to you, Mr. Emmet. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where you're found. I'm going to drop your link into the chat as well.
My name is Emmet. I do art and political debates. I do also meta-ethical debates. So you can find me at Count Emmet, and most of my stuff is working with either art or debate itself.
All right. And over to you now, Mr. Castle. Castle, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so I go by Castle on here, but you can find me mostly on other social media platforms like YouTube, Twitter, and I guess Twitch at Castle Guard. I'm a center-left political commentator. I usually just debate on here, but I've been looking at other platforms to debate on, some similar to other folks on here as well. And I did do most YouTube videos a year ago or so and hadn't done one in a while, but I am going to drop one very soon. So hopefully more YouTube videos coming along for this year, especially as the political midterm environment heats up. So yeah.
Very good. Glad to hear you're branching out. Sad to hear you're branching out. All right. And last but not least, Circa. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, as though they don't already know. Oh, that's Abe Dinkus. My bad.
Let's say you forgot the president.
If you want.
How the fuck did we miss Abe? Oh, we did, didn't we? I'm sorry. Abe, I had the right one fucking pulled. I even put his thing in. Good God. Abe Dinkus, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, other than the Oval Office.
Sure. I'm Abe Dinkus. We do a little bit of everything on my channel. There's debates, there's religious talk, there's comedy, there's just kind of everything. So you can find me at Abe Dinkus on YouTube. I am going to be branching out more into like Rumble and other platforms as well. So keep an eye out.
Very cool. I did drop Abe's link in the chat, right? You know what? I did, but for some reason it didn't work. I'm gonna do it again. Is there something missing?
I wonder what the argument is going to be, but it's probably going to be something
There,
like this is
all
the
right, it worked
best.
that time.
This,
All right, last but not
this
least, let's try
works
that again.
because it does.
Circa, tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Hello, my name's Circa. I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and I yell at my own reflection. You can find me there. I do economics mainly, and then I talk about pretty much anything that anyone wants to talk about. I like deep conversation, and then I like debate.
We do like debate here, that is for sure. All right, so for everybody out there in the chat who does not know how this works, we are going to be doing a 3v3 debate. This is sort of a team competition where the captains call the shots. We go back and forth between the debaters in the openings and the cross-examinations. The cross-examinations can be rebuttals or cross-examinations. It's ultimately their time to use as they see fit. After that, any debaters who have not been up against each other are going to find themselves in the championship rounds facing one another for 10 minutes of open forum conversation. Then after that, we're going to go to the same cycle, same order, 3-minute closings. And all along there, you guys in the audience need to be paying attention because you are the ones who decide who wins this debate. Also, if you guys have any questions that you think got left on the table or anything you think got missed, go ahead and chuck a couple bucks into the tip jar and give us your question. And those questions will end up in the part where you guys are choosing. So, that said, one more time, democracy does not work. So, Steelborn, you are the captain for the affirmative team. Sir, who is going to be the first opener?
I'm going to go first.
You're going to go first. Fantastic. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is going on the clock. Steelborn, please tell the folks.
By the way, good to see everybody.
Why democracy does not work.
Good to see you, David. Good to see you, Witchy. Good to see you, Bree. Good to see you.
All right, so tonight I'm going to be
Cat.
affirming the resolution that democracy
Nice
does
to
not
see you,
work.
Mr.
Now, let's define what it means for a political system to work. A political system works if it consistently produces competent governance, promotes national stability, protects the long-term interest of a nation, and leaves future generations better off than the present one. I contend that democracy actually fails on all 4 counts here. So I have 4 arguments. Each one of them I have in a syllogistic form. Makes it a little easier for everybody to understand the argument. First argument is that democracy creates political tribalism and destroys national unity. Premise 1, any political system that rewards division will produce division. Premise 2, democracy rewards politicians for dividing citizens into competing voting blocks. Therefore, democracy produces division. In democratic systems, politicians do not gain power by uniting the nation. They gain power by mobilizing one group against another. Elections reward outrage, fear, identity politics, and partisan loyalty. Over time, citizens begin to identify less with their nation and more with their political tribe. The result is increasing polarization, social fragmentation, and declining national cohesion. My second argument is that democracy assumes an informed electorate. Most people are either too stupid or too busy to govern effectively. Again, the syllogism here is pretty straightforward. A system that depends on informed decision-making cannot function properly when most decision-makers are uninformed. Premise 2, democracy depends on informed decision-making by voters. Premise 3, most voters lack either the time, expertise, or incentive to become informed on complex political issues. Therefore, democracy cannot properly function. Modern governments manage economics, foreign policy, energy infrastructure, demographics, trade, and national security. Most citizens have jobs, families, and personal responsibilities. It is unreasonable to expect the average voter to become an expert in these fields, and as a result, elections often become contests of emotion, popularity, and marketing rather than competence. My third argument is that democracy prioritizes short-term political gain over long-term national prosperity. The syllogism is this. Any system that rewards short-term incentives will neglect long-term interests. Democratic politicians are rewarded primarily for winning the next election. Therefore, democratic politicians will prioritize short-term benefits over long-term solutions. This explains why every democracy in history has repeatedly struggled with national debt, housing shortages, declining birth rates, failing infrastructure, and other long-term challenges. Politicians gain votes by delivering immediate benefits while delaying costs into the future. The next election matters more than the next generation. My fourth and last argument is that democracy enables the present generation to exploit future generations. A system is unjust when those making decisions do not bear the cost of those decisions. Premise 2, democratic voters and politicians can impose costs on future generations that cannot vote. Therefore, democracy allows unjust exploitation of future generations. Through debt accumulation, inflationary policies, unfunded obligations, and short-sighted economic decisions, current voters can effectively vote themselves benefits while spending the bill to their children and grandchildren. Future citizens have no representation despite bearing many of the consequences. You guys care if I take another 30 seconds to finish this up?
You just keep going, buddy.
All right.
Go for
And
it.
finally, democracy often selects for popularity rather than competence. Premise 1, a selection system produces the traits it rewards. Premise 2, elections reward charisma, fundraising ability, media performance, and popularity. Therefore, elections tend to select for those traits rather than competence in governance. These skills required to win an election are not necessarily the skills required to govern a nation. So in conclusion, democracy does not work because it systematically rewards division over unity, popularity over competence, short-term thinking over long-term stewardship, and present interests over future generations. These are not accidental failures, they are predictable outcomes of the incentives built into the democratic system. Now remember, the prompt is not, does democracy work and have problems? Or does democracy have problems, but it's just better than all the rest? No, it's does it work? I gave you a criteria for what makes a governing system work. Democracy fails on all 4 counts.
All right. And now, Kay, who is going to be cross-examining Steelborn?
Yeah, we found that to be a problem, so we decided to democratically vote on it, and we decided on Circa
All right,
to solve the
Circa.
problem.
Yep, no worries.
Such assholes.
Okay, and there we go. Yep, 3 minutes is on the clock, Circa. This is your time to use as you see fit, cross-examine or rebut.
Okay, Steelborn, what is necessary for a syllogism to be true?
It's necessary for a syllogism to be true. The premises have to be true, and then the conclusion has to logically follow.
Sound,
Yes, valid. That's what valid
sound
means.
in every way, every premise, right?
Yes.
Okay, everything you said about democracy being able to fail in different ways, that is true. Is it exclusive to democracy?
Nope.
Then how is your syllogism true?
It doesn't say exclusively that democracy has these failings, but democracy does have these failings.
Does democracy exclusively always have those failings?
That's been the
In every
historic
case?
trend.
You're making the claim that democracy always fails.
Because it's built
Yeah,
into
that
the
is
system.
true. It
Do you
looks like
think that
Bizarro J. Dyer.
corruption or factionalization always
I will,
happens
Mo.
within
I'll
democracy in a
try.
failing way?
Yes.
Okay. And then second, you mentioned
Unleash the
popularity
mini.
and how popularity is a common thing
This is
for
hosted
democracy.
in
Is that
Horseradishes on
exclusive to
Twitch.
democracy?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so what exactly are you comparing it to?
What am I comparing it to there? Well, republics
Yeah.
can also function in a similar way as a democracy, where basically,
That's a
like
form of
whoever the
democracy,
senators
so that
favor.
would be a bad idea, right?
Well, it's not the same. Democracy tends to be more so a universal suffrage, where the republic you can have much more limited suffrage.
You said tends to be, so you already understand that a form of democracy, a democratic ideal like republicanism in this way, is not a good argument, right?
I'm not necessarily making an argument there. I'm just saying that it's not unique to democracy,
Outside
but
of a
democracy still has the
form of
problem.
democratic government, outside of a form of democratic government, why don't you give me a comparator that's not a form of democratic government? What are you putting forth?
I don't have to offer another system just to say that democracy doesn't work.
Are you sure? You think you have no burden?
No, I don't have a burden
What
to give
does,
another.
what does work? Because everything you mentioned is true for every single form of government. I don't see how you've somehow proven the syllogisms you give.
Well, if you want to give like the counter, like what would be a counter to all these that wouldn't have these failings, I would say monarchy doesn't have these failings. I'm not even necessarily arguing for monarchy, but monarchy doesn't have a popularity contest and such.
Monarchy doesn't have popularity contests?
Nope.
Last part, you mentioned competence in governance, as in like you can measure what competence in government looks like. What does competence in governance look like?
So I actually laid
How
out.
do you
Yeah,
measure
I defined this and laid it out.
What
So
does that
competence in
mean?
government is when it was when the government promotes national stability, protects the long-term interest of the nation, and leaves future generations better off than the present one.
And you think monarchies don't do any of that?
I think monarchies tend to do that much more than democracies.
I don't know what history you're using, but it's certainly not ours.
Oh, is that really?
Yep.
All right. So 3 minutes is done. 3 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Circa, for your opening. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready, sir.
Oh, snap.
Oh, it's my turn.
I
Yeah.
thought. Wait, we don't get to pick openings as well because we
I thought
picked
we got to
cross.
pick
Yeah, no,
openings.
this is how it's always worked, my friend. Whoever you choose to go after, the person who cross examines then goes next.
Yeah. That's
So, yeah, Circa's up. So go ahead, Circa.
So democracy does not work because human beings are good. Democracy works because human beings are dangerous. I'm going to take a lean into what Steelborn said in certain ways. I think this is kind of the center. It is not a question of whether voters can be ignorant or whether majorities can be cruel or whether institutions can decay and be corrupt or whether public opinion can be manipulated. All of what that is and what Steelborn said is in some ways true. The question is, though, compared to what? And as we heard, Steelborn didn't really have a good answer. Every regime is run by human beings, even a monarchy. Voters are fallible. Rulers are fallible. Judges are fallible. Clergy is fallible. Everyone that I can think of is fallible. So the other side does not win by proving democracy can just fail. Every regime fails. They have to show that their alternative handles this better. So who holds the authority? Who interprets that authority? Who controls public force? What happens when authority fails? What happens to dissenters? What happens to losers? In the form of government that Steelborn just mentioned, losers are eliminated. Now, that may sound really good for the winners, but it certainly isn't a history that's good for the losers. I think our position is a little bit more simple. Democracy works because it keeps power answerable, and failure is contestable, and losers civic. I think democracy allows for a continuous institutional actualization of something that we can akin to civic will. All it means is that public power must remain answerable to the people who live under it. But no majority, court, ruler, party, emergency authority, or human interpreter of moral truth gets to possess that very field. Voting does not get to create truth. Voting creates answerability. It's one way in which a democratic form of government can remain or keep its government answerable institution. A majority can govern inside this. It just cannot possess it. Courts can protect democratic conditions. They cannot own the meaning of that. Experts can advise public judgment, but they cannot rule through competence. That's not going to work. Moral authority may be able to judge politics, but the interpreter of that judgment is still human and fallible. And the loser is the test. A democracy is not only a system where people can win, it is a system where political defeat does not become political annihilation. If the loser can still speak, organize, litigate, vote, and persuade, and return, then the civic field remains wider than just the victor. This is why democracy works, not because it saves us from politics, like Steelborn seems to think we need some answer, but because it keeps politics from being a possession. And I'll end it there.
You're muted, Horse Artist.
You're muted.
Muted.
Okay, good. I thought my shit just fucking crashed.
Nope. I try my best to mute so that you guys don't hear me fucking drinking and shit. Steelborn, who's going to cross-examine Circa?
Abe can do it.
Abe. All right. Let's see.
Okay, I talked to Abe. I'm gonna do the cross exam real quick.
Oh,
Oh, you want to do it? That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, I'll do it.
okay. So Emmet.
Yeah, we'll do Emmet.
All right. Very cool.
So, let me know when.
Hold
when I
on.
can
There
go.
you go. Yeah, go ahead and get it started. Sorry.
Okay, so in your idea, you said that we have to provide a system that works, correct? And that the idea that when you look at all the other different ideas, the losers usually are not very happy with the process. For example, in the Weimar Republic, when it fell prey, and all of the things that happened were pretty much voted in, were the losers happy?
No, but
Okay.
that was moving away from democracy, wasn't it?
Thank you very much for that. For example, right now we have places that are supposed to be completely democratic, like Russia. is Russia right now a democratic system that is working perfectly and is not falling into any kind of authoritarianism?
Is Russia moving towards a more democratic system or more towards a non-democratic system?
Well, it would depend on the people who are there. They would tell you that they vote. Do they vote?
Why do I care what they think? Why don't you analyze it?
Well, it's the people, right? The people that are living in their system, they will tell you that they vote. Is that correct?
Does their vote mean anything?
Do they have to mean anything? I don't know where part in your statement you said that they has to be the democratic system has to be. You said that this contestable power.
Are you asking me? Are you trying to ask me?
No,
Are you
I'm
trying to
not.
ask me if
Yes,
democracy
I'm not trying to ask
can
you
fail?
that. I'm trying to ask you a question. So listen to the question so you can answer it. Well, you were saying that it's
Then
contestable
question
power,
better.
but I'm contesting the idea of the contestable power. We have systems that are supposed to be democratic, where you're supposed to vote, and you yourself are saying that their vote is meaningless. So
Yeah,
would you
it's
say
failed.
that
The democratic ideal is no longer there.
it is there? They're
So
voting.
it's moving away from democracy. If you think about it.
I think that is a problem with democracy. Democracy will always move away from itself. When it comes to the
A
core
problem of
ruler
democracy
or
is moving
power,
away from democracy.
when it comes to that's a problem with democracy. It will always go away to some tyrannical form. When you
Is
you
this
said that,
Schrodinger's democracy?
I don't know, it's your position. So is it Schrodinger's? Is there ever been a democracy?
There have been forms of democracy that are chasing the ideal. Yeah.
So it depends upon you if there are true democracies or not.
No, it does not depend on me.
What does it depend on?
It depends on if it's moving towards an ideal, like a democratic one.
Okay, can you please tell me what's ideal?
Inclusivity, effective participation. All these are available in Britannica. If you're unaware of that.
I have another question real
Yeah.
quick. What is the moral authority in this system?
The moral authority.
Mhm.
I mean, technically, the people themselves are the answer to the institutions. So the institutions must serve them. The moral authority would be everyone within the society.
Alright. So the moral authority is everyone. Thank you so much, Horse Riders.
Mhm.
You're muted.
Fuck me. I will get better about this. I'm sorry. All right. So, Emmett, 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Thank you. So as we demonstrate, by the way, I'm gonna give you the 38 seconds back that the Steelborn took, so that we are on normal terms. I don't think I'm gonna take that long. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. When we see this idea of the democracy, for example, when he's talking about the moral authority, who is the moral authority? There is no moral authority. It's supposed to be the people. But if we talk about, for example, Russia, and I said, well, the people say that they're living in a democracy. He says that they're not. They're no longer living in a democracy. The problem with one of the big problems that I see with this system, that it doesn't really work, is that it moves towards some kind of authoritarianism. We see it in, for example, the Roman Republic. It ended up in the empire. These kind of systems, because, as stated by Steelborn, are so divisive, they become very unstable. You have two parties, they're looking for power, and power is not something that is shared. In reality, power is the idea that you can do what you want. Normally, when we talk about moral authority, we're talking about what we ought to do, what is the good thing that we should do. If there is no actual moral authority, as stated by Sirkais, anybody is their moral authority. So all of the people, for example, that will go on and abuse others, okay, all the people that will go on and do whatever they want because of selfish desires, they will be actually justified in what they're doing. And we're not only giving those people vote, but we are making our society more unstable thanks to their desires and the fact that we don't have an actual moral authority. So yes, democracy ends up being Schrödinger box. We don't know what it is. Is it an actual democracy? Is that true Scotsman fallacy here? That's not an actual democracy, even though they have the power to vote and supposedly they are voting for the people that are representing them. And at the end of the day, what they will go is try to move in between those two things. It is not a democracy, and it is a democracy at the same time. And by the way, we don't have to present the perfect system to say that the system that we are under is a system that is not working, and we have the status given by Steelborn as to why it's not working. With that, I will finish my opening statement. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, who's going to cross-examine Emmett?
I will.
You will? All right.
Yeah.
Give me one split second. There we go. Nope. Sorry. Let's get back to that. That's the one. All right. Kay, 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and cross-examine when you see fit.
Yeah, Emmett, earlier you said democracy is bad when it moves away from democracy. So are you saying democracy is the thing we want? It is the ideal and it's bad when we move away from that system?
I said that it doesn't work because it's not working in accordance to the idea of democracy, right? I didn't say bad. I said democracy
No,
will.
not right. That's not what you said.
I didn't say bad. I believe that I said democracy will always tend to lead to authoritarianism.
You did say that it was bad when that democracy is bad because it moves away from democracy.
Then I apologize. I misspoke. The point is that democracy is moving away from its ideals, thus it's not moving towards more democracy, it's moving towards authoritarianism.
Now, what did you mean when you said democracy is a moral authority? I thought it was just an ideal and a system of which people vote in for the representation to be heard.
I said that democracy doesn't have a moral authority.
Okay, and you think other systems do have moral authority?
Yes.
And who gives that a moral authority?
It will be God.
You don't think God can be in a democracy?
What it has to do with anything? When you're talking about democracy, we're talking about the people, as stated by Sirkar. In this case, every single person is the moral authority. That has nothing to do with anything. God gave
people, right? Did God create people? That's my question.
Sure.
Did he give a moral intuition?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe God gave you the ability to parse right from wrong?
Not without him.
I mean, you're with God always. I mean, that's why we pray. That's why we say God is with you. If he is with
I don't know what you mean by those terms.
Why can't we vote in a moral way?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by those terms. And that doesn't mean that you can or cannot. It just means that the system itself is not based upon those terminologies.
Were the people that made America religious people?
As a clarification, just to be sure, can a person that is not moral vote?
An immoral person can vote, yes.
Okay, that's the point that I'm making.
I mean, immoral people can get into power as well. If humans are sinful, which I think all humans are sinful, the leaders are as sinful as those who vote.
So what?
Would you want more? Okay. When we talk about a system outside of democracy, you're talking about fewer points of failure. You're talking about a few handful of people. That's easier to fall into sin and corruption than multitudes of people. There's hundreds of people who can check and balance and be like, no, listen, this is the moral way based off of their moral intuition. I think the church has actually a lot of power in our current democracy, which helps steer this country.
Which church?
Well, you could pick a multitude of churches. I think the one that you would care about the most would probably be the Catholic Church, right? Or Christian.
And is the Satanic Church have a capacity to actually affect elections?
They have a capacity to vote, but I don't think there's enough of them to sway elections, no.
What about the atheist?
Right. Sorry.
We're out of time. Sorry.
Yep. I was about to say we're out of time now, but we're going to go ahead and go over to your openings now. Okay. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. I'll start it up when you start to talk. All
right. So today I'm going to stand against the claim democracy does not work. But before evaluating the statement, I would like to set the terms. Democracy is a form of government in which citizens have the right to participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by the rule of law and accountable institutions. A political system works when it maintains prolonged stability. This can be measured by creating a basket of desirable outcomes and plotting the history of where we were before and where we are now. And a few things that we can look at are conflict resolution, life expectancy, general prosperity, economic mobility, and the longevity of the systems that we have in play. So let's take a look at this, starting with the Human Development Index, which measures life expectancy, access to knowledge, and standard of living. In the top 25 countries, only one of them is not a democracy. The rest are. In the top 50, 45 of them are democracies, and 5 are not. Taking a broad look at the democratic and undemocratic countries' economies, you can see that democratic nations generally have advanced economies, while undemocratic nations rely either on emerging economies or they have a resource-dependent economy. Advanced economies produce $66,000 per person annually, while undemocratic and hybrid systems produce $7,500 per citizen, meaning the average citizen in a democratic nation generates 8.6 times more economic output than one in an undemocratic country. And for the rich nations, such as Qatar or Saudi Arabia, they rely off of a single commodity like oil or natural gas. So let's look at some more stats. In the top 25 countries with social mobility, all 25 are democracies. Unless if you don't want to count Singapore, let's give it to you. Okay, 24 of them are democracies, 1 aren't. In terms of healthcare, out of the top 25 countries, 23 of them are democracies. Democracies govern directly in a way that correlates to longer lifespans, the average citizens being able to get care quicker, better, live longer, and be able to address non-communicable diseases more effectively. When it comes to stability, the civilizations that continue to last are the ones that lean into democracies compared to those that don't. And what about general happiness? We like to smile. Well, the top 25 countries, 23 of them are democracies, 2 aren't. Top 50, 35 of them are democracies, 5 are not. Tonight, you're going to be hearing the pragmatic argument, the systematic argument, and the idealistic argument for democracy. And when you hear the arguments, I think you'll be no question on whether it works or not. But I think I'll just leave that up to the vote. I'll end my time.
All right. Well, that does mean that, nope. Let's see, that's going to be Kay and Abe. All right, Abe, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock. This is your time to use as you see fit. You can cross-examine, you can rebut. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir. You are muted.
Oh, you're muted, buddy.
It's okay. I've done it like 3 times, man.
3 more.
That was
Muted.
awesome. Perfect. Okay, Kay, so you made mention that the top financial systems are existing within democracies, right? Or the top rated nations are all democracies
countries,
and
not countries.
okay, and you use the indexes of wealth and the happiness index to show that those were superior.
I used the IMF for the economic GDP per capita. I use let's see, for the happiness index. Let me pull it up real quick. I used world. Wait, no, that's not world population review. Yeah, it's world population review.
Okay, and can you show how there's a direct correlation between democracy and the monetary and not natural resources or trade partners or the longevity of the nation itself?
For happiness or for the wealth? Sorry.
For either. For either.
Well, I
Can
think
you
wealth
show
is
that
going to
it's
be
directly correlative to democracy and not the natural resources within that nation or the amount of time that nation has had time to grow and become more prosperous?
Well, I can look at for that you have Venezuela, which had natural resources, but they're nowhere on the list despite their vast, massive resources. You had the collapse of the USSR, who has a plethora of natural resources, and most of those bloc countries aren't even like on the list. Like,
Right, but at that point
so-
you would have to claim outside influence of any kind like, okay, for instance, the US hasn't had a direct attack upon it or had the nations around it try to suppress its economy in the way that the countries you are saying are bloc countries and have worse economic status. So the countries you're specifically speaking of that are the top nations don't have the same things pushing against their governmental placement to their economies in the way that, say, the bloc nations you've claimed are lower on the list do.
You're saying that there's other factors. I don't disagree with this, but in the case of is it correlative? Yes, we've demonstrated it is for just the like sheer amount of countries that are democracies. Are you going to just say that every country that happens to be in natural resources just happens to become a democracy as well? Or do you think there's a little correlation there?
Well,
it's important to secure your resources and be
comfort,
able to distribute them. Democracy allows you to do so better. Hence, they hold on to those resources longer, use them better, hence happier, wealthier.
wait, democracy does that or capitalism does that?
Capitalism is a form of democracy. A lot of democracies engage in capitalism.
So capitalism can't exist absent democracy?
I would say that capitalism is democracy manifested in the form of economics.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there now, Abe. 3 minutes. This is now time for your opening arguments. So you go ahead and uninterrupted. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so democracy is not broken. Democracy is the problem. It rests on a beautiful but fatal lie that the collective opinion of millions of people, most of whom know almost nothing about the issues they decide, their decisions will somehow produce wise governance. This idea has failed everywhere it has been tried without strong restraints, and even those restraints eventually erode. Consider the core defect: every citizen receives exactly one equal vote, regardless of knowledge, character, stake, or consequence. The single mother working 2 jobs has the same say on monetary policy, nuclear strategy, and genetic engineering as the economist who has studied these fields for decades. The result is not fairness, it's absurdity. We do not let passengers vote on where the airplane goes or what maneuvers they make. Yet, we let them vote on the laws that govern life, death, prosperity, and war. This system selects for charisma over competence, promises over results, and today over tomorrow. Politicians become professional bribe givers, offering other people's money and future liberties to win the next cycle. Voters, rationally ignorant because one vote almost never matters, decide based on slogans, tribal loyalty, and the latest emotional trigger. The outcome is predictable: exploding debt, eroding standards, cultural division, and institutions captured by whoever shouts loudest and donates most. History confirms it. Pure democracies have been short-lived and chaotic since Athens condemned its greatest mind by majority vote. Even representative systems inevitably democratize over time, expanding the franchise, weakening filters, turning republics into vehicles for majority passion. The 20th century showed democracies capable of electing monsters and majorities willingly surrendering freedoms for security or equality. The 21st century shows them incapable of solving basic problems like fiscal sustainability or border security. No version of democracy escapes this. Constitutional guardrails delay the decay. Sortion, ranked choice, or campaign finance reforms merely rearrange the deck chairs. The fundamental error remains: outsourcing critical citizens to numerical majorities instead of proven wisdom, virtue, and skin in the game. Okay, that's good enough.
All right, yeah. Very cool. And then in that case, we're going to go ahead and Castle. You are obviously the one who is left, so you are going to cross-examine Abe. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
All right. So you mentioned a lot about how fallible humans are. Not every citizen is informed, but how are you measuring whether a citizen is informed or not enough to deserve political power?
Well, this wasn't specifically about political power. It's about the fact that you can vote for something you have no idea anything about the thing that you're voting on.
Okay, so
and
like
if you have no skin in the game, you don't pay any taxes and you only receive, but you can vote to receive more taxes in benefits or help. How does that make sense?
do you think that an economist is educated enough to vote?
Probably on economics at the very least.
Okay, so if you're educated in a field and you have like a PhD in economics, you're educated enough to vote just on economic issues, but not enough to vote on other socio-political issues. So
no, my primary claim would be that a huge number of people have no idea on basic civics, and so you may be voting something based on promises rather than an understanding of the system that you're voting for.
how many people that vote in our elections are uneducated on the current political systems?
Probably most, or at the very least,
Based on data, or just assuming most?
well, I would say probably based on guesstimation, right? I don't think that there's a requirement for basic civics in all education. I don't see that carried out in general populace.
So you're just guessing most
school
people don't know
systems.
what they're talking about.
Well, I would say
that's
that
why
there's no
democracy
way
sucks.
for most people to know everything about the situations they're voting on, right? Unless everybody goes to school for all topics.
Educated enough? Do you think you're educated enough to vote?
It's possible I'm not. It's possible I'm not. And if that's the case, then I probably shouldn't vote.
Do you vote anyway?
Well, currently, because everyone votes. If everybody has the right to vote, then my voice also needs
Yeah,
to
but
be
isn't
heard
it
as
by
much
your
as
own
anybody
system?
who-
You're saying if you don't think you're educated, you shouldn't be voting based on.
Well, if there was a standard, and I didn't meet the standard, then I wouldn't be able to vote, right?
Well, what is that? What are you saying the standard should be?
Well, I mean, in previous generations, we did have standards, like say you were a landowner or business owner or whatever metric it is that actually gave you some level of skin in the game and a willingness to pay attention to the political system at large, then you had a reason to vote in that system.
Okay, I mean honestly, the way you phrase it that way makes sense, because back then we still had a democracy. You're just saying we need a democracy that's more educated.
Well, no, because that would be a limitation on the mass vote.
All right. So,
Okay.
Castle, 2 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, and I'll go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Okay, so democracy is not the claim that citizens are always correct and that governments never fail or that majorities are always acting justly. It begins more from a realistic premise that human beings are fallible and political disagreement is permanent, and no person, party, or institution can really be trusted with final and uncontestable power. That's why democracy keeps power answerable. So those who govern have to justify themselves through elections, public criticism, the court system, a legislature, a free press, and the possibility of removal. I know somebody mentioned earlier that politicians are basically just doing the bidding work of lobbyists. But we see all the time that political power is not owned by a ruler. It's held temporarily. Obviously, there have been people in Congress who've had the job for a long time, and there are people in Congress who've been voted out after 2 years in the House of Representatives. So it really all depends on how well you represent the people in your district or state. And this power is held temporarily on behalf of the public and under certain conditions of accountability. So democracy also keeps failure contestable. Every political system makes mistakes that we acknowledged already in this debate. The question is not whether failure exists, but whether the citizens can expose it, challenge it, and correct it. And in a democracy, those bad laws that we don't like can be repealed, and failed leaders can be voted out, and abused power can be investigated. So democracy does not guarantee that right decision will always be made first. It just guarantees that no decision is beyond challenge, which I think is really important. And most importantly, democracy keeps losers civic. Those who lose an election do not lose their citizenship, their rights, or their place in the political community. They remain free to speak, organize, persuade, and compete again. Democracy transforms political defeat from an existential loss into a temporary one, and losers remain opponents, not just enemies. So this is what we mean when we say democracy is the continuous institution, actualization of civil will with an open civic field. Our opponents may say that the United States is a republic, not a democracy. We know that these terms are not opposites. They can work together and are mutually inclusive, and a republic describes a system where hereditary monarchy, democracy describes a system in which political authority remains grounded in a way that's answerable to the people. So a representative republic is just a form of democracy. And if they argue that the theocracy, as Emmet said, offers a clear moral code, that we also remember that theocracy does not mean God governs directly. Human beings govern while claiming to interpret God, as Kay perfectly pointed out here, that those interpreters remain fallible as well. And when political decisions are treated as divine commands, disagreement can be condemned as heresy rather than respected as civic opinion. So democracy works not because it eliminates conflict, but because it civilizes conflict. It keeps power temporary, makes mistakes reversible, and every citizen within the political community. And so for those reasons, we strongly rejected the claim that democracy does not work.
All right. Very cool. Now, Steelborn, it is up to you. Nope. Sorry. That's the one. Nope. Fuck me. That's the goddamn one. I'll get there, everybody. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. All right. It's fucking Friday. All right. Steelborn, you're up. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you to cross-examine Castle. I'll start it up when you're ready.
Yeah, Castle. Let's actually use the United States as an example. What two states have the largest amount of electoral votes?
I believe it's California and Texas, but you can correct.
It's California and New York. How would you feel if I told you that 60% of the population of each one of those states can't pass a basic civics test, which has a minimum score of 60?
You're asking what my opinion would be on that?
Yeah, I mean, like I just want to know, I want to hear you tell me that the two states with the largest electoral votes, when over half of their populations can't pass a basic civics test, why should we let them vote?
Well, I think if you're wanting to have a standardized test as something that would improve democracy, I think that's an argument you can make, but I don't think that means anything about why democracy doesn't work. You're just saying that people should be more educated about issues, right?
Well, what's the standard that we should use to decide whether or not somebody's enfranchised or not?
If they're a citizen of the country and they aren't in prison, and we already have certain standards, whether you're registered to vote or not, we have certain standards already, right?
You don't have to register to vote in actually quite a few states.
What do you mean you don't have to register to vote? You have to register to vote.
Well, what's required to register to vote?
You have to have an ID, an address somewhere where you've been getting mail sent to you, just proof of citizenship, proof that you live in the state or in the county or town that you say you do, those things.
Do you have to be a citizen in order to get an ID?
Depends in the state. I know in some states, if you are not a permanent citizen, you can attain a driver's license, or even in New York City, I know that you can vote in certain local elections. So depends on the state.
Yeah, so why should we be letting all these people vote when they can't pass a basic civics test? By the way, so this study is I think it's really interesting. That I think you guys should look at. Study that was done in 2018 showed that only 36% of Americans can actually pass a multiple choice test consisting of items taken from the U.S. citizenship test. Doesn't seem like letting everybody vote when most people are too stupid to even understand how our country works. Why should we be letting them vote in our national elections, or even any elections for that matter?
But you're just pointing out to things you don't like. It's irrelevant to whether the system works, right? Like we still have a democracy
How
in
can the
these states.
system work? How can the system work if everybody's too stupid to even know what they're voting on? How can the
Well, which
system be
state-
working to actually, improve the nation, national unity, like the border or defense of the borders, all kinds of this doesn't make any sense for you to want all of these people voting. They don't even know how the country works.
Do you think Donald Trump knows how the country works?
No,
But he can be. Well, he's president.
I know.
so-
Isn't it great with all this democracy? And we got Trump. I'm sure you're happy about that, right? I'm a democracy.
But that's democracy. That's literally the point of democracy. Is you can still elect anybody that you feel like is worth
But you think most
leading
people
the
who vote for
country.
Trump are stupid? They're too stupid. They shouldn't be able to vote because they're too stupid.
I
They
didn't,
like
I, didn't
Trump.
say, I didn't say most people that vote for Trump are stupid. I asked you if you thought Trump was stupid. Doesn't matter if he's stupid or not. It's literally a subjective opinion. There were a majority of the country who believed he was a good business person and a good business leader, was going to be great for the economy. And that's something that they thought was worth voting for. I don't know that makes them stupid, does it? I mean, that he could lie to them, obviously, but I don't know how that makes the people stupid for thinking that. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. So thank you very much, everybody. That was all of our openings and crosses. So you may have noticed that there was one person who you did not face in the middle yet. I'm now going to go through that. It just so happens conveniently, and I always love it when this works out this way, that it's the people above each other and below each other who are going to be in the championship rounds. So we're going to count it down, ending with the captains. That means I'm going to start out with our level 3 debaters. That is Circa and Abe Dinkus. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock for you gentlemen. You can pick up the conversation where they were just at. You can take it a whole different direction. Entirely up to you. Please keep it above the belt and get on into it.
Hey, Abe, do you mind if we continue what they were talking about just for a second? Just a little?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Abe,
You're muted, Abe.
Sure, let's go.
you're catching up to me. I'm going to start the clock over.
I'm gonna act like you're Steelborn a little, okay? Can a stupid person be the best leader?
Not generally.
They can though.
As
right?
far as possibility, I think it would just depend on like so many things. I think in general, no.
What?
But they can, right? Even the best leader can be probably the dumbest person. Someone who knows how to pick the right people, the right economists, doesn't mean they need to know
Well-
economics, correct?
Well, that's the issue. You're saying the dumbest person may not know how to choose somebody that is good at the thing. So
The fact that
if
you
you're
have
saying
to
the
say
dumbest
may
person, then
is
maybe
all I need to hear. The fact that you have to say may is all I need to hear. Now, second thing, can the smartest person be the worst leader?
no, I don't think they can.
Interesting. Are
Because
you aware of like? Sorry, what were you gonna say?
well, I was gonna say if the dumbest person doesn't have enough IQ to even know what's good for themselves or others, then at that point, no,
You're assuming
the
a lot
smartest
now, though,
can't
right?
be worse
What
than
if
that.
the smartest person was?
Well, you're saying
a
the dumbest.
manipulator?
If the dumbest is 70 IQ, then or
What if the
60
smartest person
IQ
was
or
a
50,
manipulator? Someone who was really good at manipulating.
well, now you're just critiquing human nature, right?
I'm just assuming like you
You're
did, though,
saying-
right?
Well, at this point, you're just basically saying that human nature has flaws, and because human nature has flaws, we shouldn't trust human nature.
I accept that. I'm also not arrogant enough to think that smart people can just somehow lead the world better than good leaders. So like, and the president.
Well,
let's
you
talk
went to
about
the
president.
extremes, right? You went to
I
the
mean,
very extremes, right? the smartest
manipulator,
and
not
the
extreme.
dumbest. No, you went
I did.
to the extremes. So
But these are people though.
the
You can't just
dumbest
like exclude
person.
them. You know, like it's a fucking test where you have like false fucking positives. These are real people.
So wait, okay, so you're saying everybody should have the right to vote on things regardless of their capability, their understanding, their. So we should allow every.
Yeah. So
person
I
to
know
vote.
economics. Okay, I studied economics, and economics is
Okay.
taking words and sentences and turning it into numbers and variables. Now, I heard Steelborn say, it just people who don't know economics can easily promise things about it, right? But the truth is that you actually don't need to know economics to make good economic decisions, do you?
Circa doesn't know economics.
Well, you have to know enough.
No, you don't. You can make good economic decisions without knowing a single thing about economics.
Sure, you could make a good choice, but
So
doesn't mean
are
that
you
you're going
aware
to
of
make all good choices
1970s?
economics
Are you aware of
based.
how South Korea in the 1970s, okay, they set out the state-owned enterprise, or the state essentially said, we want to make a state-owned enterprise for steel. Okay. South Korea has no steel prerequisites, no precursors.
Okay.
There's no way for them to make steel. You know who they decided to choose as the CEO?
Who?
A military general, a guy who had zero
Okay.
clue about economics. And
Okay.
that company today is still probably one of the top 5 largest steel companies in the entire world.
Okay, but this is
He didn't
almost
know
like a red
anything about
herring because
economics.
you're saying a military leader who's been trained to utilize people and to give orders
Is he
out
trained in
based on
economics?
the skills and
Is he
abilities
trained in
of those
economics?
people. No, he's
Is
trained
he
in
trained in
leading.
economics?
He's trained
Okay,
in
so you don't
leading.
need to know economics to be a good leader.
I didn't say you had to know economics to be a good leader. You asked if poor people could make
I'm
good
sorry, you guys are
economic
not saying
decisions.
that experts need to be the people who lead. Experts need to be the ones who
That
do
would
that.
still
I'm
be
pretty
an
sure I heard that.
expert. You're saying a military leader, that would still be an expert in leading people. If it is the case that he's
Not
trained
in
in
leading a
leading
company.
people,
He's a military leader. He doesn't know how to lead a company.
they would still
He knows
utilize
how to
the same
lead people to
basic.
shoot people, right?
No,
Abe?
there would still be the same basic tenets there. You
Oh, you mean
use
they
the
get up
best
in the
people
morning
for
and
the
do
job.
drills and stuff, and then like practice
You use
shooting
the
guns?
best. Do you know how the military works? Your leadership
I do, yeah.
is trained to understand who needs to fill what positions because they're best for those positions. If you put a
Do you
military
know the
leader
IQ of this
in charge
guy?
of something like business,
Do you know his
doesn't.
IQ?
No,
Okay, so his IQ doesn't matter. He might be dumb actually, but he's a good leader.
but if he was trained well and he understands how to pick people, which does take skill
So
and some level of
IQ
intellect.
is not really what you're asking.
I never made the claim that IQ needs to be high. I made the claim
your
that people
teammates
have to
did.
know
Teammates
things,
did.
understand things.
Okay. So
There's no
everyone
like
understands some
requisite that you
things,
have to
Abe.
be above 120 IQ in
Everyone
order to
understands some
understand basic
things. Okay,
civics.
that's true. I get that.
So what's your claim
Um,
with a military leader leading a steel company and doing well at it? At that
a
point,
man with zero economics expertise ran a company because he was a disciplined leader and made a country that has zero prerequisites or precursors to make steel, is now still one of the top 5 largest steel companies on planet Earth. And
was he
I just
voted
want you
into
to
that
realize-
position of
No, he was-
military leadership?
He was essentially given it by the state. Yeah.
Interesting. So
I never
one
claimed
singular
that
individual put at the
I never
top of
claimed
something that you
know,
had to pick
I never
good
claimed that,
people.
choosing
Was it better choice
a central
for that
I
company?
never said central planning cannot choose correctly. I don't know why you're deflecting now. That's not the problem here. The problem here is I'm attacking your idea that experts need to be the ones who run, because that doesn't mean anything.
Again, the claim isn't that it needs to be experts that lead. It's people that have to have at least a basic understanding of the
what
thing
did
that they
Steelborn
are
mean when he said stupid
residing
people?
within.
What exactly? He wants people to understand civics.
Maybe people that can't function on their own, people that don't have enough.
Aren't you just assuming a lot now?
Well, I'm saying that this would be the case. If people can't manage their own money, can't manage their own daily lives, they probably shouldn't be voting on who manages everyone's.
Well, they don't have to. They vote on whatever they want. We have freedom of doing that. Now, you can actually just abdicate your vote on those things in a democracy. Do you know that?
Sure, if you realize that you should.
People do, democratically.
Okay, and
Okay. Now, finally, institutions
the absence of
themselves.
the vote proves there
If
should be
you
a vote.
make-
Is that what you're saying?
If you make institutions only answerable to experts within those institutions, then how does an institution know how to stop a negative feedback loop or self-reinforcing ideology without
By
an
the
outside
evidence of the
perspective?
outcomes? By the evidence of the
Except they
outcomes?
reinforce themselves. Like, I'm sure you've probably heard this before. Academia is in an ivory tower, right? Closed,
Sure.
cut off. Now, why is that? There's some truth to it. Academia has these self-reinforcing qualities to it, to where it pushes out any other opinions. Do we want all institutions in the United States, economics, legal system, to be beholden to themselves, or do you want
Well,
them
at
to
that
serve
point,
the people?
Are you trying to make a one-to-one correlation between, say, businesses and government to
I don't
college
think that's an answer,
education?
man. I
That
don't
would
think
be
No,
that's
I'm
an answer.
beholden to the
asking,
truth.
is that a
It's an
one-to-one
institution. It's an
correlation?
institution. It functions similarly.
Okay, and what outcomes are measured to see whether or not this institution is doing a good job?
I mean, the institution gets to decide, I guess, don't they? Academia gets to decide whether or not its institution is doing well.
Right, and will it continue to function if it's doing a poor job or failing at its task?
Depends on how much
Wouldn't
power it
that
has.
then
The
prompt
legal
change?
system, the legal system, if you make judges and if you only allow people to vote on the legal system if they're experts at being judges, then it's going to self-reinforce itself because these people are taught by that very system you're talking about. So how are you going to stop that?
I'm still trying to see how you're tying this to government itself.
These are all
You're saying a
institutions
self-referential
within-
system.
You don't think the legal system has any effect on how the government functions, how you can maybe go to jail?
Of course it does. Of course it
Okay,
does.
so what do you mean?
But
when you
now
say
you're
that?
trying to lie. You're saying that because education is an institution and it produces educated people, then people from that institution are going to go into the world and reinforce only that institution for that institution's
by
good
it.
and
They're
not
taught
for
by
the
it.
process and benefits that it produces. If it's
But it's
failing
also
at
going
that
to
and no
teach them,
student
if
then go
only
to the
people who are
education
experts in
system.
that field, the only people who are experts in the very field that taught them what they know, that's going to reinforce the institution itself.
So these people become opinionless once they come through that system.
No, I never said that. I
They
don't
can
know
no
why you would
longer
just
see.
try to argue with
Well,
someone else
because
who's
you're
not here.
saying that they're going to reinforce that system.
The
You're
institution teaches
assuming that they're
people,
going to reinforce
and then
the
these people
system
are
that
going
taught
to
them.
be institutionally given the information, and they're going to vote accordingly because they've been taught that over time.
Well, they're going to be in the judicial system. They're going to be based on the law, right? They still have to reference
Which
something
they get
outside
to
of the system that
decide,
is the
yeah.
academia.
Which they get to decide.
So they can decide that the law isn't what the law says at all.
It sounds like
That's
you
what
want the
you're-
law to be servicing to the public, though. So maybe you should probably figure that one out. It seems like the public are who actually should be deciding these things.
You're just
People who don't know
the
anything about
public
legal
are
system.
the people that enter the same institution that you're talking about.
And when they come
That
out,
institution is built
and
of
when
the
they come
people
out,
in and
when
out.
they come out, they are now institutionalized by it.
Brainwashed forever. They just can't make individual choices. It's
No, but it
weird
has
that
a
you've drawn this
self-reinforcing effect.
correlation
If you don't
between
know this, that's a you problem,
this
man.
institution.
It's like asking why we don't have jurors be judges. You understand why, right?
Because they don't understand the legal system and all the laws and tenets of the laws that are actually supposed to govern what happens in the case or govern the general populace.
The public should be jurors, right? For that reason, yeah. Because we
Okay.
want every case to come in with zero bias. If we let judges be jurors, if you think
Zero
about
bias is a pretty
you think there's
deep
zero
order,
bias with
but-
a judge who knows the outcome of the case before the case happens when they walk
I
into
don't
the
think there's
courtroom,
ever
they know
zero
90%
bias.
of the time that this case is going to end up in this way and that's not going to give them bias?
I don't think humans are capable of acting without bias.
They are if they're in the legal system, especially a judge because he's literally a part of it, isn't he? I mean, he would probably know.
Well, that's odd because you're saying that the institution he was trained by will then
Is going
institute
to
a
inform
bias
him of
within
how
him.
often this case ends up in a guilty plea, right? Or sorry, a guilty verdict. So that's going to reinforce biases internally. The reason we have people who aren't a part of the legal system come in to be jurors.
So are
is
they
because it
capable
gives
of
an
bias or
outside
not
perspective.
capable of bias? I'm now confused.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding this. Okay, we can end it here.
Oh,
You're
what a
muted
You did,
again.
mess.
horse.
Why wouldn't I be? That makes sense. All
This
right, so
fucking guy.
we're gonna go ahead and jump on in there. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next pairing. So yeah, again, I was gonna add more time to the clock, but I figured I'd just let you guys cook until there was a natural pause, which yeah, you guys got there. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to our number 2 set of debaters. That is going to be Emmet and Castle. Gentlemen, once again, 10 minutes is on the clock. If you guys are still cooking at the end of it, I'm going to just keep letting y'all roll until there's a natural pause. So go ahead and start on it.
Okay. Hello, Castle. How you doing, buddy?
Hello. Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So whenever we're talking about, for example, the greatest GDP in the world, which is contested between the United States and China, Do you enjoy how good the Chinese economy is going in their democratic system?
Do I enjoy how well their economy is going? I mean, technically that's being disputed. I know they have a large economy, but it is basically still commanded by one party rule. So a lot of it is government funded. A lot of it is being propped up by the government, and so their form of, I guess you could call it, a mix of communism and they do have some form of capitalism there. I don't think it's very good long term for their country.
No, so in the long term, it's not going to be very stable. I agree with that. For example, right now, Germany has a GDP growth of 0.79%, which was explained as one of the one of the ideas that, you should be having a democracy. GDP goes up, the printer goes brr. What do you think about that kind of growth rate?
I think Europe has definitely struggled in terms of economic growth, but I think also a lot of that has to do with the industries in those countries, and also
Mhm.
a lot of the issues that they're having in Europe has to do with birth rates as well. So they have a lot of older citizens who still need to rely on the government, and then there aren't enough younger people being born, which is why immigration is a huge thing in Europe as well. So I don't
Okay.
know if it's separate from the democracy itself from being poor. I think their economic decision-making skills maybe aren't the best, but I don't think that their leadership skills are being or what's the problem there.
And who elected the leaders that they have over there in Europe?
I mean, it depends on which country you're talking about. Some of them have parliaments, some of them have different forms of democracies. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to defend every leader of Europe right now. I think some are good, some can do better, and also a lot of them are kind of. I'm trying to think if they've been voted out recently or not. I mean, the UK has a leader like every other year, it seems like, so it's hard to keep track these days.
Okay. Oh, so who's exactly being accountable? For example, in the UK, are we gonna be like, oh, this guy that was outed yesterday, maybe is the guy that was accountable, or maybe the new guy, or maybe the one that was 3 years ago, right? Which one is the one that's accountable for the problems in the UK?
Well, the UK is kind of a good example of people that have issues with their governance. They've been voting in and out new people, like I said, every other year. So a few years ago, Boris Johnson was an issue because the country economically wasn't going well. Now Starmer is an issue because of immigration. So he's going to be voted out soon by Parliament
Okay.
or replaced. So I think that the voters have a lot of issues over the past few years that they've gone back and forth with, and that's why you've seen the leaders in that country change so often. But I think that just shows that democracy for them has worked out because they're making it an issue that if you don't listen to the people, they're going to vote you out to make sure that somebody does do something to help, whether it's economically, immigration wise, healthcare wise. I think that's a good thing, right? You can't have a ruler there that's going to just decide what he thinks is the number one issue and just go from there. So I think that's
Okay.
important.
Okay. I don't know exactly about that. They decided to get, for example, away uh from the European Union, and they have been pretty much sold out because there is a lot more, money involved with people who want to pocket their money. The people who want to have more immigration, the people who have been pretty much selling off their country instead of listening to the citizens. So I wonder. That's what I was asking you. Who exactly is responsible? Who can I go as a citizen and say you are the one that is responsible for allowing, for example, a a lot of immigrants into my state, and now they are, uh, as happened a little while ago, stabbing a 17-year-old girl.
I mean, again, I don't think that I don't think that when we were talking about how people are not infallible before,
Mm.
makes the argument that democracy is the problem. It's just we've been talking about it this whole time that
So
throughout the
nobody
other
is accountable.
systems, political systems, we know that you guys don't have an argument for which one is better than democracy.
I do
You've
have
already
an
made the
argument.
point that democracies aren't perfect.
Well,
Well,
it goes.
your system is what, monarchy?
The question of the debate is democracy doesn't work. It's not what system would you put in place, instead of democracy. So we're giving you the reasons why it doesn't work. And for example, right now I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
that's fine, but
For example, right now I'm just asking you, who is the person that is accountable for destroying the UK? Who?
they already have a prime minister. I thought I already told you they've had multiple prime ministers that have been held accountable.
So
They're on like their fourth one at this point.
Oh, okay. So the one that they removed and put another in place, and they did the exact same thing for allowing more immigration, for example. That is the new that is accountable. The past one isn't. So the new one that comes after this one is going. Stamer is not going to be accountable anymore because you vote him out, right? It's the moment you
Well,
vote
that's what
someone out,
elections
there's
are
no more
for. You vote
accountability,
somebody
right?
out. No, you vote somebody out when they're not doing their job, and then the next person in line who comes into power is then held accountable for what he's promised on what he was elected for, right?
Okay.
Like if you promise to clamp down on immigration and then you don't, then you get voted out, then the next person has to do a better job. That's just how how it works.
Yeah, perfect. So let's say that I love libertarians. It's my favorite kind of people, okay? And I realized that the best business that I can do in my life is to become a great politician. I go into becoming the prime minister of the UK, and I make all the fucking money in the world because that was my idea of why I wanted to go there. I stay 2 years in power. I get all the money that I can. People vote me out. I'm accountable for my decisions. So did I do anything wrong by stealing all the money of these fucking peasants?
Yes, of course. You can still. Do you think that in the UK that you have to serve term 2 years? If you're being held accountable for stealing money, they can literally throw you out in like a day. Who is that? Who is that woman in the UK who like lasted less than a head of cabbage in the UK because she was so bad? So it's not like you get a full 2 years to do whatever you want. I mean, we can impeach people in the United States.
Yeah, but after
there
I'm
are systems
done,
we have in place that you can be censured for certain things that you do. So it's not like you get free reign for 2 years or 4 years or whatever. The democracies that I know of in the Western world act upon certain acts that we deem illegal or wrong, and you're held accountable for that much more ahead of time than just whatever your term says you are.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I did everything right in accordance to what I want, right? Because there's no higher status of what I ought to do. It's just that when I go in, let's say that I'm really charismatic. Okay, people like me. They go with me. They have a great time with the people in Congress. They have a great time with me. Nobody's gonna do that with me. It's gonna take all the money anyway. We're gonna have parties afterward. People vote me after 2 years. Do I have any accountability after those 2 years? Because at the end of the day, people vote me out.
I mean, I guess you can come up with any hypothetical you want, but there are people like this in the current United States government that exists who we've been throwing out of Congress before. Like, look at Bill Clinton. He had sex with an intern. We impeached him for it. So it's not like these things don't go unaccounted for. I'm sure some people get away with it as well, but that's again goes to our system that it's not perfect. People make mistakes.
How much time did he spend out of office because he was impeached? I mean, Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton, well, the Senate didn't remove him. He was impeached by the House. So that's different.
Oh, so
that's the accountability that we have in our system. If the Senate didn't, then you can't remove him.
How did he have to pay anything? Was there any kind of restitution? Was there any actual any actual problem that he faced after being impeached?
Yeah, I mean, people viewed him pretty poorly after the fact that came out. So I would think that his moral character definitely took a bunch of hits.
Was he still the president of the United States until he finished his term, his 8-year term?
Yes, he was still the president, but I don't know how that's affecting our democracy. Are you saying that him having sex with an intern is why democracy is failing?
No,
I mean, I'm just saying that we can hold politicians accountable.
Saying.
It doesn't mean that democracy is bad.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, for example, when Sir Carr said that there's moral authority, there is none. And when I asked him who, he couldn't say me who. It was the people, somebody, okay? The system.
Yeah, but Emmett, where are you getting your moral authority from? You said you got it from God. God giving it to the people. Yeah. Right. So how can you be morally in line with God without relying on human interpretation?
Wait, it's not to the people. I never said that it was given to the people. Where did you get that from? It's not given to the people. It's given
You
to
were
the
talking.
church. And there's a specific church that I would say that it's given to. So it's not like, and there's specific interpretations that are outside of the
Okay,
scope
so
for
do you
the
think that the
debate.
church is infallible? Do you think the church is infallible? Do you think the clergy and the religious institutions that decide what
Yeah.
God is requiring, are they not infallible?
Yeah, that is the point of the church. But again, I told you, this is outside of the scope
Okay,
of the
so
debate.
but that's no different than the regular people who decide who we elect as president. I just don't understand like how you're interpreting the two different people who are just people.
Mhm.
One is fallible, one is not. I mean,
But
we
what?
literally had cases where priests were raping kids.
Graping.
How do you
but
defend that?
I'm not defending that. I'm not talking about the. I'm not that. Okay.
But you
The
said that's where you got your moral
priest-
authority from.
Yes, the institution is uncorruptible. People can be corruptible. There's a difference between those two things, okay? I know you don't, but that's what I tell you. This is outside of the scope of the debate. This is what I'm talking to you when it comes to democracy. Let's say that there is the possibility that there can be bad actors, heretics in the church. That's fine. We know that happens, okay? There's people who become bad actors in the church itself. Again, that is known. Now tell me, where does democracy get their morals from? Who is responsible? Where do I go to know if this is right or wrong? In democracy.
Well, I already said that we know who we can hold responsible as our leaders. Where we talk about morals, I'm not a religious person, but I know most of Congress is religious, so I would say that they can find their own morals throughout their experiences in life or the church or whatever religious institutions they go to. But I'm not getting the point that you're making between how those people are less corruptible if we've already admitted that whether
Yes.
you're a godly person or you look up to God, you can still be infallible. You can still make mistakes. You can be even immoral and still work in these institutions. So how is your moral code higher than any other regular person?
There's no morality in your code. That's what I'm pointing to. It's not about me. It's not about Tukwokwe, okay? It doesn't reflect on me. What I'm trying to figure out is where is the moral axiom when it comes to democracy. It relies directly on the population, but the population can be immoral. So we don't even have an idea of where do they come from with this kind of moral axioms at all. But just to finish this, I have a really interesting question for you. Do you think, for example, democracies like China that is moving directly towards authoritarianism, or even has moved to authoritarianism at this point? What is it? Do you not? Is there a pattern that you can see through history when it comes to democracies that just move to tyranny?
Yeah, I'm confused though. But China's never been a democracy though.
What do you mean? It has been a democracy. They vote in the people that go into the parliament, and they are a representative republic in a sense. They do represent, and they do it through voting.
I think I think it was Steelborn or somebody mentioned Russia too. Like I don't know how this team is interpreting Russia or China as some type of democracy. We know that they have basically a one-party rule in those countries, and the people.
Yeah.
If you are against whatever Xi Jinping or Putin says, you're basically tossed out of Congress or whatever parliament that they have. So we know that it's not true that they are democracies.
Correct. They're moving towards authoritarianism, but they started as republics. You know, as the Weimar Republic did as well, when they elected the H-man, for example. I cannot say his name to avoid problems.
Wait, but are you saying the People's Republic of China, because they have republic in their name, makes them a republic?
Was H-man
elected?
Come on. Was H-man elected?
Wait, now you're talking about Germany? Wait, yeah, I'm talking about China.
Yeah, the Xi Jinping was elected too, but I'm asking you through history, for example, H-man, was he elected?
Yeah, but I still don't understand how you're saying that somebody who was elected and then chose to become an authoritarian dictator and not pursue democratic reforms is like that's an argument against democracy. Like it just because you're kind of all over the place for me here.
Because there's no guardrails. And whenever there is a party that
because they took them away he took them away though. That's like the whole point here is like when you have people like Xi Jinping and the H-men who are taking away those democratic institutions, that leads to a more corruptible power, authoritarianism, dictatorship, whatever. That's not good. That's not what we want.
Okay, perfect.
So
Right,
wouldn't
let
you
me-
agree? Wouldn't you agree? Hold on,
Go ahead
one
and
more point.
tie it
Like,
up for me. Yep, tie it up for me.
between what you're saying and what I think Abe was saying, or even Steelborn, is like, okay, we want to have a standardized way for people to vote, like having testing. We want less corruptible institutions. Like, these are things that we can incorporate into democracy now with the rule of law that we have the power to do now. It doesn't mean that democracy is the issue here. It's that the people who want to take that away from us and corruptible are the problem.
Perfect. Last question. Let's say that I am a very charismatic leader. I got into it. I get a bunch of people in power. We have three quarters of the Congress. Everybody is aligned with me, and I decide through the constitutional power that I'm gonna become the emperor of America. Is there any guardrail that said that I can't do it?
Yes, we have a court system. Supreme Court. Stop that
Do you
from happening.
realize that they enforce the laws, right? And I will be doing the laws through the Congress. But anyway, thank you so much, Horse Riders.
Yep. Yeah, no worries. I let the clock start rounding up. Figured I'd give y'all up to 5 minutes. Y'all took that and still wanted more. So it's a great debate, and I appreciate y'all doing it. So, all right, last pair comes down to the captains. I'm pretty sure that they left something on the plate for you, gentlemen. 10 minutes is on the clock. Yeah, bring it home for us.
All right, okay. I got a couple of questions real quick. Do you think I got 5 questions? Do you think we can get through them real quick, and then I'll give the rest of the time to you?
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's go. Sure.
Okay, so my first question is: would you agree that a person should understand a subject before making decisions about it that would affect other people?
I think it's ideal.
Okay, you think it's ideal. If 60 to 70% of Americans can't pass a basic civics test to demonstrate they even understand how our government works, why should we trust the electorate to make complex political decisions?
I think it's about correction. We have a system where you can get it wrong, and it perseveres until we can get it right.
Oh, well, is it always going to persevere until we get it right?
I don't think everything lasts forever. It's about longevity, and we've lasted a pretty long time, and we've tried it in multiple countries, and they've all lasted.
Hold on, we've lasted a pretty long time relative to most.
Democracy relative to or America? I mean, democracies. Like democracies lasted a long time.
Oh, really? What's the longest lasting democracy?
The longest lasting democracy? I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
You can look it up if you want. I'm cool with it.
Okay. Do we want to trust the AI answer? Yes or no?
That's fine with me.
Okay, well, it says 230 years.
And real quick, how long did the Byzantium Empire last, or the Roman Empire, or the Chinese Empire, or the Japanese Empire?
Wait, wasn't the Roman Empire like also developing democracy?
No, the Romans hated democracy. They thought it was a dumb idea.
Also, didn't the Chinese like empires like shatter and come back together?
No, not necessarily. So there were some dynasties that lasted hundreds of years. It depends. There was usually what caused a Chinese empire to fail was invasion from another nation, and like they got taken over, and then the Chinese would rebel.
I mean, if your system cannot like prevent like rebelling and invasion, that's like
well,
failing,
that's
right?
any system is going to be subject to that.
I think you're talking about different like time periods though, and you're conflating them all into one in order to inflate numbers here. But
I'm just saying, like, I don't even think that. I don't think the Chinese Empire lasted for thousands of years necessarily, but like collectively over the course of Chinese history, they've had much more time as an empire.
We're not going to do collective here. We're not going to do collective here.
Okay, real quick, is the UK a democracy?
It's a form of democracy.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but democracy, the purpose of democracy is to serve the will of the people, right?
Not necessarily.
What is the democracy for?
Depends if you're talking about the system or the ideal. The ideal of a democracy is to be basically propagate, yes, enact the civic will of the majority, but also preserve the civic will of the minority. So if the people that are in the majority win, the people that are in the minority don't cease to exist, making a cohesive system that continues rather than falling apart and imploding on itself.
Do you think that democracies, if our system is supposed to be a democracy, right? but like a massive minority is all that's needed to win the elections. Is that really a democracy anymore, or
I
is
would
it still
say that you're
working?
starting,
Or?
I think you're starting to step away from a democracy. A democracy is not black or white. It's going to be a gradient thing. You can't just be like,
real quick,
this is exactly 100%.
What percentage of the vote do you need to win parliament in the UK?
I don't know. I'm not from the UK.
13%.
Okay, that seems like they're stepping away from democracy. It would be ideal if they step more into democracy to avoid those pitfalls, huh?
I don't think so. Actually,
Also, it's irrelevant on whether it works. There's still a country
does the
that
UK
has
seem
massive
like it's
influence.
working right now?
It's still operating even if it has problems. If a car needs its oil changed and needs air in its tire, it's still a fucking functioning car, ain't it?
Not for very long, but
oil?
I mean, it's all about maintenance, right? Any system fails if you fail to maintain it, democracy included.
okay.
You can say,
So,
yes, we need to maintain it better. Okay, that's not a failure of democracy. It's a failure of people not maintaining.
Okay, so if democracy, if the goal of democracy is the ideal is to serve the will of the people.
I don't agree with that. So
You said what you said the ideal was to serve the
No,
will of
that's
the
not what I
people
said
in
the
both the
ideal
majority
was.
and protect the minority.
that
at the
is
same
what I
time.
said. Yes. Okay,
Okay.
there we go.
So if that's the case, why would current voters sacrifice their own benefits for people who can't vote against them?
Can you reword the question? I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Yeah. So like, do you agree that like boomers kind of fucked the nation?
To a certain degree, yes.
Like from my perspective, boomers basically stole from us to pay for the shit they wanted, and threw the system into chaos. So the question is, why would like what's actually stopping people from voting in the interest of the next generation for their interests?
Well, we care about the next generation because they're our kin typically, and also you have to live into the people that carry over. So while you age in your population, you have to rely on the younger generation in order to carry the country. So if you fuck over the younger generation too much, guess what? You're fucked in your older age where you can't, work and produce as much. It's a cycle.
Okay, and then so my last question for you is: if the majority can be uninformed, emotional, tribalistic, and focused on short-term interest, why should I ever believe that the majority opinion is going to produce good governance?
I'm not talking about what you should believe. It's just whether it works or not. Something could work and be unideal to you or unappealing to you. Why
do you think that if the majority of people who are voting based on their emotions or tribalistic reasons, like many people who like you get on both sides, right? Where you get the right wingers that are like you never vote for a fucking Democrat, never vote for a Democrat, and then you get the the left wingers that are like vote blue no matter who, right? So that's the tribalistic part about it, and then a lot of people tend to vote based on emotions.
Wait, did tribalism not exist in what was feudalism? Are you going to say that wasn't tribalistic? I mean, tribes. Was that democracy, really? I mean, I feel like, the word tribalism comes from a pre-democratic time. I mean, you're talking about concepts older than democracy, my friend.
The necessary entailment of democracy is it's going to form political political power blocks.
That's just a human nature, yeah? Before democracy that existed, yes?
Not to the nowhere near the same extent.
Not to the same extent. So you just
I would say got it wrong, figured each other's asshole. What I mean by that is under monarchies there wasn't political tribes. There was one ruler. So that's just an example of how that was avoided under
monarchies. Who do you think beheaded people in France? Do you think there was not like coalitions?
France was a revolution. Sometimes monarchies were conquered by other monarchies.
Yeah, what are revolutions made out of?
Revolutions tend to be that tends to be
coalitions of people. Yep, there we go. So
I didn't say that monarchy. I didn't say monarchies are like entirely immune to it, but I'm saying it's far less common in monarchies. But then, so why are we to assume around the world? So the core pillar of democracy. The core pillar of democracy is that basically it's the ideal is to serve the will of the people in both the majority and the minority. So the question that I have for you is, why are we to assume that majority opinion for what people vote on can produce good governance? And then my follow-up to this is, if you love democracy so much and you think democracy is so great, then why don't you think that gay marriage should be overturned, considering the fact that was actually shut down by popular vote in almost every state that they tried, or a lot of states that they tried it, including California, couldn't even get gay marriage passed by popular vote and instead had to go through the Supreme Court.
Would you say that gay people are a minority?
Sure.
Yeah, so part of my ideal of democracy, as I stated, was carrying out the civic will of the majority while preserving the civic will of the minority.
Well, it wasn't
preserved the-
preserving; it was giving them a right that they didn't have. It was not preserving
Also-
anything.
Also, isn't gay marriage more in favor right now than out of favor? So it seems like democracy is at the same level where we're at right now.
Well,
isn't
no,
it?
but it wasn't when it was put through. It wasn't a democratic decision. It was pushed through by the courts. So I don't understand. If
Okay,
you love
again,
democracy
you're
so
talking
much,
about
then why
a pure
didn't you-
democracy. It's a sliding scale. Do you think it has to all always be a perfect democracy, or is it an ideal that you can fall on a spectrum of?
I don't really see the distinction between the two. Both of them are still just going to be power blocks.
What do you mean you don't see the distinction? There's a difference. If you're talking about an absolute democracy, that means anything that is non-democratic at all removes it from being a democracy. But if it's a sliding scale, democracy can be multiple shades.
Well, what was democratic about the Obergefell decision?
I don't know what that is. So
That was the
Please.
gay marriage law.
Okay.
That was passed by the Supreme Court. What was democratic
know.
about that?
I don't know because I don't know it. You're asking me to speak to things I don't know of.
So what is democracy? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Democracy is on a spectrum, right? You can be more democratic and less democratic, but democracy works even though I can't actually pin down and tell you what it is. You know, this is
And
fun,
I'll
this is
tell you
fun
what
for
it
me.
is. Do you need me to say it again, or I mean,
Yeah,
I
let's hear it
can.
again.
Yeah, democracy is a form of government, and this for the system is a form of government in which citizens have the right to participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by rule of law and accountable systems. And then
Do you think
the
most people are
ideal of
stupid or smart?
I think they're smart in some things and stupid in other things.
Do you think most people actually are making informed
That's
votes?
again a spectrum. Wait, do you think that
Okay,
someone
I
is
just-
either
I- I
wait,
refined the
going back to
question.
spectrums, going back
I
to
refined
spectrums,
the
you can't
question.
under,
Hold on.
you
Do
were
think
having
most people-
you're having problem with spectrums. I'm trying to like help educate here. Do you think people are just naturally stupid or not stupid, or do you think there's a spectrum of how ignorant a person can be?
I think when it comes to politics, most people are really stupid.
So and there's no spectrum here. So there's no that you're just either stupid or not. There's not a difference of how ignorant a person could be.
Well, no, there is a difference. But
Oh,
when
so you do
know,
understand the concept. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I did, but
Now,
when
all
only
of a sudden
36
we know.
well, when
Fuck.
only 36% of the population can actually pass a basic civics test, yeah, I don't think most people are pretty politically informed.
Yeah, that
So why
sounds like
should
a
we-
flaw.
Why should we
Thank you
actually
for pointing
want?
out. Let's
Yeah, so
change
why
it.
should we
Let's
have
change
a bunch
it.
of
Let's
people who are
use the
politically
democracy to
uninformed
change it.
voting? Why would we use democracy
Because
to
it
change that? We need to use
continues.
authoritarianism, baby, and just say, you know what? These people have no idea what the fuck they're voting on. Enough of that shit.
And how do you know who's going
No
to
more
be
voting
the
you.
authoritarian? What if the authoritarian is a Lenin type and he kills you and me? Now we don't even get a chance. With democracy, you and I are still living. We
Well, no,
get
no,
a
Lenin,
chance.
Lenin was a
That's the
totalitarian, not an authoritarian. There's a difference.
You want to pick anybody? You want to pick anybody from history? I mean, he's not democratic, that's for sure. Neither was Mao. I mean, I'm just picking non-democratic people. Like, how do you know that the person that you pick and put in power is going to be your ideal? What is the chances of that?
No idea. Depends. It depends on how,
No,
they, how they come to be.
It's a weakness in the system. I'm talking at least with democracy. You can go out. You could talk to me. You could talk to other people. You can change minds.
Well, how about we do this, right? If you want, if
Okay.
you know, we can compromise a little here, right? So what we'll do is we're going to massively reduce suffrage, right? And we're going to make it so that there's a couple of requirements. One, you have to pass the basic civics test. You have to put more into the system than you get out of it, and then we'll let those select people. They get to decide who the monarch is, or the authoritarian, or whatever it is. They get to decide that, and then from then on, it's now hereditary monarchy.
So you want to use democracy to get to?
That's not democracy. That's actually that's a massive or that's a tiny minority who gets to decide the power, not a majority. Not even close.
Okay, so how are you going to know that that's the right person? If you think that like right now people are stupid,
How do I
and
know that's
ignorant,
the
how are we
how do
going
I
to pick?
know that's
How,
the person?
how are we going to pick the right people in order to put them in
I
power?
just gave you the criteria for who's actually allowed to make the
You gave
decision.
me,
who's
but
allowed
how
to
does-
actually
how
cast
does
the
that-
decision.
Okay, and how do we know that that's not going to create a system that
days.
is going to fail in on itself?
Well, all systems have the possibility of failing in on themselves.
Yeah, so you're getting rid
the
of-
question is whether or not they actually have long-term goals and can achieve those. That's one of the massive flaws of democracy is
Yes.
every 4 years it's always working on new elections. That's why, like, you know, like the number one contributor to our national debt is what's the term? It's benefit spending, right?
Servicing the debt, or that too. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's our benefit spending, right? And we spend way too much on, like, you know, Social Security, disability, all that kind of stuff. We put way too much money out of that. So hold on, so real quick,
We can vote that out.
why would people ever vote out their money?
Because it's not conducive to
It doesn't
their
serve
life.
their interest to vote out their money from their view.
What do you mean? If people see that they're paying into Social Security and it's not being paid out too late and not enough amount, and they know that they could put into the stock market or something, yield more money, they can vote to get rid of Social Security and replace it with other systems, and or just, you know, go into private.
They're never going to vote to get rid of Social Security, and here's why they're never going to vote to get rid of Social Security. My grandma's on Social Security. My grandma's on Social Security. I can't take that away from her.
Can you prove that it's never going to happen?
What about my disabled cousin who has autism and he can't function? Why should I? We can't take away his Social Security. What about our disabled vets? We can't take away their disability and their Social Security.
Can you prove we're not going to do it? I'm just still waiting for the proof. You're saying that, like, they're never going to do it, but it seems like we live in a system.
So basically, historical examples of people continuing to vote in electors who promise to steal more out of the treasury to give to them in order for their votes. That's the standard that I'm appealing to, the historical standard here. Never once as a politician who ran on, I'm going to cut Social Security spending.
Why can't a ruler not do the same thing? Why can't a ruler go up and be like, hey, listen, in order for you not to, like, peasants rise up against me, I'm going to create this thing called Social Security, and you guys are going to be taken care of. How can you not?
Could they do it? Well, I can't guarantee that's never going to happen. But
like in feudalism, they gave fiefs. They gave fiefs, bro, to people in order to, like, you know, promote. Like, this is.
You mean like a governor? Who at any point can call
fiefs?
Governors are in charge of a specific area. They're in charge of the monopoly on force on a geopolitical area, and they can actually call up the National Guard at any point in their state.
Can you vote out a governor?
Sure.
So they're held accountable. So you can have a continuous system that doesn't implode on itself.
Could you overthrow your fiefdom, Lord?
You can, but it's going to be violent, and it's going to cause a loss, and it's going to drain the resources on the system and negatively affect you.
Not only that, but people who have a long-term position of I'm going to be ruling over this for long term, and I'm probably going to pass this down to, like, my child or something like that. They have actually a built-in interest to make the system better and to preserve the system, to try and keep the people happy, to serve those people, because their children are the ones who's going to inherit that system. They have much more of an inherent interest.
He has a daughter. How's North Korea doing right now?
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't. I don't think his daughter is going to be able to take the role. I think he's gonna. I don't know how that works there, but.
Oh well, it seems like it goes against your point then. Oh, damn.
I said they're more likely. They have a more invested interest in it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. We have definitely gotten to the end of the clock here. Great debate, everybody. This has been amazing. We've still got our closings ahead of us. I just want to let the chatters know. Remember, whenever they're done with their closings, I'm going to put a link in the chat for everybody to click on to vote for which team you think made the most persuasive and compelling case tonight. That said, also, if you guys have questions while you're voting, throw them into the tip jar. We'll get to those questions during that closing time, or during the voting time. So we're going to go back through in the same order that everybody went through. That means that you are actually going to go first, Steelborn. 3 minutes is now going on the clock for you. This is your uninterrupted closing. Put a cherry on top, sir.
Yeah, so I don't think that any of these people actually demonstrated why democracy works to do anything other than to just rob the treasury from the electorate. And it's just basically to give stupid people, like, you know, a bunch of power. It makes no sense. It's actually like the worst political system that I can think of. Ultimately, here's why I say that. So everybody's like, you know, afraid of authoritarianism, authoritarians, right? They're gonna stop, you know, they're gonna trample my rights and the authoritarians. Here's what's interesting about authoritarians. The rules are strictly enforced, but you know the rules, and they stay consistent. That's usually the way it works with authoritarians. I don't even have to provide an alternate governance system here just to demonstrate that democracy doesn't work, and all it is it's basically just the uninformed electorate being promised bribes by the politicians in order to steal from the next generation, which is what it's done. America, as far as like my generation is the first generation to actually have it worse than their parents by the time they came to adulthood, right? This is the result of what we get when we have 100 years of democracy, of letting everybody vote. It's a terrible system. Most people, like, I already read you guys the stats, but I'll do it again real quick just for you know, poops and chuckles here. A poll of 41,000 Americans demonstrated that less than 36% could actually pass a multiple choice test where the questions were taken from the US citizenship test. You need to get a 60% to pass the US civics test. Less than a quarter of our country, or just over a quarter of our country, can actually pass a civics test. A large percentage of Americans don't even know that there's 3 branches of government, nor can they name them. This is a terrible system to have. You know, it demonstrates it's full of flaws, right? The uninformed electorate. You wouldn't trust this. You wouldn't use democracy in almost any other system of your life, right? If you need a heart surgery, you're not going to let, you're not going to let a bunch of people decide who gets to do the heart surgery. No. You're going to go and you're going to find the best surgeon that you can afford, and you're going to have him do it. Like, that's just the way that, like, this, like, when the important stuff, you don't just leave it up to that. Generals for militaries are not elected via, mass democracy. They're appointed by people who know how to appoint generals. This is how it works. This is how our military works. You don't use democracy in the workplace. You don't decide who the supervisor is by a democratic vote. The supervisor is picked usually by the owner, because the supervisor has demonstrated that they have the competence and the skill to actually run this company. You would use this system nowhere else. It makes absolutely no sense to use this system to decide who gets the monopoly on force in a geopolitical area. Makes absolutely no sense. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
All right.
Also, real
cheers.
quick, you said you'd post that link in the chat.
For the votes, yes, absolutely. I'll send it to you directly. Everybody who's
My
streaming
chat just
on
asked me
YouTube.
so.
Yeah. I'll send it to everybody who's on YouTube directly. So, all right. So now, Circa, you are up, sir. 3 minutes to going on the clock for you. 3 minutes to close. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Okay. Well, I just want to start by saying I think they proved that democracy can, and I'm not going to not agree to that. They proved that voters can be wrong. This is true. Prove that majorities can rationalize evil. This is also true. They prove that public opinion does not create a moral truth. That is also true. They prove that law is morally loaded. They prove that society has standards and authority and formation, and all of that is true. Now, before I go any further, I want to address the doctor. A doctor has a specific applicable set of skills that we can measure. Don't touch the kidney. You need to work on the liver. I want to posit the question of where there is a applicable skill set that we can measure when you vote on a bill that might increase subsidies for farm or for some farm product. Is there a simple, like a pilot, turn the rudder, go up 5,000 altitude, this button does that? It's a naive and child way to think about the world. Maybe that's why we still think rulers are the best answer, because he still did not prove that rulers are less fallible than voters. They aren't. In fact, he wants a form of government that annihilates the will of others because he thinks he has a privileged position or knowledge to create that very institution, or he knows who to pick. To me, that's crazy. I don't really know why I would trust him for that. I don't know why I would trust any single human to try and encapsulate all of that anyway. It's unrealistic. It's a video game. He doesn't prove that experts are immune from capture. He didn't prove that courts own civic meaning. He didn't prove anything. Or that emergency commanders will return power when crisis becomes useful. He didn't prove that moral authority interprets itself for civil law. He didn't prove which human institution gets to enforce that authority. He just kind of hand waved and said that he doesn't need to do anything here. Just nullified government, I guess. He did not prove, most importantly, that the loser can return. He's talked a lot about future generations, but at the same time, like I just mentioned, is advocating for a form of government that annihilates the wills of people specifically, and they are unable to return in that environment. So democracy does not need to deny these things. It receives them without letting any of them become one final owner. And a democracy is not only a system where people can win, most importantly, all of them can win. But it is uniquely the only system where political defeat does not become a political annihilation. and I wish my opponent would realize that. I'll end it there.
All right. Emmett, 3 minutes is now going on the clock for you, sir. 3 minutes to close. Start it up when you're ready.
Yes, of course, I will answer the question directed by Zirkar. It's very simple if you actually think about it. There's something called the budget. And when you are doing, a spending, it goes into a spreadsheet. And if you are spending more on one side and, that you are getting, that will be a measurable thing. And the fact that we have had, at this point, hundreds and hundreds of representatives that keep on voted for spending more that we get is directly correlated to the incapacity of democracy to provide a fundamental understanding of economics, for example. For the other idea is like, oh, well, where exactly, the opponents can't have a voice even if they lose. Yeah, well, I mentioned historical leaders that were elected into power. H-Man is the greatest example. Can you please tell me how many times the people in the camps that cannot be named voted after they were sent to those camps, and how exactly do they feel when it came to that? The problem that I see when democracy is that it tends towards tyranny. Okay, the thing that I see is that it creates tribalism, as was stated by Steelborn. And the more apart that we fall into each other, the more we're gonna go into one of those camps having the power and staying in power, because that is what they are looking for. That is exactly the thing that they want. And the more extreme that they go, because they will move towards extremes, as we have seen in the political environment that we're going for right now. What are we talking about right now? The left in the United States wants to park the courts. That's the idea that they have in right now. We're just going to add 4 more judges. That will show the Republicans. So we're moving towards extremes, and the more we move towards extremes, the closer we are to actually falling into one of these tyranny, into tyranny in and of itself. So this is what I was talking about, the specific moral authority. The problem with democracy, one of the biggest problems, is that there is no moral authority. Okay? There can be the case that they say idealism, but I can be completely agnostic towards their idealism. I just want to use the system. I'm a great libertarian. I just want to maximize my profits. And I see that my biggest profit is to become the dictator and have all of the power. And if that is the case, they cannot tell me why I'm wrong. They can say things like, well, I feel something, maybe, but they wouldn't be able to tell me what exactly is it that I am wrong by doing that. So those are the answers, Sirkar. Okay, the budget is a measurable thing, and for what I've seen when it comes to the representatives that we have right now, none of them want to stop spending. Thank you so much, Horse Riders.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay, you're up. 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
All right. So I'm sorry, chat. I thought this was going to be a conversation about if democracy works. Not them saying, no, democracy only works because it has such amazing resources, or no, it works, but not the way I want it to work. And also, did I catch that correctly, or did Steelborn literally ask for a link to democratically vote? Huh. That's pretty interesting. Anyway, let's look at the arguments. Today we heard direct democracy is flawed, so we need something like a republic. Well, a republic is a democracy, as we pointed out, so we changed it up a bit. Direct democracy allows those who are uninformed to vote. So let's trust a monarchy who is notoriously known for being reliable and knowledgeable. Not educate the people, but go to a monarchy. Let's see. They look at God is the only system that works, but I mean, which God? Whose God? Yours? Mine? Whose God? How do we know it's the right God? We heard that democracies are good because of their resource, wealth, and power, as I mentioned before. It's pretty interesting that just democracies just happen to have all that. No correlation, by the way, boys. Just it's a little coinky dink. They have not answered how democracies don't work. How, if they're a bad system, why all these other systems develop around it? Why countries overwhelmingly move into a more into more democratic practices rather than majorly running away from democratic institutions. They can point out problems in democracy effectively. I mean, we all can. But as I pointed out earlier, a car doesn't stop working because it needs air in the tires, oil topped off, or a nice car wash. All right, you need maintenance, but that's all systems, not unique to democracy. They can point to ideas they think would work better. Okay, fine. We all don't have to agree it's the best thing. Okay, I'm not even sure if it's the best, but they haven't provided any evidence that it's not working now. Democracy doesn't mean that you will get it right on the first try. It means you'll be able to last and try things until they work, unlike other systems that live or die by a single point of failure. Democracies have demonstrated their ability to last. The world's oldest continuous operating governments at this moment are democracies. Meanwhile, many authoritarian systems, from fascist regimes to communist dictatorships, have either collapsed outright or have been forced to liberalize and accept democratic tendencies. History shows that concentrated political power may produce rapid decisions, but it rarely produces durable ones. Democracy, on the other hand, has expanded alongside humanity and our greatest achievements. 2 centuries ago, basically no one lived in a democracy. Today, billions do. During that same time, global life expectancy more than doubled, extreme poverty drastically fell, literacy became widespread, and war became less common. Democracy can't claim perfection, but it is clear as day that the system has and continues to work. So democracy doesn't just work. She's a hardworking worker. She's a hardworking mother who does a 9 to 5. And I'll end my time there.
All right, cheers.
9
All right,
to
so
5.
Abe, 3 minutes is going on the clock for your closing, sir. Again, uninterrupted time for you to talk. Go ahead and start the clock when you start to talk. After you unmute. That's 3. You're caught up to me.
Damn it, Jim. All right. All right. So the majority of voters possess levels of political, economic, and historical knowledge, and vote largely on emotion, identity, and short-term interests. Therefore, giving the minority, let me start that over. Therefore, giving the majority final authority over complex systems is irrational and dangerous. Democratic politicians must win frequent elections by offering immediate benefits to voters while the costs are delayed or hidden. Therefore, democracy structurally favors short-term and fiscal and moral irresponsibility. Citizens are not equal in knowledge, wisdom, and foresight or responsibility. Therefore, giving them equal political power is a category error that undermines good governance. Modern democracies are following the same pattern: rising debt, polarization, declining trust, institutional capture. Therefore, the failure is inherent to democracy itself, not merely poor implementation. Democracy is not just flawed, it may be a flawed concept, because its core mechanism, equal numerical rule by the uninformed and self-interested, contradicts the requirements of sound governance. Competence, foresight, and truth tracking, it cannot be easily repaired through reforms or better education. Better systems must weigh voices by proven judgment and long-term stakes rather than a raw head count. Partially, this is an issue with human nature itself. So long as people have great ambition and are willing to dance in corruption in order to gain power, we will continue to see democracies tilt and push towards totalitarian rule. Infinitum. So, and that's it.
All right. And then, last but not least, bringing it home for us, Castle. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Let's hear it.
All right. So Basically, our opponents' arguments are that people are stupid and our government wastes money, and we want more fiscal conservatism and a smarter electorate. Which doesn't mean democracy doesn't work. It just means that they don't like how it works. Under Reagan, they would like it. Under Obama, they would hate it. It's not about moral authority either. We prove that the church is no more infallible than you or I, and God has created the people who interpret His word into what they believe is right. Those same people who make up a majority of Congress today, but I guess they aren't doing a good job at that interpretation. Well, do we all democratically decide which doctor we want to operate on us? No, Patrick, because a doctor's office isn't government. An airplane cockpit isn't government either. The arguments we've heard today have been fun to debate on, but they're not serious. The opposition's alternative do not eliminate human fallibility. It just concentrates it. It takes the mistakes of millions of citizens, which can be debated and corrected, and replaces them with the mistakes of a few rulers whose decisions are harder to challenge. That is why democracy works. It keeps power answerable, failure contestable, and losers civic. When democracies collapse, it's often not because accountability, opposition, and peaceful transfer were too strong. It's because bad actors weaken those very principles. They attack elections, undermine courts, corrupt institutions, silence critics, demonize opponents, and try to permanently possess the civic field. That is not democracy functioning. That is democracy being subverted. We should not blame the locked door because someone tries to break it down. We should try to strengthen the lock. Democracy does not promise that the wisest person will always win either. It promises that no ruler, monarch, church, party, or majority can rightfully claim permanent ownership of society. And that's it.
All right. All right. There you go. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We nailed that right on the 2-hour mark. Couldn't have scheduled that better myself. As I said before, I'm dropping the link to the chat right now. I'm also going to go ahead and send it over to Abe and Steelborn and Emmet. Y'all are all three live on YouTube right now, correct?
Correct.
So if you want to drop this link into your chat so that your viewers can also weigh in. Steelborn, boom, there you go. So also, as I mentioned earlier, chatters, if you want to throw a couple bucks into the jar, if you have any questions or comments, again, this is basically Twitch's version of super chats, because that's where we grew up is Twitch. So we did actually get one that it's not a question, but it is just a hater. Hoping that everyone who is against democracy stops voting to live your values. But I do believe that Abe actually engaged with that during the debate. So that said, everybody please click that link. Give us a vote if you've got one. I took a lot of notes tonight. I'm going to just kind of ask a couple of questions if that is okay with y'all, and I'll try again just to give the people some time to vote since they don't seem to have any questions for you. And also, for those of you who don't know, after the debates, we stop with the clock. Well, we put a different kind of clock on. We have more of an open forum conversation where all of us can kind of discuss. We don't do like we do on the 1v1 nights, because on the 3v3 nights, everybody here has already debated each other. So it's not really necessary for each of them to get into the ring with somebody about something that they didn't get to speak on. Instead, it's an opportunity for all of you guys. If you want to come in, I'll put 5 minutes on the clock for y'all. Chatters can come in and hang out for a couple minutes, talk to the debaters, ask any questions or do any pushback that you want. If you do have an interest in doing that, just jump into any Discord channel that you can see. I will have somebody in there to help vet and make sure that you don't just pull your dick out on camera as soon as you come in the room. You do that with them in privacy. But yeah, we'll bring you in here after we're done voting and let you get your words in as well. So, all right. So Steelborn, I'm gonna start with you real quick. Well, and actually, a lot of these there were a lot of commonalities in the debates. Y'all circled around similar points and similar angles of argument. The biggest one was the undereducation. I liked your three prime. Well, I guess you actually had four. I felt like you said three, but you had four. The democratic votes lead to tribalism, the undereducation of voters, the short-term gain over long-term benefit, and basically that the present exploits the future, which is sort of the same as the last one. The one I want to focus on, though, is the undereducation of voters. You talked about the low number of people who can pass the civics or a basic civics question. I think it was also you who brought up the citizenship test. Do you, and I feel like one of the debaters here said something about this, but I would like to hear you directly. Do you think that democracy would be benefited by increasing the education level of the voters? Like if you have everybody who votes, whether it's a landowner or they have to pass a civics test, they're still qualifying for the democracy in that situation. Democracy would then benefit, right?
Well, I think that there's a distinction between a republic and a democracy that wasn't really talked about that much in this debate, but I think you can have forms of republics that they tend to last a little longer than democracies, which, by the way, Kay was totally wrong about the fact that the longest lasting political systems were democracies, not even close. But like I've never actually heard anybody make a compelling argument for universal suffrage, which is basically what a democracy is.
Okay.
So
all right, cheers. Yeah, no, that's fine. Again, you don't think that the benefit would still be there? That's all I needed to hear. I'm going to shoot over to you real quick, Kay. So something that you said that I thought was really interesting was, well, a bunch of things actually. The idea that if God can give morality to the individuals, then God would therefore be able to influence the morality of the individuals in the democracy. But the thing that I wanted to actually ask you questions about, you touched on something, but you didn't pull the trigger. Do you believe that revolution is inherently a democratic act?
Apparently, no.
Okay. So how pull that apart a little bit for me then? Why or why not?
Minority groups have done successful coups and have seized power. It's not always a
I see.
majority.
Okay, so it's not about the majority of the people. And in fact, in the American Revolution, it was a very small number of people who supported the revolution, right?
I don't know the exact number of like when
I believe it was
like,
approximately 30 to 35% of the population supported the revolution.
if
I'm not
that's the
mistaken,
case,
somebody
then it
can
would
fact
have
check
been
that,
it would have been a minority.
Okay. All right. You brought up revolution in relation to democracy. How was it you were referring to? What was your point in bringing up the revolution?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Like, what was
like,
the point you were making about revolution?
well, I don't think I was making a point of revolution in terms of democracy, as in revolutions are democratic. I think the point that you're referring to is when I said that democracies can continue without the need of revolution, like to overthrow. Like he was saying that he mentioned that in a monarchy, he asked me, can't a revolution overthrow like a bad monarchy? And I said, yes, it could. And then I said, but we don't need violent revolution in a democracy to have change of power.
All right. All right, cool. Thanks, sir. Emmett, you're up. Quick question for you.
Yep.
So first of all, I want to say that it was really interesting the way that you were controlling the cross-examination. I thought that was really well executed. Just as a side note.
Thank you.
So, yeah, word. So you referred to China as a democracy.
Yep.
And in my own real quick searching, it was really difficult to find anything that referred to China as democratic. They were a republic for a short time, but it was a republic that was taken over by communism. And I don't know that communism is necessarily a democracy inherently because they follow either a polyber. But before that, they were historically imperial. So my question to you, sir, is how do you had Kay, I believe it was, define democracy? Can you tell me how you define democracy?
Well, I thought they were gonna go
Like
with
what makes China a democracy? Yeah.
Well, I thought they were gonna go with a higher extent of what democracy is. They were gonna include, for example, the United States. If you're gonna say that a representative republic is a democracy, I would put China as is as well. They do have I believe it was in 2000, maybe 11, 12. I'm not entirely sure which one of those. They just made Xi Jinping as president-elect for life. which means they actually had elections for the president before that, and they do have provincial level, quasi-provincial level, prefectural level, country level, and township level elections for the people that go into the Congress of China. That doesn't mean that it's going to be open for everybody. I don't think it's open for everybody. People like the yogurts, the people like the Cheng's yogurts of over there. I don't think they have any ability to vote. It's mostly to the people at the top. But if you're gonna put the United States as one, why wouldn't you put why wouldn't you put China as one? It's just that they obviously are in levels of capacity. So I would say that they're a democracy, that they're in a higher stage when it comes to them going towards tyranny, but they are still in the essence a democracy. There's still the ideas of voting. There's still they're still they got to power through this system. That's the idea. That's the point.
All right, cheers. Thank you, sir. Castle. First of all, always a pleasure. Always great to watch. I thought it was actually cool the way that you called out Abe about the whole you're just guessing about the voter knowledge. I thought that was really cool for you the way you kind of popped that one. So couple things. Another thing was that we elect people to reflect our personal morals, right? So again, we imbue the morals of ourselves into our elected officials theoretically. But you talked about Bill Clinton, and when pressed, you said that even though you acknowledged that even though he was impeached for what he did, which we elected him, and if he reflects our morals, I mean, there's a whole conversation there. But you said that the only real consequences that he faced was losing credibility. I'm not really sure how that affected him after he left office. If the impeachment didn't actually affect him during office, and how did he actually have what negative impact? Oh, Castle, I've lost you. Are you still there, buddy?
No, I'm here. I just had to go off.
Oh,
real
yep.
quick.
No, okay. No, it's fine. I looked up. No worries. I just looked up and I didn't see your face, so it threw me off for a second.
Whatever, horse.
Yeah, no, like deep. Peace out. So again, how did Bill Clinton lose credibility over the impeachment?
Yeah. So I mean, again, I think when we were talking about that particular case, it was for his sexual improprieties with an intern. I don't think it was anything that was more than just a scandal that was going to affect our very way of life or democracy. And so a lot of people even dispute if he should have been impeached for this in the first case. So I think that there are certain things that we hold our leaders accountable for. And I think also similar to crimes, we don't charge somebody who was convicted of manslaughter to go to jail for the rest of their life the same way we do for somebody who is murdered in the first degree. And so I think there are levels, and there's a spectrum here as well to how we decide through the justice system, through our own Congress, how we hold people accountable. I think in this case, we held him accountable by impeaching him through the House. Obviously, the Senate did not believe he deserved to be removed for that. And I think after the case and after that fact, he kind of was able to revive his image as well. And people thought less of him at the time when this happened. But then after a certain amount of time, we've come to realize that, hey, I think, certain improprieties aren't necessarily meaning that you're harming our democracy or you're harming the country. Obviously, it speaks to you as a person for how scummy you are. And so I think over time we've seen that those things matter less and less to people, and more matters more to people these days is, is the economy doing well? Is our country being protected? Am I safe? Do I feel safe? Real tangible things that we feel every day that people have decided are still kind of the bedrock of our democracy. And so I think that's how you can kind of view that case. I think there are other people who have been impeached and removed for much worse, actual white collar crimes, stealing money or taking money, money laundering, a lot of those things that people do in Congress, insider trading, that's happened, and they've been removed from Congress. So I think we are not perfect, like I mentioned, but we too kind of decide on what we believe is serious and is impeachable and removable from office, and what we believe is condemnable or censurable through Congress. That doesn't necessarily mean you are being removed. But I think those are accountability, that counts for accountability in both ways. Just one may be lesser, one may be more.
All right, cheers. So again, I just want to circle it back. You said that we elect people to reflect our morals. So Clinton doing that and getting impeached for it would arguably happen because he was no longer reflecting the morals we thought he represented. Is that a fair justification for the impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of sums it up nicely. I mean, there was, I mean, Clinton, again, his image was harmed by it at the time, and then over time, people thought there was less of an issue. So I guess you could say that the consequences were more short term rather than long term. But yeah, he was held in civil contempt for technically misleading in his testimony. So you could argue that part too. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cheers. Thank you for the answer, sir. All right, Mr. Dinkus. First of all, I'm super glad to have you here, man. I hope you come back. I absolutely enjoyed the hell out of it. You are really good on your feet, for what it's worth. And I thought that it was really cool the way that you caught Kay on whenever he was making the reference about the steel and all of that, the appointed position of leadership as opposed to the democratically elected. There were a couple of things traps that you snapped closed that were really impressive. And you also talked about the fact that it rewards charisma over competence. I thought that was really cool. So my question to you was, you were talking about the resources and the duration, the idea that rather than necessarily being successful because they're democratic, that these nations that Kay was talking about, the top 25 nations or whatever, that are also democratic and are also the highest GDP, highest medical quality or medical care quality, et cetera, et cetera. All of these criteria that he outlined. And you pushed back saying that it was because of the duration of their republic or their nation and the resources available to them. However, I think that there was a question about this. And this is going to come back to a question similar to what I was asking Emmett. The USSR, aka now Russia, was never really democratic. It is not currently really democratic. And I don't know how anybody. I would like to hear you explain how modern day Russia is an actual functional democracy, and also, they have just as much resources as the US. Why are they not as successful as the US if duration, tenure, and or resources were the driving factor?
Well, the reason why they're not as successful is not because of
No, this is Dinkus. This is Abe. This is Abe, Emmet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was referring to what I asked you. No, you're good, buddy.
My bad.
Question was for you, bud.
So partially, I wouldn't make the claim that they were a democracy, but my claim is partially in reference to the fact that because democracies are willing to outspend what they actually bring in, which seems to be consistent with democracies, they push the limits of like technological advancement, all these things. They're pumping all this money that doesn't exist into a system, which then tends towards collapse. Yes, Russia is got all the same resources that the U.S. has, but what we see is in the way that they've governed, or over time, they've been pressed by all sides to not expand, to not do the things that they would deem necessary to build what they want. I think that partially it has to do with all of these places that are democracies have had democracy functioning to drive basically overspending and extreme utilization of all resources to push themselves forward, and have received less pushback from the nations around them. Like the US doesn't get a whole bunch of pushback the way that, say, a nation like Russia does, regardless of the right or wrong aspects of how they have existed as a nation. I think that what we see is the ones that are doing well are either propped up and helped by other democracies that are also overspending, and have had less pushback from all the nations near or around them. And so I think that that's at least one thing to take into account when we say, oh, these are the countries that are doing the best. Well, how much have they had to fight against the nations around them in order to become the strength they are, and how much support did they gain from outside systems in order to become those things? And again, like I said, all of these nations that are democracies generally outspend what they are actually generating as wealth. So they're driving themselves forward on basically imagination and fiat until they're going to either have to expand or collapse, one or the other.
All right, very cool. Thank you very much, sir. And last but not least, Circa. So, Circa, a couple things. First of all, absolutely great job as well. You lost me a little bit with the syllogism being sound and valid thing. I wasn't really sure like how that landed. I did like the fact that you called out that everybody knows about something. So, and I also, can a stupid person be the best leader, right? So I want to actually push back on that. Do you think that a person who is actually let me start out by, what benefit do you think? God damn it.
That is true.
No, we're going to go a different direction. Democracy always fails. I'm going to ask you about that
That's
instead.
true.
So you push back against the idea that democracy always fails, and it was brought up the longevity of our democracy, that the United States' democracy is actually the longest successful democratic
That was K.
republic, or
That was K.
well, it was Steelborn who mentioned it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right though. And you push back on it whenever it was in your cross. The fact that democracies always fail. Steelborn mentioned the fact that democracies always fail. I will just ask you then, can you explain to me why throughout history, all of the democratic republics and democracies didn't last as long as the other alternative options? So we had all of these other longer lasting republics that were not democratic, but our current democratic republic is the only one that has lasted this long. Why do you think that is?
How much are you collapsing a bunch of different time frames?
Yes,
Steelborn brought up a bunch.
yes. Throughout all of history, yes.
Steelborn brought up a bunch of different eras and then collapsed them all into one by
Yes.
saying that the Romans never had democracy, and obviously they had a republic for.
They had a
few
democratic republic, yep, a representative republic.
at some point, but that is still progressing towards a democratic ideal.
Okay.
I didn't even discuss the Roman Empire with you. That was the Chinese
And then
Empire.
Yeah, no, you were talking about Chinese Empire. No.
You said
He's
Romans
right.
too.
It was K. It was K. No, that was Emmet and Abe. Regardless, that's irrelevant. I'm asking you right now. So again, my question to you is, why do non-democratic republics or non-democratic nations seem to last longer than democratic ones?
I just don't think that's true. There's different forms of democracies, there's different forms of democratic ideals, and then there's different forms of feudalism and monarchies. And I don't really think the question is whether or not, an unjust regime has been around a long time. Would we say North Korea has been around for quite a while now? I mean, if it reaches 200 years, is that an argument for the positivity of North Korea? It might
the
be for a
efficacy.
few people. It might be for a few people. But it is
Okay.
extinguishing a lot of people at the same time. So I don't know. Depends.
Sure. And again, we're looking for efficacy. We were looking for sustainability and functionality. So, but
Efficacy would
yeah,
include the majority of the civic will as a whole. I mean, not just some civic will seems to be doing good if we exterminate or enslave a certain amount of other civic will.
but that happens in democracies as well, right?
It can, but
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear that democratic ideals evidently do not annihilate the will of others. In fact, it is in the democratic ideal itself, is the preservation of the loser. That is not something other forms of government can claim.
All right, cheers. All right, thank you all for your answers there. Again, that was just me doing a little bit of light pushback since the damn audience isn't asking you guys any questions. I'm gonna chalk that up to they feel that you guys asked all of the relevant questions and you left nothing else on the bone. So with that, I'm going to drop the link one last time, and I'm going to talk for just a split second. Please click that link. Please get your votes in. We are going to give it less than a minute before we look at the votes, and then we're going to stick a fork in it. I want to say to all of you guys, thank you very much. This is a really, really interesting prompt, and this was as good as I hoped it would be. I wish in hindsight that I would have just put 15 minutes on the clock for all three pairings. Each of y'all had it in you, and I'm actually looking forward to the after party. I just hope that we can actually still continue listening to each other in the after party, because we're going to be bringing some audience members in. Audience members, if you guys have anything you want to say to them, jump into the waiting room. I see a whole bunch of you guys down in the lounge, but if you want to talk to us, you got to be in the waiting room, and I will drag you guys in from there. And with that, let's fucking look. I'm tired of waiting. I've talked for long enough, and I'm tired. So we're just going to go straight to the votes. So, showing results. Jesus Christ. All right. That is fucking hilarious. The votes came out 24-23 by the slimmest of Democratic margins. 51% of the vote. The final answer goes to the negative. Kay, Castle, and Circa, congratulations. But again, that's so fucking close to split that under normal circumstances, I would just call that a draw. But we don't do that anymore. So we're giving credit to the negative, but obviously that means that the chatters still are torn. All right.
Whoa. There's a last minute vote like California.
To tie it up, did it tie up? Yeah, okay.
We vote bank that,
and I'm sure. I was about to say, we're still gonna give it to the negative because I gave everybody like fucking 15 minutes of me.
Yeah, it was like 15 minutes to vote on that. So
yeah, exactly. They should have gotten it in there quicker. So, but it was a great fucking job from both teams. Like I said, I really enjoyed that.
Now it's positive and us winning.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to keep going up, I'm sure. So, fun fact: in the VODs, I actually put the straw poll in the footer of the VODs, so people actually keep voting in whenever they watch the videos afterwards. So I actually watch the numbers continue going up as people watch it, even after the debates are done. So I think that's kind of funny too. I don't close off the actual votes. But
that's an interesting thought experiment right there. Just watching it as it goes on in time.
Yeah, just to see how people decide. So, yeah. All right, hang on one second. Let me see if any of those people actually want to pop in here, or yes, I do. And I'm guessing that some of them do. So real quick, just out of curiosity, Abe, would you be interested in coming back to us sometime in the future? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic.
I'm always down for exploring thoughts and having fun conversations about things and debating things just for fun. So,
yep. Well, just so you know, the way this works is usually every week or two, I send out a list of prompts. And I send them out to everybody that's ever said they were interested in debating. We're up to a stupid number of people that I send this out to now. And you just go through. It's really easy, really quick. You just click. Whether you agree, disagree, or fuck off, I don't want to talk about it. And then I go through, usually on Wednesday nights, I do it live. We go through and we figure out what the best pairings are. We try to keep people roughly skill matched as well as tone matched. For what it's worth, tonight was perfect because I felt like the balance, especially in the captain or the champion rounds, I thought that Abe and Circa were great together. Emmet and Castle were great together, and Steel and Kay were great together. I thought that those were absolutely perfect. It was actually the way that I wanted it to land. That's why you guys were paired up the way that you were. So I thought that was pretty awesome how you guys managed to do that for me. So Okay, so it looks like we do have somebody who's ready to come up. And it's everybody's favorite troll. Let's see what's on his mind tonight. Boink. And boink. All right, what's going on, Game Boy? You are on with everybody. What's on your mind? What did you
This
think?
guy's a
Yeah,
retard.
What is your 2 cents, Game Boy?
Oh, this guy's so
Hey,
stupid.
real quick, just before he starts, I'm just letting you know, Horseradish.
yeah,
I'm
right.
probably gonna hop out of here at around 12:30 my time, so about another 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Again, whenever you guys have to go, you just go ahead and go. Once we're through all of the people who want to come in, I'm probably going to call it a night early myself because I got to get up early in the morning for work as well. And I'm sweating out here. It's been a long day and fuck, it's hot. Goddamn El Nino. All right, so Game Boy, what's on your mind, buddy?
Sorry, I just took a bite of food.
That's all right. What you eating?
It's pretty niche. It's called Subway. I
Love
saw this
Subway.
dude who like did this commercial where he had like big pants. I was like, yeah, I need to lose some weight.
Okay.
Anyway,
All right.
Deep thoughts with the deep.
Yeah. So about the debate,
oh yeah,
does democracy work, Game Boy?
it goes. I was just wondering what like the active like alternatives were to democracy, because like in this debate, it's not useful to know what people want, regardless. But like now that it's over, what else outside of democracy?
So real quick, and we'll kick this to Steelborn first since he's about to leave, but I feel like he actually did answer this, even though he said he didn't have to. He actually mentioned monarchy as a viable solution, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll let Steelborn, you go ahead. What's a viable alternative to democracy in your opinion?
So I think you can actually. I honestly think one of the best political systems was what the Byzantium Empire had, which was called a constitutional monarchy. They actually had a constitution with actually like guaranteed rights and protections, and the emperor could be removed via, I think, the Senate, if I remember, or like a senator or a Senate. I could be wrong
Really?
about whether or not it was the Senate, but the emperor could be removed.
Okay. So
And how
what's
were
the
they put
benefit of
into
that?
power?
So
Yeah.
the benefit is that you actually have long-term. You have instead of having to constantly worry about elections, you have long-term goals that can be achieved. Whereas like the declining the birth rate, the national debt, our problems with our infrastructure, stuff like that. Stuff can't get solved in a 4-year term. But shit can get really fucked up in a 4-year term.
The president doesn't do those things.
The president can incentivize things to increase the birth rate. They can have different policies to lower the national debt. They can cut spending.
No, they can't.
All right, so real quick,
be
Game Boy
Congress.
was asking in that
Congress.
Byzantine Empire, how did they come into office or come into power in the first place?
Yeah,
That
'cause,
emperor that's able to be voted out.
I honestly don't remember. It's been a really long time since I looked into the Byzantine Empire, but
Does anybody in the conversation happen to know, or do I have to look?
I
I
can look it
think
up real quick.
I
Yeah,
can-
so
I feel
Constantine-
like you described
Constantine
something
the
that's
Great-
closer to a democratic ideal.
Yeah, hang on, sir. Castle has the answer. Castle, what were you saying, sir?
Yeah, so it says in 1453, Constantine the Great beat Hillary Clinton in 3 states. So he got the.
All right, Dick.
Sorry,
you had an
I
answer.
had
Been
to.
around
I had
forever.
to. I had to.
No, you had me. All right. Byzantine.
I'm looking it up right now.
Isn't this just moving towards a democratic ideal?
The Byzantine Empire was not chosen by a single fixed system or the empire's 1,000-year history. Emperors came to power in several different ways: hereditary succession, military support, Senate and court approval, popular acclamation, divine legitimacy through coronation of the church. And yes, it was a monarchy.
and
Except that's including
Can I
a bunch
ask
of
you a question?
democratic ideals, right?
Little
Yeah, go
one
ahead,
of
Game
them.
Boy.
you think is important in consideration in establishing these people? Would you prefer like heritage? Would you prefer like military? Would you prefer? I don't know. I've heard people who like vote in like monarchs, which is just a democracy with like a monarch twist. But like, how would you put these monarchs into power?
I honestly, so one of them, I actually think I do tend to support hereditary succession, and my arguments for hereditary succession is because so when you have hereditary succession, there's no question as to who's actually the heir to the throne. So that actually solves a lot of the problems for who's going to be the leader. Not only that, the person who's going to be the leader, they're brought up and taught their entire life how to govern, how to actually handle these types of things, the types of, the ways in which they need to think, how they ought to treat their people, how they ought to protect their people, defend their people. Like that's their whole life is them being trained in how to be the ruler.
Have you ever
But
read
don't
the
we
Prince?
see the current issue with that in the
Have you ever read the Prince?
English, and then in like the Romans, and then you had the Norse? Like I feel
No,
like
I
every
also,
time
by the way, I also think
Western
every
stuff-
Christian ought to support monarchy, at least not be inherently against it. Monarchy is the only political system ever actually endorsed by God in the Bible.
well,
Have you ever read
reluctantly,
the
but
Prince?
okay.
Have you read the Prince?
God damn, Circa, let me talk. Fuck.
Right? We got to guess, man. Got to guess. And I'm about to move on to the next guess. Game Boy, did you have anything else that you wanted to say, or are you good?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I agree. Monarchy is probably a good system with long-term politicians, but at the same time, the legitimacy of that, whenever selecting a king, has often led to situations where, like, okay, you find a person who is well and qualified, but okay, they disagree with the person from the past, and these lineages only add another 10 years to what we already have. So,
Well, that's
like,
actually
yeah,
not true. So I looked this up because I have something that I think it was Kay who said that, the longest lasting political system was a democracy, which isn't true.
Not what
The
I
longest
said.
lasting-
Not what I said. I said some of the longest lasting, and I've
Speak on-
even fact checked it, and it is true that some of the longest lasting were democracies.
Which ones?
Okay, so you have the San Marino
Game Boy, I'll get you
direct
later.
representative republic. You have Iceland's parliamentary democracy, Switzerland's federal democracy, and then while the UK and Canada did not start, Canada and Sweden didn't start as democracies. Once they transitioned to democracies and still persist in current day.
True, but universal
ones on the
suffrage
list-
wasn't very common in those countries until very recently. But not only that, so like the longest lasting democracy was San Marino. You're right; it was a republic, and it lasted for about 1,700 years. The ancient Egyptian Empire lasted for about 3,000 years. The Imperial Chinese Empire lasted for 2,100 years.
No, they
the
didn't.
Japanese
No, they
Empire
didn't.
lasted for 2,600
Nope, it wasn't
years.
one consistent government. You're conflating
think
government
this is kind of
collapsing and then
irrelevant,
recoming
isn't it?
together.
Ancient Egypt
Yeah,
had
it is.
interruptions,
It
but
is
the Chinese
irrelevant. You're
Empire
right,
did not.
but
No, the Chinese Empire did not have interruptions. From 221 BC to 1912 AD, the Imperial Chinese Empire was a monarchy and it lasted that long. Japan, the imperial line claims 2,600 years. Byzantine, 1,100. Holy Roman Empire, 1,000.
Excuse me? Did you say Japan was a continuous 2,100 years?
Yeah,
There was a monarchy in Japan for 2,600 years.
Different ones?
Yeah,
It
multiple
was still the
different
same
ones.
political system.
They're different things, though, entirely, and it ruined
No, if
It's
one,
not-
hold on,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no,
entire
if one- if- no,
civilizations.
not different. What do you mean they're different civilizations?
No, it ruined them because when they switched, it was very violent.
When they switched what? Kings?
Yeah, between monarchs. Fucking entire, samurai wars are fought over.
So
What do you
it-
mean?
So it
One
wasn't
continuous
hereditary.
monarchy. He doesn't get to be like, oh, because monarchs ruled after each other, one after one. That's not, you don't get to like string them together like it's a fucking.
So because
fruit
hold
roll-up
on, so
now.
because we've had
Wait,
different, so because we've had different, hold on, real quick. So because
What are
we've
we
had
talking
different
about?
presidents, then the United States hasn't been a continuous democracy.
Sorry, are the
We
presidents
don't have
warring
a
states?
monarchy.
Okay.
We had a fucking civil war. What do you mean?
They're not warring fucking things. They're literally
I-
within the democracy itself.
just-
It's the
I
same
just-
So did the
framework for
democracy,
government.
so did the democracy of the United
Hang
States
on one
fail
second,
and
Emmett.
change?
Change
I'll
the
get you in there.
Constitution. Every
Mhm.
president. Did we change the Constitution? Every president to
By the way,
somehow
the
say that new
longest-
president is the
When
leader.
the Civil War happened, did the democracy of the United States was that a new system now?
It was
Did change?
tested. It was tested. You're right. Yeah, I never said it was perfect.
All right, y'all, hang on. Emmett, what were you about to say real quick
I
before
just
you run
find it
off?
funny
Oh,
that you
fuck
think you
man.
can string together monarchies, bro. Like it's fucking fruit roll up now, or like we're playing some game of like fucking,
It's
like
the
hold
same
hands, now we
system
can
still
just-
continuing. Just because the ruler
They're
changes doesn't mean the
completely
system
different
changes.
fucking regimes, dude.
Well,
And
real quick, what were you
factions.
going to say, Emmett? Emmett had something to say. Please let him get it out real quick.
Yeah, so I just look at it. I just take a look at it because Circa made a I don't believe it argument, which means absolutely nothing. And it says that
Sure,
Japan monarchy is
what'd
the
you find?
oldest continuous hereditary monarchy in the world, with a lineage traditional tracing back to 660 BCE. So just
Who?
So Japanese monarchy was hereditary.
Was it
is
all
what
one
you're saying.
monarchy? Was it all one monarchy?
yes, the oldest continuous
It was
hereditary
all one
monarchy.
ruler, the same lineage,
The same
government, same
lineage,
regime.
exactly. That's what it says.
It
Bro,
was?
Shinzo Abe holds the record for the longest serving head of government in Japan, and that's for 3,188 days. What the fuck? And then also
current
for
emperor-
the Chinese dynasty, the Zhao dynasty lasted for 790 years. But even then, you had the
current-
Western Zhao, the Eastern Zhao, and apparently Eastern Zhao was split in two fucking warring states, so it wasn't even
I
a
understand
dynasty.
you don't want me to
Understanding, they're
talk,
all the
but
same
the
thing.
current emperor Naruhito has been on the Chrysanthemum throne since May 2019. So they're still having a
Emmett, if
monarchy
you were
over
a
there.
king and then I dethroned you, would you say that I'm a continuation of your regime?
Yeah, no, homie,
If you were
I'm
part
sorry.
of-
I got to jump in there. I got to jump in there. The Yamato dynasty was the longest direct hereditary continuous family, 2,600 years. He's not wrong. The Yamato dynasty, established by the legendary Emperor Jimmu, the throne has theoretically remained within the same family for over 2,600 years, according to
But
National
that's not how it
Geographic.
works in Japan, horseradish. In Japan, because you have a fucking
don't have to
dynasty
yell.
doesn't mean that
You don't have to yell.
it doesn't mean that you're ruling. All right, doesn't mean that you're
No,
ruling the
they're
country
very
or that the
mad,
country is.
So what is a hereditary monarchy in Japan? It's just a dude
in
sitting on a
Jap-
chair and
the
fancy.
So what-
emperor
so- so
becomes
hold on,
the
so if the
divine
next
Japan
emperor,
is-
if the next emperor decides not to tax rice as much as his father did, is that a change in the regime? Is it like the regime is now totally changed?
Yes. It's a
No,
complete, if I dethroned you, Steelborn, then it would
No,
be
that's
a
not what I
change.
said. That's not what I just
We're
said.
having three different conversations.
No,
Yeah, hold
Japanese
on.
been continuously for
We got to
2,600
address one at a
years.
time.
One dynasty.
Please, we got to address one at a time. Circa, obviously, yes. If you're changing completely the lineage, the family, the goals, yes, I get it. That's when you're changing an actual government. But if what I'm reading here is true, Kay is claiming that this hereditary monarchy in Japan was powerless. Is that what you're getting
Yes.
at, Kay? Was that
Oh,
they were
no,
just
I
an
don't-
honorary position? They weren't
Well,
actually the leader of the
okay.
government?
They're divinely
So this is
inspired.
how it went. So this is how dynasties worked in Japan. You had
Mhm.
warring factions that had separate governments, separate claims that all fought for Japan, and would go warring against each other.
Yes.
So, yes. So it wasn't one unified governance system that continued. And then when
It
they
was
did
for
away,
2,600 years.
no, it was
I'm
not.
telling
No,
you,
it was not.
According to
no.
National Geographic disagrees with you, my
Oh
dude.
fucking
I'm
god!
telling you that no. Again, yes, you're right. The dynasty changed, or the families changed multiple times throughout Japan's long history. However, that particular family had a hereditary claim for 2,600
Because
years
they're all
in Japan.
descendant of
It
the
is the
god
longest.
Amaterasu.
Are you done?
Because they're
Are
all
you done?
descendant of
Yes.
the divine god
Yes.
Amaterasu.
Okay,
That's
now
not
that you're
lineage in
done,
reality. That's
how
not
it
lineage-
ended
that's
up
not lineage
going
in reality.
when they got rid of the dynasty, how it worked is that it became ceremonial figureheads for traditional sakes. They don't hold political power, and they replaced it with a parliamentary democracy.
When did that happen?
So when they say
When
that,
did that happen?
somebody is still part of it, shut the
When
fuck
did
up
the
for a
Japanese
second.
I just wanna
When
know
they say-
when.
Stop having power.
Yeah, I just
Are you
want to know
gonna let me-
when.
are you
I
gonna
just
let
want to
me
know
finish?
when did that
Are you gonna let me
When
happen?
did the
finish?
Japanese emperor stop having
Wait,
power? When?
When?
Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish?
Yes, they're just
Okay,
asking
cool.
you to
Excuse me.
include the date.
I'm not going to yet. All right, so
Okay.
the point of it is that when you say these numbers, not only are you talking about people that didn't hold consistent power, but you're talking about people that don't hold power to the day, but still are figureheads that are passed down. So even though dynasties lost out, they still passed on the title to their next of kin without holding any legitimate power, or holding little legitimate power in like small little enclaves, not in entire systems.
When did that
Well, real
happen?
quick, I
Horse,
actually
they
stayed
were-
longer
they
than I
were
was going to, guys.
children,
I gotta
they
head
were-
out though. You guys have a good
I
night.
appreciate
Have a
you,
good night,
Steelborn.
Stillborn.
They were descendant with the chrysanthemum throne of the god Amaterasu.
Mhm.
Is that a
Yep,
real?
I'm reading all of this with you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were
Yes,
part
so
of the
they-
And I
same
understand
family.
that the
continuous
shogunate.
lineage. They were all
So-
divine. They were all divinely descendant of a god, a hypothetical Amaterasu.
Yep. So real quick, Emmett, what Kay is saying regarding the shoguns and the shogunates or
The
shogunates,
shogunate.
that
Mhm.
there were
Shogunate.
Yeah, there were times the succession remained rigidly hereditary through the male bloodlines. However, there were periods powerful military dictators would hold administrative control while the imperial family remained symbolic figureheads. So,
Yeah.
although it was absolutely the longest hereditary bloodline of kings or of monarchs, it was also kind of an honorary position.
Yeah, and at the end of the
It's an
shogunate,
honorary bloodline.
at the end of the
Honorary
shogun,
bloodline.
at the end of the shogunate, the one that won was the emperor. The power stayed with the emperor. So that's what I was asking. Like, when did they become just a figurehead? And what they're talking about is the end of World War II. So
It doesn't
No,
matter.
that's
It-
no, that's
So-
when dynasties got replaced
so-
with a parliamentary democracy.
oh
not
my
when
god,
India-
not the sass
Yes,
guy.
that's not when.
Oh,
That's not.
listen,
That is not.
I
when,
don't
like,
have enough
specific
sass in me
people
today.
Stopped.
okay,
I'm
but
sorry.
The point is that it's
Yeah,
not
you
lineage
don't have
of
enough.
hereditary bloodline.
Ugh.
It's literally
What if I
a
remember the
divine
sass guy?
lineage
What
from
the
a
fuck?
god Amaterasu. It's not.
I'm an
real,
ass
so you don't
guy,
just get to
but,
string
like-
them
Sass, the sassiness, the sassiness.
together.
All right. So welcome in Razor.
Fucking
For what it's
sass.
worth, completely unrelated. It was literally like when I was editing your last debates, Emmett, that I realized that you're sitting on the chair that matches Razor's headphones.
I know.
Not entirely, but
I'm just, I'm
no,
just,
but they.
I,
I'm just saying, y'all are kitty cat twinsies. That's all
no,
I'm saying.
I'm in the
So-
pussy throne. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's what the headphones are too. All right, Razor.
No, those are not a
welcome in,
throne.
my dude. Well, hey, that's where some people sit. Anyway, all right.
no.
So, Razor, welcome in. Do you think that democracy? It took a second to sink in, but you got there. Do you think democracy works?
obviously, and
Oh.
obviously, I have to give it the caveat though. It's like it's like the worst fucking system in the world, except for every other system.
Who said that originally? I feel like I've
I
heard
forget
that
the
somewhere
exact-
before.
I forget the exact name off the top of my head. It's been
Winston
said by
Churchill?
multiple different people. I can't
Churchill.
remember who the thing is. It was Churchill.
It was Churchill.
It was
Thank you.
Churchill.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
big Churchill fans. He was a little bit of a dictator on his own right.
I don't.
But he was an
care.
elected
I don't.
ditator, right?
Like H-Man.
Yeah, keep
so-
in mind.
We
Keep in
also
mind, I
enjoy
don't,
H-Man
usually
somehow.
have- just keep in mind, I don't usually give a fuck who said it if it's a poignant
Sure.
phrase that can be used. Is that the point?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I knew I recognized it. I was just curious who it was. So
But yes, obviously, I think that democracy works. Fuck, Steelborn goddamn left. Before I could get it. Fuck.
sorry, man.
It's not your fault. It's obvious you was scared of the cat ears. You understood what was coming.
Oh, is
no.
that what it was?
He felt
I'm
my
sure
aura.
that's exactly what it was, Razor. You got it. Anyway, so what was your question? You had a point. You were going somewhere.
Sorry.
No.
Because it was, I think, somewhat similar to the question that Game Boy asked earlier of what is a system that you think is even somewhat better than democracy.
Sure. So
and
let's ship it
and
somewhere else.
No one else.
Emmett talked a while.
Only
Hey,
Steelborn answered it.
yep. Hey, what's a good alternative to democracy in your opinion?
Guys, should we
No.
leave?
I've been thinking through this like over the last few days as I went through the arguments and stuff, and there's a certain level of there has to be skin in the game to have a say in the system, and I don't know exactly how that looks, although I've been working through theories where there's a requirement of populace to make some level of understanding for the systems by which they live within, and that would
May I ask
create
you a question based on
greater
that? What you
sense.
said,
Hang
man?
on, let him finish. Let him finish. Write it down,
Sorry.
bro. You know how this works. I'm
I
sorry.
think that
Go
people
ahead.
should have a greater sense of what the system they live within and how it works before we just let the entire controls off. Because what happens is, like we said before, there's a level of no we don't push off the instant gratification type lifestyle. And what happens is everything's about now. We're gonna take everything for this generation, and the next generation suffers for it. And I think that it's an untenable situation in the long run. I think that drives us into the corruption that we see in democracies of the past that lead to collapse into whatever system they turn into from there.
I have
So
no
basically,
idea
you
what
don't have a
the
good
best
alternative,
form
is what you're saying.
I don't.
Fair.
What you just said exists in every other form of government.
Yep.
May I-
Word.
okay.
So yeah, I was about to say,
Fair.
Razor, you had a question, sir.
I have a couple. First one, you said something about having skin in the game is needed. Isn't that the whole thing of why we had the Boston Tea Party? No taxation without representation. I mean, you're
Sure,
Abe, you're
but
Abe
people
Dinkus. You obviously understand
Sure.
like the.
Sure,
Sorry.
but that would encapsulate that people who pay taxes have a say in governance. If you don't pay taxes, you still have a say in governance currently.
What?
Wait.
Well,
am I
I mean,
mishearing-
obviously, there's
being sure
taxes on
I'm being sure I'm
goods, which is
hearing
a
that
whole
correctly.
different thing.
I think it's more fundamental, guys. Okay, we're social creatures. The very act of living under some, cohesive civic life is we have skin in the game from the moment we're born. There's no human who.
Are you about to
doesn't
give us the
know-
NAP?
No,
No.
I'm not going to give my theory.
So-
no.
So
It's
I
just
would
you're
say
born and you are literally living in a social lifestyle. It's the human condition.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to be born into
yeah, I
whatever
would
system,
say that
period.
yeah, no, exactly. And with here in America with the what Sirka is saying, humans in general have always been a social species. The reason why we were able to outbreed, compete all of our previous all the previous species of the Neanderthals and any other type of Homo sapien.
Well, they were social too,
That's typing.
right?
Yeah, they were too, but we were
Yeah, the
we were better at it 'cause
homosexuals
our brains
too.
were able to get a little bigger.
It's even
We were
deeper than
able
that,
to.
Razor. It's even deeper than that.
Yeah.
If you, just the fear, like the very emotion of fear itself, is a relationship between something else other than you. So
Yeah,
you need
and
something else in order to actually have a personal will and self, right? So
Yeah, like
in
you
this
had
regard,
people had
very
the
act of
fear
a
that something
judgment,
was.
even silent judgment is you casting some sort of will onto another person or something else. So it's inherently an intrinsically born thing.
Yeah, and that ends up working better in a democracy overall because then you have the the grouping of people who are voting towards a quote betterment for society. They've all agreed that this is a betterment for society, while being able to be judged if they do something that can be seen as bad towards their fellow man. So
The
that's
loser
why
can still
when
remain. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Democracy preserves the loser.
No, they
Important.
don't. Who tells you that they're
All
going?
right. So did you have last thoughts, Razor?
Wait, they don't. They don't preserve the loser. That's not a necessity. In fact, there's a lot of cases in which democracy has happened. Well, you
You're
too.
still here somehow.
You're a homosexual, so
continue, my bad.
we're gonna come up with the losers.
Real quick.
If we're gonna go with the losers, then
Emmet, a democratic ideal.
Oh,
A democratic ideal.
Yeah.
Okay, is what?
What was that? Who left?
a democratic
What is the definition
ideal.
of
I don't
democratic
know.
ideal?
You're telling me about the ideal. What's the ideal?
It is effective participation,
Uh-huh.
inclusivity, right? And
Why is
preservation of that.
why is inclusivity a virtue of democracy?
It makes it
democratic
to
ideal.
where
Or principle?
it's to where you don't. It's to where
The ideal of democracy.
you.
Well, yeah.
It
Why
makes
is
it
it
to
an
where
ideal?
As
As someone who, it makes it to
You're
where
asking me,
someone
like, why
say
is water like
I
water?
can
What do you mean?
word that.
That's the ideal of democracy.
Exactly. If I want to ask you why
I
is
can-
water
and I
like water,
can-
you have to tell me a reason
Wait,
why. When it comes to
hold on.
something like this,
I
why
might
is
be able to
it?
answer this a little bit. I
Okay.
might be able to answer this a little bit.
Because
If I
that's the
could.
value.
Sister,
That's the
go.
value.
Go ahead, Razor.
Okay. The God damn it! The moment you did that sister thing, my brain fucking reset. Fucking hell.
Almost like that's a trick.
I know they fuck. But yes. inclusivity. Thank you. Inclusivity is an ideal in democracy because when you have more people, more things can get done in society, and with more
It's not about-
diverse.
It's not about that, Razor.
No,
It's
I
not
know there's
about
more.
the
There's more to
number
it.
of people.
I know, but it also has to do with It also has to do with diversity, different viewpoints among different people, all being able to make a better future for more people, for more of your offspring, because you were able to take in multiple different viewpoints and narrow down a path for humanity to continue forward and stronger.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this
So
question.
inclusivity helps that.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this question. It's not against you. I'm not trying to dunk on you directly. Okay. No, I don't think anybody here is what I'm gonna say, but it's just a question. Why should we open, for example, why should I open my society to the position of the maps? You know what a map is,
What
right?
does that mean?
I know what
Sure.
those. I know what those are. That one is something that people have collectively agreed is bad because it hurts the younger generation.
Well, I
that's not
understand
someone
that.
even people who are pro inclusivity. That's not even someone who is
Uh-huh.
pro
You want to
inclusivity like myself
institutionalize
would
the
even say that.
annihilation of a.
I
of a
understand that,
group of people.
but wouldn't that be more diverse to include
To
them?
institutionalize the annihilation of a group of people because you think that they're bad.
I'm not asking that, Sirkar. Calm down, okay? Let me engage
said,
with
"Why
my
should I let
let me engage
maps?"
with the sister, okay? Calm down. So wouldn't that be more diverse? It would be a different would it be a different viewpoint to include them when it comes to the decision making? Because there will be different decision. There will be more viewpoints, right? The maps have their own viewpoint. Why wouldn't we want to be more diverse?
Unfortunately, you are giving a straw man an argument with that statement. There's
It's not an argument, dude. I don't know. I don't know if you know logic, but a question is not an argument. It's a question. I'm just asking.
No, you're giving an argument.
Hold on,
I'm not
Sirkar,
giving
let
an
Razor
argument.
respond.
I got this.
Razor was asked. Yeah, Razor's asked. Go ahead.
So, no, I would say that this is very much of a straw man of the viewpoint of inclusivity. So, without using the word argument, I'm still going to say what you're saying is a straw man. Inclusivity does not mean that someone who is a map is allowed to be part of my society because they are a map and they have that viewpoint. I don't give a shit if you're someone who could bring actual legitimate harm to my children in my society. I kind of don't want you near them. That's my ideal on that one. But inclusivity when it comes to the mold of viewpoints is more talking about immutable characteristics like skin color, different sexualities, and
Like map.
or gender.
So I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Very authoritarian of you.
I don't believe maps.
It's fine.
That's not
okay.
a thing I would agree with.
I understand. Very authoritarian of you. I approve of his message. I agree with his
That's
way
not really
of saying that it's very.
so much as it is.
Well, real quick. Let me jump in, Razor. You're saying that maps is not a sexual preference that somebody has.
No.
So okay. So what would you call it then?
I would say it's because most of the time with pedophilia, it's a power-based thing.
Sure.
Do you know why I use the word map?
So is BDSM,
they are not
right?
into.
Sure.
They are not into they are not into the children because they are children. They're into the children because of the power difference.
Sure. So what would you classify that as? If it's not a sexual preference,
there's a very specific term. There's a very specific term. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Does anybody know?
No, I think
there's an actual term.
Why we're even talking about this?
Because
me neither. But like,
wait, I have a reason why. It's because wait a second.
The idea is that morality. The idea is that morality is voted on democratically by the group, just as what Razor is trying to say. What Razor is trying to say is that we, as a society, have all agreed that that particular behavior is deviant and unacceptable. and that it has negative
Okay.
impacts. We have democratically agreed on that as our group ethic.
That's not what a democratic
And
ideal is.
if we democratically agree on a different moral and then make something else that is currently considered to be moral immoral, are we able to shift the public's the almost like the Overton window on what is and is not acceptable behavior within our society?
Well, I have
mean, considering
another.
right now
I
we
have a
lot of-
different.
I
considering
think
right
that's
now
where
we
Emmett was
have,
going with it. I'm sorry.
Wait, I have a different.
Considering we right
Oh,
now
I
have
can
a,
explain.
Please stop talking. Please
hold on,
stop
hold
I
on.
can
Yeah.
explain.
Can a
Yeah,
democratic
well,
Andrew,
hold
stop
on. Yeah,
talking.
Circa's been real quiet. Circa's been real quiet. Go
Circa,
ahead,
go ahead.
give it to
Can
us.
a democratic process take
Mhm.
away or advance a democratic ideal at the same time?
Sure.
What?
So
I don't
can
know
use
what you
democracy
ask.
to take away a democratic
Yeah, I don't know that I
ideal.
understand the question.
Yeah. What was the
Oh
question?
my God. Democratic ideals
Yeah,
are different than voting. It's not the same thing. Majority is not democratic ideal. It's literally not what it is.
Yeah.
we might not go to a box and click that no, we don't like that behavior, or we all want to get rid of that behavior, but that doesn't mean we don't all agree on that behavior being unacceptable socially.
If you all agree to take away a democratic ideal with a democratic process, then you are not moving towards a democratic ideal.
Okay, explain to me what you mean by democratic ideal.
A democratic ideal is about effective participation, being able to have a view heard or policy known to other members. It's not about accepting it, and it's not about majority. It has nothing to do with that. Processes
Yeah.
are not the same thing as the ideal itself.
Yeah. So
There
we
are
should
mechanisms in which
allow.
you can achieve these things.
Yeah. Exactly. So we should
Wait,
allow.
wouldn't that
We should allow the map
You
position,
can use
right?
them to advance away from a democratic ideal. Is what I'm
May
trying to
I-
tell you, man.
Well,
Should
no,
I
hold
just
on.
real quickly-
Abe's been real patient. Abe had a question. Abe, shoot. What were you gonna say?
Well, I was going to say what Sirkar just said. If that is the case, then every democratic ideal and every democratic process would drive us further towards maximization of
No, it
full
wouldn't,
choice.
because
all
democratic
people
ideal is
at all
different than the
times.
mechanism. The democratic ideal is different than the mechanism. You
But
can
one
use
drives the
majority
other.
vote. You can use majority vote to take away democratic ideals. You're moving in the opposite direction democratically. This is I'm not
Yeah.
really sure how this is hard
Yeah,
right now.
that's correct. No, that's
So if
what
you
we're
are- If
saying.
you are a democratic
You can
ideal is
democratically
fundamental rights.
remove things that are
Democratic
acceptable.
ideals, fundamental rights, and effective participation. If you are taking that away democratically, you are not being more. You're not achieving a democratic ideal.
Yeah. So
You are
and
moving away from it
correct.
with a
Ideal.
democratic process. Those are completely
Ideally.
different things.
Okay.
If I may,
Ideally.
real quickly, before you go there, hold on. Before you go,
Ideally-
Emmet, just real quickly, I have to say
Oh,
something.
Lord.
Hold on, Emma. I just want to real
Yeah.
quickly,
Okay, sister.
just because I really need. I
I know
to
you like the
understand-
sound of your voice.
I do.
Likes the
But
sound of
you
yours
need to
too.
understand, not really, that this weird straw man that you keep making
Mhm.
very much puts you in a weird box in my mind, thinking that you want this thing when you keep bringing it up like this. Please,
Sure.
like, either
You
switch
can-
up your
you
idea,
can-
switch
you
up
can-
your thing, or
Listen, you are
Figure it out,
sexually
figure something
moral
out.
to me. I don't give a fuck what you have to say when it comes to anything.
yes, I
okay.
am very moral. I am
Very
very
immoral.
Yes.
Very
I am
immoral.
wonderful.
Okay.
You want to eliminate
You're
me?
you're a degen anyway. It doesn't matter what you have to say. When I'm asking about this question, it's
You
about
want
trying
to
to
I have
figure out.
I have a monogamous
I'm
relationship with
trying-
a woman. You think that's immoral? Wow.
I'm trying
okay,
to
fine.
figure.
I'll go grab a man.
I
I'll go
don't
grab a man
believe
right now
you.
for you. If you think
I
that my
don't
relationship
believe
is
you, but
immoral,
if that's
I'll
what
go
you
grab a man
Listen,
right now.
I might be
I'll go
wrong.
grab a man right
I will-
now, my dude. If
Dude,
you think of, if you my relationship
I will
with my
say
woman
this.
is bad,
Yeah,
I'll go
sister,
grab a man right now. Just
sister,
do it,
calm
okay?
down,
I'm
calm down.
bi and poly. I can
Calm
do it.
down, calm down, okay? Calm down. I will say this: if you have, if
Sorry,
I
had
will
to.
say this: if you're not married, you're still sexually moral anyway, and degen. But kudos to you if you have a. No, I'm not, but I don't have a relationship. So I would recommend you. I will say.
is that
Wait.
Hitler was elected. Hitler was elected.
I
to be
will
the-
say
we'll
to I will say to
we'll get
him,
to this.
congratulations on
That's
your
not moving
relationship.
towards a
I'm glad for
democratic
you,
ideal,
and I hope you have
but it was a democratic
y-
process.
you enjoy it a lot. When it comes to the question of
Oh, very
why,
much do.
yeah, when it comes to the question of why, I'm not asking this because I want it to happen. I don't care. Okay, the point is, if the ideal is to
I don't think
include,
about it like that.
if the ideal is to include as much people as possible and all of the viewpoints, then why odd in the idea of the ideal, why shouldn't we allow these people like the mad people? Why shouldn't we allow the people like the communists? Why shouldn't we allow these kind of systems that are subversive
also when
towards
the term. So
why
did you
shouldn't
hear the term? So
why
did you hear the term?
let me
that you even
finish.
yourself
Why shouldn't
stated
why
of as
let me
pop-
finish
no,
the
I already know you're
question.
great
Yeah,
at
here's the
comedy stuff.
question.
I don't
Here's the
care.
question, Amit. Let him
Eh?
answer.
I heard the question. I don't
No,
care about your
he
comedy. I don't care
hasn't.
about your
I'm
Just,
finishing the
no,
question.
you're
Answer the
about
question.
to you are
I
about
am
to add
finishing the
like
question.
adding in commies and stuff.
No, I'm not adding
You're about to
comments
add in
and stuff.
comedy
I'm
stuff.
just
I don't
finishing
care.
the question. Okay, why shouldn't
you
we?
can
Okay, finish it. Finish it.
reject
Finish
or
it.
adopt.
Somebody,
it.
yeah.
If we're talking about, if we are talking,
Hold on, Circa.
if we are talking,
Jesus, yeah, everybody.
oh
on.
my God, everybody talk at the same time. Okay, perfect.
All at once,
I'm trying
please.
to get-
We
I'm
love it when this
Yeah,
happens.
we love it. So why shouldn't?
No, Evan, I'm
if we're
trying to
talking
get you to
about,
finish your question, please.
if we're talking about the ideal, why
Evan, please
shouldn't?
finish your question.
I could if I you fucking stop talking. If
Sorry,
we're talking
there's a
about
delay.
that,
I
4
apologize.
minutes,
There was a
right?
delay on that one. I
Oh,
apologize.
Lord.
I apologize. Go ahead.
if we talked about the ideal, okay, we talk about the ideal, and this framework of diversity. Why shouldn't we allow all of the different diverse points that are
It's not an
subversive to the that are
Not
diverse
ideal.
Hold on.
I just
that are
Hold on,
diversive?
Circa.
Read it
Let
at
him
least.
finish the full thing, and then you can do your thing.
It's very difficult for him. Razor.
Ooh.
All right, so we
I know,
understand.
but
That
Razor,
is-
just answer the question. Yep, just
That
answer the
is su-
question. You know where Emmett's going with
That
this.
is
Please,
subversive
Razor, just go ahead and
to
get it out.
democracy to be allowed
So-
in.
So the way, there's a couple ways I can answer this. I'm going to try to answer both ways.
Okay.
The first way would be that you already have gotten an answer when the question is asked, when the statement is made of as many people as possible. The as possible there is very clear that we add as many viewpoints as we can that make sense for our society to thrive. It's as
We can reject
possible
them.
to survive.
reject them
You
still,
can
yeah.
reject people. Yeah, you can reject
Yes.
people still without at all.
And then the
Messing
second
up
point.
effective
Yep, we got it.
participation.
Second point.
And the second point would be
That's fine if you. That was
Okay,
that was the actual answer. It's fine.
and the second point, yes, okay. And the second point is that you are somewhat bringing in this weird tolerance the tolerance paradox again, that I always see.
Yep. Now, and that's where I figured you were going to go. So now I'm going to jump in on Emmett's behalf and say he was clearly going to the most extreme and egregious example of something we universally condemn. So he could have said racism, he could have said murder, he could have said rape, he could have said any of these other different options of abysmal behavior. He went to the thing that we all universally agree is fucking should be punishable by death, right? So that said, he gave the exception to try to prove like the one thing that we will not allow into our society. Are there not shades beyond where does the line actually get drawn? Was the point he was trying to make, I think.
Razor,
Correct,
can I
Emmett?
answer?
The particular line where that line specifically gets drawn, and this is how I've always
Razor,
I've
can I
started
answer?
saying it.
Well, let him get it out, and then he's getting out of the room, so you'll
Yeah,
get to
you
go
can-
next year. I
I'll
promise.
say my full thing, and then you can go.
Yeah, and then you're out.
There's a line that I remember from John Oliver on his last week tonight when people kept bringing up slippery slopes. People kept bringing all this thing like, where would it all end? Fucking somewhere. It will be the line will be there. It's not like this continuous thing of a slippery slope that will go on forever. There is a line that society will go for, and it will be for the betterment of humanity. So always picking these extremes like this to say no to democracy because you think that will allow in child touchers to be part of this part of our union as if they're accepted, that's dumb because we would have cut the line long before they got there.
And Emmett did acknowledge. Emmett did acknowledge that.
I felt like saying it like that.
Emmett did acknowledge that you gave the right answer of there are some ideas that are obviously going to be excluded.
I said based. I said based.
Yeah.
Okay, and I said very authoritarian of you, which I think is fine. In fact, the laws and the application of the law is under an authority.
Do we have laws against people
Yeah,
who touch kids?
the application of the law is authority,
That is
right? It would be
correct, yes,
authoritarian. So you need an authority to
How is
apply
it
the law.
authoritarian?
You need an authority to apply
How
the
is it
law.
authoritarian?
Is the law an
So before I-
authority?
before
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wanna
before I
answer
head
what
out,
Horse
can
Is
I
said.
the-
say one last thing? Before I head out, can I say one last thing?
Shoot.
While I am Knuff, you are also all Knuff. Love you all.
All right.
Bye,
Appreciate you, brother.
sister.
Later,
Later.
Razor. I want to answer what you said, Horse, because the truth
Yeah.
is that
Mm.
we can think about fascism right now. Okay.
No, we
Fascist is
can't. I
something
don't know
that
what the
is
fuck
not universal.
fascism is. Can you please
Emmett,
explain it to me?
Hang on, Emmett.
Because I'm not sure
Circa
about
finish, please.
what fascism is. Is Trump a
Look,
fascist?
I know he's gonna give us an example. We'll get there. I promise. Let him
Well,
get it out.
I know
Go
I'm
you
ahead.
don't
sorry,
know
but
what it is.
when he says
Fine.
fascism, I don't know what he's
Circa.
talking about.
I know.
Fine,
In
but imagine it.
ultra nationalist authoritarian regime.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not
Please
trying
continue.
to bring up the fucking
I don't
definition
know.
of fascism. Right now. I'm
Yep,
just
I
saying
know. I answered it
fascism
quickly. So where you were going?
is something that's universally
Uh-huh.
agreed to be a bad thing.
No.
The same way that you're just describing there.
I disagree.
But it
I
would be-
actually disagree.
why not?
There are a
It's
lot of people who
responsible for 80
support
million people
fascism.
dead.
Yeah.
There
a
are
real
there
field,
there
I
are
know,
still
really
plenty
is.
of people who support fascism. You know that as well as
But
I
it's
do.
responsible for 80
So-
million people who died.
Communism is the
Yes.
same thing. Communism is about
Yes.
210 people, so 210 million.
Good deflection, Emmett. I'm not going to sit here. And
I'm
defend
saying
communism.
that
Why
it's
don't you
not
stand up?
universally seen as bad, which is wrong on your end
Yep,
to claim it is.
what's your point, Circa? Yes, it was really, really bad, but there's still some people who think it's swell. What's your point?
Okay, so what you were talking about? What, child touchers? Is that what I'm hearing earlier?
He was talking about maps.
Maps.
Now,
That was the point that he was making.
is this someone who has like
It's a political movement
Yes,
for
that is
for
correct. Yes, it is. It is the.
Okay, have
It
they-
is
have they
the
acted on
main.
it?
No.
So what are we talking about?
I use
Well,
it.
so once again, the idea being that those people, the group of people who feel that way but haven't acted on it yet, he's saying, do we want to include them in a democratic vote? Do we want their ideas to be represented? And once again, Razor already engaged with the idea that no, there are obviously some ideas, some things that we are, as a society, not going to allow in.
Okay, this is ridiculous. I'm serious.
Yes.
Can you reduce an entire person down to this map?
Yeah, it's a political movement, just like the
Everything
letter
about
people.
them you can reduce down to this.
Just like the
Everything.
letter people. You know the letter people?
No, but in other words, if you're going to allow in any other group, any other non-mainstream group, should this group be also represented?
No,
is the point he's getting at.
democratic ideals do not include just every idea. That's not a thing. That's why you need to read what it is, I think.
That
There
is
are
the
a lot of people who
question.
think that Satanists are
can
as
reject
bad
them.
as maps. Right. There's plenty of people who think that Satanists are as bad as maps.
Or
And so for
atheist.
a
person who's a
Satanist
Satanist
to be
is
in
not only a
office,
Satanist. They're not only
Sure.
a Satanist.
however, it is oftentimes in our political, you even said it yourself in the debate, that in our democracy, it could very easily be a defining factor. That we are going, that like what a person, yes, we understand that does not completely summarize a person. However, it can be a thing that will rule that person out because it is a factor.
So we can do this
So-
with democratic ideals. I'm confused. Why are
The-
we even arguing
Yes.
about?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, you said one of the ideals of democracy is representation. Do you agree with that?
A fundamental right is each as like an
Idea.
ideal that democracy
Stop adding
prescribes a
words.
right.
You're talking about ideals. We're talking about
I'm not adding words,
ideals.
I'm literally
You're
defining it
adding
for you,
words.
bro.
No, you're not. I need to know the
How does
ideal.
representation play into
Emmett,
democracy?
shut up.
It's
How does
Stop.
representation?
it's representation
how does
on an ideal or
representation play
not.
into- Yep, let
It's
him
effective
answer it this way.
participation. Effective
How-
participation. That's what it is.
Effective participation.
Effective
Okay.
participation, not representation.
It is. Everyone has like a opportunity to make their views or policy known, to other
Including
people.
including
That's
map
a
people, right?
Democracy is not representative of the
And
will
you
of the
can
people.
reject that, Emmett. You can still reject it.
I'm asking if
Are
we.
you-
Okay, this is the question. The question is, should we allow them to present their ideas to be part of democracy?
No, if they're literally people who have the affinity to touch children, we can reject that, Emmett.
I'm not asking if
still
whether it's
participating-
accepted or not by the democracy. I'm asking if we should allow it to be in the political system as an idea put forth. Should let's
No,
pretend
bro, I
for a
just said
second
you
that I
can
know a
reject it.
person that is a map and the map
It has been
person
introduced
says
for you
that they
to
want
be
to.
rejecting it.
Yeah, should be allowed to be
Yeah.
introduced.
actually, yes, someone could literally try to do that,
Okay.
but you
So
don't want to set the
yes.
permission structure for everyone to get eliminated because a lot of people don't like a lot of things. You said it yourself, Horse. People don't like Satanists. Are we going to
Yep.
eliminate Satanists now?
Yeah.
I said earlier, I thought you guys would understand it, but fascist, are we going to eliminate people who are part of fascist movements?
I mean, that's
Because
what
we
you.
know
Castle.
that they're
That's
responsible
what
for
you
80 more
want.
people dead.
Castle has been sitting here super quiet. Castle, can you please try to bring some sense to this? Do you understand both sides of this argument? Can you pull this apart at all?
Kind of. I've been in and out. I think it's been really like boring and dumb, to be honest. Like, I don't care about maps and shit. It's like the dumbest shit we could be talking about. It
Yeah,
has
like I said,
no
so
effect
let's go to
on
racism.
democracy.
Should we allow racism to be included, or should we allow racists to be represented in our politics?
Racism in particular is inherently against the idea of this of a democratic ideal, is it not? Fundamental rights are a part of that.
Fundamental rights are ideals?
Yes, every member of the demos has a right to communicate, has the right to have his vote counted equally with the votes of others, and then they have the right to participate on equal footing. That's democratic ideal.
Yeah.
It's not about the
Yeah.
processes, though. It's about a system of fundamental rights.
Yeah, including the people that want to get
Racism
rid
just
of that
cannot
ideal,
exist
right?
there.
Including the
You
racists that
can
want to get rid
democratically
of that
get rid
idea.
of a democratic ideal. Yes, you're
Yeah,
correct.
because-
But what would you be doing, Emmet? What would you be doing?
Or bring Mida in.
Yeah, you will be using
Yeah,
the
word.
system to get rid of the system, right?
So you would be abandoning the democratic ideal.
Yeah, but it would be perfectly understandable during in the democratic ideal to do that. In fact, that would be the best way to do it.
People, you cannot control people. You're correct. People can democratically get rid of a democratic ideal, but you would not be
Yeah.
keeping the democratic ideal. You would be moving away from it.
No, fuck the democratic idea. Why
Are
should
you
I care
fucking
about the
kidding me?
democratic idea? Why should I
All
care
right,
about the
all right.
democratic ideal?
So Mida jumped in. Mida wanted to get in a word. This is gonna be our last guest of the night, for what it's worth. So Mida, what's your thoughts, man? Jump in. Give it some reason. Give it some sense.
Yeah, basically I was largely in favor of the negative side in this case, but I felt like their argumentation wasn't exactly the strongest in a lot of regards for a lot of points.
Okay.
Like there was a couple points that I've heard Circa argue before that I feel like would have been very strong in this argument, but that he didn't use.
Such as?
I was trying not to overcomplicate it a little.
Yeah, so one of the biggest ones is
Which ones in particular?
so you used an argument in your debate with Andrew Wilson where you were talking about the implementation of like theocratic systems. And like I feel like this would have been the perfect place to use this line of argumentation because you had three opponents that were all arguing for two different types of theocratic system and a third monarchistic system.
My audio went mute. I couldn't hear you, so I'm sorry. I have to start over from when I asked you.
Oh yeah. So when you were in your debate against Andrew Wilson, you argued against a theocratic system. This would have been the perfect place to use that exact line of argumentation because you had two opponents that were arguing for a theocratic system and one that was advocating for a monarchistic system. Like when you and on top of that, there's also not a heavy overlap in the argumentations that were being made by opposition. So I feel like this would have been easy to like inject incoherency. Well, like I feel like you, Castle, and Kay were trying to bolster your line of argumentation. I feel like the opposition was basically trying to argue from three different positions, and I think that kind of
You remember my
took away from.
was first. It was early.
Yeah, I know, and that's the unfortunate
I
part.
didn't really get his positions yet. I did get a little. Steelborn was really good with his opening, right? He actually hid. He didn't give off that he wanted a monarchy until later. But I do understand what you're saying. So I kind of had to work off of what he said. And he actually did a good job with his opening in that regard. He knew he shouldn't have put his cards out early.
Well, yeah, because it was detrimental to his team to advocate for a different position than what they hold. But like the problem is advocating for a theocratic structure is also like in this specific case, it doesn't solve any of the problems that were being proposed.
I don't.
Yeah, I did.
I don't think
remember,
we did.
Well, Circa did say that all of those things exist in the other systems as well.
Yeah, but I feel like this is something that should be.
Though.
Indeed.
What were you going to say, Emmet?
I don't think we are doing a theocratic system. Theocracy would be the priest rule. But I don't know. Like they use words that I don't even know if they know their meaning of. So that's fine.
Yeah. Did anybody did it? Well, I mean, so did anybody suggest a theocratic? Like we heard monarchies,
Yeah,
but
monarchy
and I
is not
guess
a
if
theocracy.
if a king is sanctioned by God, is that not a form of
No,
theocracy?
because no,
It is.
The
that
king
is
is the church.
no. The king is not the church.
Does the king have to
What are
follow
you
the rule of the
talking
church?
about? The king is imbued by the church, and it's the church
Then it's a
is the
theocracy.
no, it isn't. Dumb. Listen to the explanation. Okay, the priests
tell
are
me.
not the ones that are doing the ruling. It will be the king. The king is blessed by the church. Okay, and it is supposed to hold himself accountable when it comes to the morals, to the idea of the church. But it's not part of the. He doesn't have like some kind of direct line with God. He's not claiming to be divine. He's doing it through the authority that was given to him, but it's not the church and it's not acting as the church. The church is a different institution altogether.
Okay, so if the church is a different institution and a different entity than the acting ruler or the person who is leading over this country, would you say that somewhere like Iran is a theocracy then?
I don't know the actual structure of Iran. I think they
Okay,
I don't know the actual structure. I don't know how they work.
in the Iranian structure, they have
Mhm.
imams, which are appointed by the state, who are backed up by the church to uphold law that is based upon the Quran.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the president or the imam or whatever it is it would be the one that is doing the institution. Like
Okay, so in
unless
this,
he's saying that he is the church. If the moment that he says the church belongs to me and I am the church, that would be the moment that he would be the theocrat, because that it would
well,
be
okay,
that he ruling as God.
so though this is the problem though. The disconnect here is that what you're referring to is what is called a representative theocracy, where there is someone that is appointed to uphold canonical law under a religion versus having somebody who is a part of the institution who upholds that religion.
Yeah,
A
they don't
a like
uphold.
textbok theocracy is somebody who has a church that they use as an institution in the state of governance, whereas
Okay,
a representative theocracy is someone who is appointed to uphold law on behalf of the church.
canonical law is not for the layman. Okay, so when
I
you talk,
understand that. I'm not a
it
layman.
depends. Exactly, you are a layman. The
I'm
point.
not, just to be clear.
You are a layman. Okay, you're not part of the. You're not a priest.
Sure, in what regard?
Anyway,
Do I
the
need to be a
point.
priest to be not a layman?
Yes.
So if I took theology in college, that means that I'm still a layman.
Yes.
Okay, so the qualification for you is just being a priest. What if I'm an imam under the
Yes.
Islamic law?
So it means that you are under the law of the church because you are part of the church in that sense. You are a priest. When it comes to the layman, the canonical law is not applied to them. So that is the point that I'm making. It's that you cannot say, "Oh, the king is applying canonical law." No, the canonical law doesn't apply to the layman. Canonical law is to the church and the people that are inside of the church. The law that is upheld by it can be different senses. It can become directly from the king. The law is a completely different kind of institution. They're not there to uphold canonical law. In fact, if you the canons comes with how you ought to act in accordance to the church.
Yes, but even priests in this case are in violation of canonical law. So if they aren't upheld to that standard, then why ought laymen
Yes,
not be held to that same standard? Even in the
because they
churches,
have
we have
different
things like
standards. They're different. The layman is not part. The layman is part of the church in a different sense that a priest. The
yes, I
responsibility and
agree.
what they ought to do is completely different.
I agree with you. Then why, in this
Mhm.
specific circumstance, are people like bishops and cardinals are not upholding canonical law?
They are that it's for them.
They are not.
How do you know that? What are we talking about exactly?
Yeah, sure. I can give you tons of examples of this. Are you
Mhm.
familiar with the Ethiopian Orthodoxy? What about the Assyrian Orthodoxy?
What about it?
Okay. Okay. Well, clearly you don't know about it.
Okay, it's like Okay.
So, okay.
Okay.
I'll
Are you?
explain
Are
to you
you?
why
Okay.
they're not
Okay.
upholding canonical law?
Are you?
No, I
do
guess
you
I have
know?
to
Do
walk
you
down
know?
your own
Yeah.
religion's path. So
Yeah.
I'll
I
go ahead and do it
understand.
for you as a
I get it.
catechumen. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I
So
understand. I
when the
understand what you're talking
Ethiopian
about.
and the Assyrian churches
No.
left the
Before we move
ecumenical
forward,
councils,
I
it's the
have to. I
third
have a couple
ecumenical
of questions
council
to
over
you.
disputes over what is
Yeah.
canonical holy law.
Do you know? Do
They
you know
had
about the
problems
Sisters
with
of
how the
Battle?
other churches were practicing.
Yeah. Do you know
Yes.
about the Sisters of Battle? Yeah. Do you know about the Tyranids?
Yes.
Okay.
The Tyranid. Wait, this Tyranids. Okay, that's Warhammer 40k.
Yeah. Do you know? Do you know about the Sisters of Battle? And do you know about the Tyranids? Okay. But yeah.
Yes, I'm familiar
Okay.
with that, but I'm not talking
Perfect.
about 40k. I'm talking about your
Awesome.
religion.
I'm so glad that you are aware of them. Good job. That's exactly your question. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What did you want to
Yeah, I'm
actually ask
talking
me a
about your
question
religion.
about it?
You're- Okay, so what I'm
Mhm.
talking about is I'm specifically talking about the Orthodox Church and the Orthodoxy and violations
Mhm.
of the canonical law that cause schisms and fractures within those
Uh-huh.
churches.
And
This
what
is something
happened
that
with the
happened
and
as
what
a-
happened with the church that was considered to be a schismatic?
They still operate. They're just operating under different what you would call denominations. Like as of
No, I
recently,
wouldn't call
I'm sure
I'm not a denominational guy, so I don't believe in denominations. What happened to the church that got away from the church? The one that was a schismatic. What happened to it in accordance to the church? It was
in this case nothing because they didn't have the necessary authority to enforce any actions against them. This is
the
like the
action
most recent
is
one.
the action is called them heretical, and they were removed from they were removed in the way that we do the Eucharist. They're no longer in communion. That is the action that was taken, and it's part of
But they are
canonical
still
law.
operating with. They are still operating independently.
It
Of the
doesn't matter if
established,
they're
churches.
yeah. It doesn't matter
Like,
if
the
they
same thing
operate or
happened
not.
with Russia.
Yeah, cults can
During the
happen.
Seventh Ecumenical. Okay, so would you call everything that exists outside of the standard, what you consider the standard for the church, a cult?
In general, I would, yeah, but it's not necessarily.
So
There
you
is a
would say, like,
difference.
things
There's
like
a
Mormonism, Islam are all cults.
yeah. They work like cults. Okay, they're not part of the church. That's what I would
Do
say.
you not know what the definition of a cult is?
They're not part of the church. They're not in communion. That's what it means. That's what I'm talking about.
No, they're still in communion. They just established different
No,
communion.
they
in the
are
same
not in
way that
communion.
The Protestants did, independent of the Catholics, when the original
Okay,
schism happened within
what do you think
Christianity.
communion is?
Communion is just established law under, or a series of established laws under a church and how
No,
they operate.
no. Communion means partaking within the energies of God. That's what it means. Okay, so what we're
how
saying,
do they
when
do
you are
that?
not in communion, is you're not actually partaking within the energies of God because you are not part of the church, which is the institution set up by God and the incarnation, where you can find the incarnation. So this is
Yeah,
completely
and they
different.
do that. They do that through ecumenical law, or sorry, they do that through holy law that is
No,
established by ecumenical councils and through the Eucharist, right?
they do that through the authority of the church. Okay, and then there can be
And what
ecumenical
happens when the
councils, and
church
they can
has
be
no
canon.
authority?
It doesn't. The authority is the church put them away from it. That is the authority of the church. You are no longer in communion. That is what
Yeah, and
happens.
in this specific circumstance, they just established their own communion, which again, during the Seventh Ecumenical Council, the most recent
You
one,
cannot.
Russia was kicked out of, and the Russian Orthodoxy now operates with the
The
Ethiopian, Assyrian, and
seven.
other orthodoxies that divided as a result of the fact that they disagreed over the canonical law within the Orthodox.
Okay,
How
So
did
as
they
of
the
right
break
most.
down
now,
democracy?
I'm completely. I
I mean,
understand
this
that
is a
you don't know
blast.
this, but
Understand, but I got to ask. Please tie this back to the prompt
just
authority
somehow.
structures and how
I'm
they're
just gonna
enforced.
let you
Gotcha.
know
Okay.
this, okay? The Seventh Ecumenical Council is also known as the Second Council of Nicaea. It's in 787 AD, and it was convoked by the Byzantine Empress Irene. So I'm not entirely sure
I'm
that
aware.
you understand.
I'm sorry, the Ninth Ecumenical.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe.
So yeah, I'm not entirely sure that we're talking about the same thing. When it comes to the church, if you read the councils, for example, or Council of Chalcedon, in the councils, the church doesn't have. It's not going to be use the violence or the authority of a state to enforce it. What they're doing is they're saying this group of people are in wrong belief and they're no longer part of the church. That is what they're talking about. They're not going to go ahead and just enforce whatever. They just take away the capacity for them to partake within the energies. that is the point of the authority of the church. And what they're saying and what we say is, hey, people who are outside of it, we recommend you and command you to come to the house of God so that you can actually partake with it. Okay, that is the difference. When it comes to the king has the authority to use force to enforce law, but it's not the same law. It's not canonical law. We're talking about mundane law for the layman.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, in the same circumstances in which you have enforcement methods that happen within the church for the holy law, the same people who are appointed leaders under a completely independent system of religion can still uphold a theocratic system while not appealing directly to the canonical law of the system. It can have the exact same core tenets, the same principles, and appeal to the exact same frameworks without actually invoking holy law.
No, they cannot. No, because they're being schismatic, because they're in heresy. If they have the same values, they wouldn't be in heresy. They would be part of the church.
So in this specific circumstance, you don't think that there can be a representation or application of holy law without a theocracy?
I'm telling you that in the worldview that I
want you to answer the question.
I don't understand your question. It's not a question for me. It's like the theocracy that you're talking about would be the priest ruling, and they would be enforcing through the force, in accordance to the church, the rule of whatever they think is correct. But it cannot be done through the way that I look at the church. Okay? Because the way that we look at it doesn't make sense.
Whatever they think is correct is how churches work to begin with.
No. Because you have a misunderstanding of what the church is.
No. Churches have a misunderstanding of what churches are fundamentally. This is why you argue that certain churches are
fine. Do you wanna go? If you wanna go into what is good and what is evil, we can go there. But that is a completely.
I'm gonna say please no.
But that is a completely different.
On behalf of the chatters.
Well, no, because my argument is
that is a completely different
arbitration, and
no,
it
doesn't.
A level.
Yes, that is the point that I'm talking about. It doesn't exist just arbitrarily. If it were to exist only arbitrarily, I'd be with you. I would be saying, hey, you know what? None of the churches is correct. In fact, all of the churches.
I never made the claim that none of the churches are correct, though.
No,
this is a straw man of my argumentation.
I'm not. Well, which one is either all of them are correct and it's in accordance to their preference, or there is one that is in accordance to the preference of God. There's no third position here.
Well, sure. Let's assume that I'm a Unitarian and I believe that there are structures that exist under all different religious laws that are in some capacity reflecting that of the Word of God.
Uh-huh.
How do you disprove this?
That the Word of God has been revealed directly, and that the revelation has told you to join a specific church, and that would be that would be what the church, that would be about what God wants out of you. If it was just you ought do whatever you prefer, then the problem is that we lose actual access to ethics. That there's no way to get to the ethics. Anything that I prefer at the end of the day would be dependent upon whether or not I have the power to enforce it, and that would be the good. It's my preference.
Yeah, and see, this is where we get back into the power of enforcement that I was talking about before. When we use a representative structure and not a direct structure, you can still have a theocratic system in which uses the morals and standards of an underlying religious system or religious framework while simultaneously not invoking that religious system as the primary cause for its structure.
No, don't use
I feel like we need to actually
law.
have a prompt where theocracy does not work. That's going to be the next debate.
Oh,
it never has worked. Just to be clear, it's not even a prompt. It's just a statement.
Nothing has worked if that is the case, because democracy hasn't worked either. Okay, it's like it's a fluxing state of change in which we are anyway. So it's just like what is the work?
Would you use this as a prompt if you already understand that there is no established theocratic system in our world? If you reject that as a fundamental framework,
no, I think there is. In fact, I believe that every single system that exists has. It necessarily has to have a presupposition of something that is higher than yourself does some kind of religious
That is
system that
literally my
imposes it.
argument that you rejected. You said that it has to be run by the churches or the priests to be a theocratic system. I argued a representative theocracy can be someone who is appointed and upholds the views of the church without directly invoking them. And you just made that exact argument in opposition to me after rejecting it.
I'm saying every single one, so it can be people that do not even have like the idea of the church that would still be calling upon some kind of representation of something divine in the way that they
actually
look at
made
it.
this argument earlier. And you
Yeah, I
rejected
know
it.
that you're talking about the representation. I was talking about the why is it that, because we're talking a little bit past each other, and I can even say I might have been wrong. I apologize if that's the case. You were talking about why is it that in my system the king wouldn't be it wouldn't be a theocracy, and I was telling you that the difference of the
The
theocracy,
king to theocracy link was how we got there. Yeah.
and what I was saying directly is the king is doing the law for the layman, and they have the position of power. And you mentioned canonical law, which is why I mentioned that the church cannot do it directly, because the church has no enforcement other than taking them away from the church. If there is a church here that starts partaking in heresy, the church would admonish it, and if it doesn't heed them, they will not go and bomb them. What they would do is they would take them away from communion. So the point is, yes, there is a possibility that the king would be, using his will in accordance to the church and partaking or representing the church as part of what he's doing with the layman law. But that doesn't. It's not the church itself setting the rules for the king. That's what I was talking about.
I agree. I agreed to this previously. I said that there can be a king that is ordained. I didn't use the specific word ordained, but you can have a king that is ordained by the church that upholds specifically holy law or canonical holy law, and they use the government or the governing system that they are under as the enforcement method for that, independent of the church.
Yeah, this is the only problem
that would still be a representative theocracy.
Yeah, okay, this is the only problem that I have with it. Okay, when you're talking about canonical law in the way that it works in the church, the canonical law is for the church. It's not for the layman. So you cannot apply the canonical law to the everyday citizen. That's what we're having a disconnect. I'm not saying that they cannot use the ideas from the church to create the rules. For example, do not steal, do not murder. That kind of thing is perfectly understandable. But the actual canon, when it comes to the law for the church, cannot be applied to the layman.
Yes, and I'm not arguing that the canonical law is established by the Eucharist has to be applied to the layman. I'm arguing that the canonical law that is enforced to the person who was ordained can rule over the layman with the established law for the layman. This would be indirectly, and that's why I referred to it as a representative theocracy, enforcement of the church and the church's will upon the people. It wouldn't be a direct theocracy in the same way that you would argue that the United States is not a direct democracy, it is a representative democracy.
Okay, let me
theocracy would be the same way.
Okay, one simple question.
Actually, I'm going to jump in real quick. I'm sorry, because I could listen to y'all all night, and we have. But I was curious, Maida, do you have any thoughts or feedback to Abe or Castle? They're sitting there just politely listening. Just curious, do you have any thoughts or feedback for you?
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Oh yeah, my feedback for Castle would have been stop taking the bait. There were a couple bait arguments that got thrown out there by Steelborn that were sort of hand waving one of the arguments that you were making, and he instantly put you on the defensive, requiring you to defend a position that he didn't originally hold, which I thought was like it was like a sort of negative that I stumbled upon. And Abe, I'm gonna be real, dude. I actually fell asleep in the last part of the debate for like 35 minutes. I missed a lot of your stuff, but I don't know. I would have to know your position on how like a theocratic or a monarchistic system would like solve some of the problems that you argued the democracy falls for.
I don't believe Abe was pro monarchy.
Yeah, I didn't impute a governmental system, mostly because I think that it is true that some of the issues are going to persist regardless of whatever political system you enact, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a level of personal responsibility that I think every individual requires for any system to be successful in its administration. And I think anyone where we start to fall apart because there is a lack of knowledge and a lack of care for the system that you are within, I think it's going to drive it towards failure. And we've seen failure of every political system all throughout human history because of it.
So sure, my argument would be then, based on that statement, if you're arguing that a democratic system leads to the failures of itself, probably I would assume through like political pluralism and division, what is the alternative that you propose that solves that?
I don't have a proposition other than either everyone has a standardized education so that they understand the system they're within and make better educated decisions within that system, or we move to one that is stable and they don't have to do so.
Okay, I actually fundamentally agree with this position. I actually am someone who is pro-democracy only when we have an educated base who are capable of enacting their will onto the political system and representing the best interests of the people, or we start restricting the voting rights of people who are actively detrimental to the system itself. But the problem is, this is still an advocacy for democracy.
There's limited democracy.
Exactly. It's a representative democracy, not a direct democracy.
Maida, do you
Well,
remember which bait I took? I was just wondering if that was during the cross, because during the
It
cross
was.
exams, I guess I could change it up, but during cross, I usually let the person ask and then try to be as succinct as possible. So it's possible he threw a bunch of stuff. I mean, I'm trying to remember myself. He threw a bunch of stuff out there, and I was just trying to answer the best I could without realizing it had, whether it was relevant or not. I mean,
Well,
I'm just
no,
trying
it
to
was-
remember what he said.
It was phenomenally
Yeah.
done by Steelborn. I don't actually represent. I don't actually hold the position that he took, but the rhetoric that he used was phenomenal in the way he did it. Where he talked about how you didn't have to be a citizen of the United States to be able to vote in the United States. You pushed back against that, saying that that was false, and then he adhered to the standard of which is required for certain states for voting, saying that in some cases they might allow people who are not citizens of that state to vote. However, the point of that is that there are no states that don't allow people who aren't citizens to vote. The sanctuary states allow people to go through a naturalization process alarmingly quickly, might I add, to be able to participate in elections at the state government or the state municipal or federal level, which is something that you could have argued against, but was something that he used as a like steel man of his previous argument for how there are certain people who ought not be able to vote. So I just kind of that was a sort of line of argumentation that he forced you down through like extremely sharp rhetoric, which just had no basis in his original statement.
And Maida
Yeah, that's
was
fair,
shouting
but
at you in the chat as soon as he started asking about what it requires to vote, just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, based on his critique, I could see why, but think I remember when he did bring it up. I went and told him the states, because I know in New York City, like, you can vote for mayor if you're a permanent resident, but not necessarily a citizen. But the pushback to his point there was that it doesn't matter. I mean, federally, it doesn't matter. And then state-wise, obviously, you can't have somebody who's an illegal immigrant or somebody who's not a citizen vote. So I don't know how that's subverting democracy or affecting our democracy. It was kind of an irrelevant point that I thought I pushed back on. I definitely explained the nuances, but I didn't think
Wait,
I saw how it was
that would
relevant
be-
to the
Castle,
point.
that would be a direct subversion of federal, because any representation that is then voted for in the state is going to move to the federal, is going to be on the behalf of that state.
Well, just
Wait,
to
what are
be
you talking
clear,
about? If you vote for
you-
mayor, that's not affecting the state
Well, you
legislature.
you could vote for the representatives like the senators in your local elections that represent through the electoral college. But the problem that I have with Abe's argument here is that you could just argue that the electoral college offsets almost a third of the total voters in the United States by just existing. So it's a system where the representation doesn't necessarily get affected by a larger sum of people voting for those senators when those senators can vote independent of their constituents anyways. So like in the electoral college, there are 2 senators per state. We have 50 states, which means we have a total of 100 senators. We only require a little over half the vote to win, which may like the electoral college and just the senators alone for acting as delegates on behalf of their constituents will offset naturally 100 million people.
I just don't know who's allowing non-citizens to vote for state senators. I don't think that's legal anywhere.
Well, I've seen an expose on where they actually went into a state house to see what was happening there, and there wasn't any required license or any kind of paperwork in order to vote within the local. I'm not sure if federal, but in places like Wisconsin and others, when they were directly asked questions of what it takes to vote, they said that there is if you can provide an address that you may live at, then you will have the ability to vote within. And it's crazy. I would have to bring it back up and go through it again, but basically,
Yeah, if you have
it
a
was,
source on that, I didn't share it in the chat. I definitely.
I
wanna
was
look
just
at
like, holy crap, that's really ridiculous. If there's you don't have to present any social security, you don't have to present any ID for the state. You just have to come in and have some address that you live at, and then you can take part. I'll look for the link though.
I just
All right,
have
so real
one
quick,
last question to finish my
Yep, go
interaction
ahead,
real
because
quick.
we it turns out we got one more person. We do have one more person who wants to come in real quick before we
Uh,
call it. So
the
go ahead. What was your last thought?
yeah, when it comes to, for example, when it comes to the canonical law, just to be sure, do you think the king in this case should have the capacity to call church heretical?
Yes, because I don't think that I think that if a church doesn't have an authority figure to be able to
Yeah.
balance out any pressure against it, then I believe that the will of others, especially other religions or religious structures that act against it, are just creating a position where they can't actually defend themselves. So.
I mean, the layman can have the capacity to get rid of those kind of peoples. But what I'm saying is in the way that we look, that's what I was talking about, the canonical. The king doesn't have the capacity to call anyone heretical. They have the capacity to attach himself to the law of the layman so that he can take care of whatever is that the general population are doing. And the church is taking the account of the canonical law, which is they're the ones who are saying these people are heretical, these kind of beliefs are not allowed, these kind of ideas in the church are. And this is because the church fathers cannot be in positions of government. They just can't. It's not allowed when it comes to the different councils. So that's all I was trying to say when it comes to the belief system. That doesn't mean that it cannot be done in other belief systems, right? It can be perfectly understandable that the president of Iran or whatever it is, he can go on and just say for the church that whoever is going to be heretical. But it's a different set of beliefs completely.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump in now. Again, like I said, I was gonna call it up after Maida, but Maida, I appreciate you as always, man. Definitely appreciate the feedback and the critique there. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting you. We've got a debate with Maida and Vigilante next week, so fucking definitely looking forward
With
to
an
actually see
asterisk
that
next
happen.
to it, because there might be a different opponent than me. I might not have time for it, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Spoilers.
Yep. Cool.
Spoilers.
All right, man. Have a great night.
Take care.
All right, so last one, and again, as I said, we're gonna keep this one relatively
Wait.
succinct, but
This is the person
yes,
that did TOS the other day, right?
I do not know. I'm gonna ask Samantha. Please
Oh,
do
it
not
is Samantha.
do TOS.
Yeah, I'm gone. Have a good one though. I cannot be with this person in the same
You can
stream.
run.
That was funny. That was interesting. Hey, I hope you enjoyed that. I actually enjoyed the last part of that conversation. And it's very interesting that people don't understand what canonical law means. Canonical law is not for the layman. That doesn't mean that I understand all the law, that I'm a scholar expert when it comes to the canon of scripture or the canon of law. It's just that the king is not doing what he ought to do when it comes to that. I'm just not gonna be part of that. Yes, I can see it. I can see that. I did say that we're gonna end up this stream by watching some cool stuff. Let me see if I can just move on ahead. That's not the one. That one? No. All right. Okay. We're gonna watch some cat videos, alright? Because let's be honest. I'm gonna be absolutely honest right now. Okay? The reason why we're gonna be doing that is because let's be honest. Let's be 100% honest. The last time I was on a stream with that person, she started saying the N word over and over and over and over and over again. Which one, I don't care that that person did it. It's I don't have a I don't care, but it's TOS, so I'm not gonna be with that person on the same stream. It's just not gonna happen. You can say whatever she or he, I don't even know what the fuck that is. That thing can say whatever it was, you're running or whatever, but I'm not gonna be in. I don't wanna put my channel at risk. Okay. Yes, and by the way, okay, send me some money. I did provide the entertainment. I was there fighting these fucking people. Yeah, so the reason why we're gonna go ahead and look at these right now is because, let's be honest, this is better than any debate anyway.
Oh, Slinky Kitty. Slinky Kitty. Slinky Kitty coming down the.
Thank you very much to maybe to brief for the insanely huge enormous $5 super chat. Says great debate. I also had another super chat. I apologize, I couldn't cover it at that time. I was doing the debate. It was from none other than Voltaire. He didn't say anything. He just said, Voltaire, if you're a broke boy, just say so. With 2 Canadian, thank you so much for that one too. I forgot, but I'm back. Hey, Scott. Oh, Scott's gone. That's right. He said that he had other stuff to do. But yeah, based.
Stairs.
That cat was sassy. That was a sassy cat. What the fuck was wrong with that cat? That fucking kid tongue is malfunctioning. Thank you very much for the insanely huge, enormous $10 super chat. This is by Fuck It says, we got squatchy pussy, Rudy pussy, sketchy pussy.
Look at her. She's staring at my shirt. She thinks there's a dog in my shirt. Yeah. Oh.
Oh my god, this is not happening.
The cat was so confused. Ah, fucking rat. Thanks so much to Fuck It for the insanely huge $5 super chat. Says, hi, pussy, thirsty pussy, milky pussy.
Oh my god, this is not happening.
Decent sized mouse.
You see the videos of the pussycat showing racers to the bear on his porch? Bear was like, screw these, and number 12. I haven't seen it. That sounds fun though. Oh, the cat's so cute. To be fair, this is actually smarter than the couple of fucking I was gonna say debate. Yeah, the arguments. This is better than 99% of the arguments we heard today. This is like, if people ask me, what do you want to listen to, a car argument or watch this? I would be like, I'm gonna watch this 100%. Oh, that's so cute. Oh no. Shit. Thank you very much once again for the insanely huge $5 super chat. Says Jumpy pussy, on the chair pussy, of the couch pussy, angry pussy, really angry pussy, happy pussy. I get bathed. You know why we're gonna watch this? Cat is getting fun.
Dude, it's my crap.
It's okay. It's okay.
Peanut!
No, wait, hang on, stop. You don't want to do this. Listen, I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy, please. I've been such a good boy. Don't do it. No!
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I know. Here, watch out. Oh, poor Kimmy. Stop, Kimmy. Stop. Stop, Kimmy. Turn the water down a little bit. Don't freak out about it. You might get some on you, but that's gonna be okay.
Who was that?
This is my hair wet a little bit, but not wet at all. So I'm gonna show you guys what it looks like when it's wet. This is my hair wet.
I don't know why they always look like this. They look like two pair of eyes that are way too big for their heads.
Gotcha. I describe.
I am under the water. Please help me.
Stop. No. No. Sit. How to give your cat a bath.
The face. Oh my god. Before we move forward. Ah, that's a 10 out of 10 face. That's a 10 out of 10 face.
How to give your cat a bath. Light the candle.
get the bubble bath, grab the soap, and lastly, your victim. Are you ready? Put cat in bathtub. Make sure he's comfortable. Give him spikes. Last step, papoose him.
Dear Diary, the authorities have punished me for taking a crap on the living room floor. This despite my efforts to distribute the litter evenly throughout the house. I am convinced that they are madmen, devoid of reason.
Wow, that cat is so nice. Imagine being that scared of a cat jumping out of the bathtub away from you. That you are. This is the funny part. It's the cat that she was bathing. Like.
No, wait, hang on, stop. You don't want to do this. Listen, I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy, please. I've been such a good boy. Don't do it. No.
It's okay.
That cat's not okay. That cat's not okay.
No, stay. Stay. Don't you scratch me, Midnight. You're fine.
No.
You're a fucking dirty bitch. You need your ass wiped. No. Just stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a kitten. Oh god. My guts, my kids got some mouse, and I swear I've never seen an animal that hard to train. They love me though. Oh, look at this kitten. Oh. I don't know when was the last time I bathed. Okay, I'm gonna bathe my cat. That's what I have. That's what I have to do now that I think about it.
You're fine. How to give your cat a bath. Light the candle, get the bubble bath, grab the soap, and lastly, your victim. Are you ready? Put cat in bathtub. Make sure he's comfortable. Give him spikes.
Hang on, stop. You don't want to do this. Listen, I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy, please. I've been such a good boy. Don't do it. No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're so loud. It's okay. It's okay. Are you okay?
It's on two legs. It's two. Okay. Oh, it's actually funny.
It's okay. You're okay. We're still going strong. You're okay.
Les poils étaient pionnants, les vitons j'étais, et les jantons les opas, les gisons l'étaient, en poids je les tends, les disponibles.
One more minute, Nico.
Yes. It's okay for you, bitch. Well, that's interesting coming from you, Cat. You literally are called Pharmacat.
Yes.
Dear Diary, it has been 40 minutes since I was abducted from my sleeping corner. This tiny human has taken me prisoner and I am being held against my will. I will remain calm and docile for the time, though I fear I will become alive with rage.
It's okay. It's okay.
That face is the face we all had this week. And I'm gonna leave it at that. That is our face this week. The ang- He's gonna fall. Oh, I thought he was gonna fall.
Oh no. Oh no.
Shit. What was the timestamp?
These are the best cat videos from the past 10 years.
Ты ко мне лезть. Не надо. Ах ты.
Boy. You can't even. What are you hitting him with? You have no other arm.
Are you coming? What did you just say? Say.
This cat is not being harmed in any way and truly enjoys doing this trick.
It's a little flip.
Part 2, double mom hug. Fatty
Oh, it's cold.
These people use their cat to catch a bug.
Yes, girl.
Oh.
Oh, that cat is a junkie.
Oh. Hi, how you doing?
Babe, are you hungry? Say yeah.
She came home after petting a cat that her cat absolutely hates.
Mom?
Whoa! Cat was not happy. What the fuck?
This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any pain and is pretty much a normal cat in every other way.
Are you gonna pray or someone else is gonna pray?
This, you can do it. You can do it, Snowball. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh.
This cat seems to have adopted this monkey.
Well, Snowball couldn't do it. Snowball couldn't do it. It's not a Spidey cat, it's a monkey.
Huh?
Shit.
Screwdrivers anywhere. Like, where did they go?
This poor cat had an existential crisis.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, I see which one. Oh, yeah, that was cute.
He was trying to force his cat to love him.
Over here. It's not that serious.
I have one.
Fucking cat.
One bite.
Nah. Bitey.
It's pistachio ice cream.
This chunky monster of a boy. He's not overeating. I know that. Look at
The streamer's cat really loves her.
I don't know what she's looking at. He just flung cat litter out of the box. He's probably gonna do it again. Oh my god.
Holy shit. Where is it? What? I'm going one.
Who'd you save in a burning building, me or Kenzie?
You?
For some reason, a bat latched onto the collar of this cat.
It is so much.
Oh no.
This poor cat was halfway to heaven.
Girl, stop. Jesus Christ.
Oh, they were so close to heaven. It seemed right, but also said I want one. You can take care of yourself.
You want to eat? No, it's not time. You just ate.
Oh, the kid just ate. Oh shit. It's like the other day one was saying, telling me you should stop eating. It's like, yeah, well. If you were nicer, I would consider it.
They wanted to introduce their new kitten to their older cat.
Stop.
Whoa.
Shut up.
This cat was in trouble and yelled for backup from her big brother.
Oh! Holy crap, that looks like a bat. What the fuck is that cat? I'm gonna take a picture. Ooh. What the fuck? I would never do that. Ew.
What do you think is wrong with this cat?
Oh, it's so bad. It was so bad. Oh.
Stop. What are you doing?
Do you like your new tie?
I like the new tie.
It makes you look very handsome.
This cat was really upset that they woke up from their nap.
What happened? Do you wake yourself up? No, you are so very grumpy.
Oh my god. Hello?
Careful,
Oh no.
please.
Oh no.
Really careful, not yet.
Oh. A bugger.
A cat got too close to a candle, and its tail caught on fire. The outer layer of fur was protecting the cat, which is why the cat didn't freak out.
Fucking mean cat. It's just going at it.
I have never seen a cat run in cursive before.
Unfortunately, Oliver,
as you know, your sales have not increased, you know, for this month. So unfortunately, we have decided that we will need to be letting you go.
This behavior is not professional, and I will be calling security.
This cat got a little nervous and protective when the baby put their hands over the balcony.
Attempt to make this shoe launch off the desk on its own. You ready?
Fucking cat didn't want to leave the box. I wish I had that cat level of chill. This is the whole spectrum.
Hairless cats often need lotion in order to protect their skin.
Let's gotta do your stretches. Gotta show you.
Nah, bitch. Ain't stretching today, bitch. Oh.
Pesto chicken pasta?
This guy tossing his cat to go catch a rat.
That pasta was not okay, okay? It had something wrong going on for it.
This person has a cat that walks on the same path every day. This person wanted her dogs to come back inside, but they weren't really listening. The cat saw that they weren't listening and wanted to help out.
You're going back. Oh, it's cute.
What do you think he's going to jail for?
Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Was hat sie getan?
This guy was kind enough to save a kitten found on the side of the road.
Someone just... Oh no, it's a whole... Oh my gosh! I can't take it all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We got a kitten problem.
We got a kitten problem. I'm gonna help this beautiful little kitten. There's like 20 of them. How many was that? That was like a whole bunch.
Kitten found on the side of the road.
Someone just... Oh no.
1, 2, 3. There's a 4th, 5, 6.
Oh my gosh.
7, 8.
We got a kitten problem.
I think there were 8. I counted 8. Maybe there
was when she heard her owner's voice come from a security camera.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
If you take a wet toothbrush and pet a cat with it, it supposedly reminds them of getting cleaned by their mother.
Hunter, are you hungry?
I don't know why every time they reply, it's like really funny.
This cat grabs food from the automatic feeder as if someone will try and steal it.
No, hey.
This cat was caught doing sit-ups and...
Oh no. That. Cat distribution.
Beneath a car.
Oh my god, that cat's ready to fight. Ready to fight, bro.
I have never seen a cat drink via Bluetooth before. Imagine losing a game of ring toss to a cat.
Go, let it go.
I think he can sense that the brain cell is nearby, so he's trying to stay extra still so that he can finally intercept it.
See if Bruce likes cottage cheese. Want somebody? Oh.
This cat has trouble understanding how the screen works.
Chega, Ninho. Ninho. Oh, meu Deus, que todo é esse, menino?
Stupid cat. Whoa.
Stays. I just got off work, so don't look up here.
I have never seen someone that loves corn as much as this cat does. This cat just discovered the new security camera that was installed in the house.
That cat is judging that security camera.
You got your clutch, you got your brake, you got your throttle, you got your gear lever, AFR gauge, fan switch, steering wheel. You got all that?
Hey. Мы с Тамарой ходим парой, да? Як це мило.
This cat sounds exactly like a squeaky toy.
What the fuck?
What
the fuck happened to that cat?
I think he's trying to say.
This shit's so fun and games until I go get a cat after this. Oh! Did that cat just create the mask snap? Yes.
What are you two doing?
I have never seen such a nervous dog before.
Poor doggy. Once my dog was in a hall, and one of the cats wanted to go across, and my dog was like not happy with that, so the cat stopped. The cat stopped, and I look at the dog, and the dog was like looking at the cat very intensely, not happy with it. Smack him across the face. Full on smack across the face. My dog was so unhappy.
There's only 2 types of cats.
Peanut.
Did hers get her cast off? Look, she. Oh, why'd you do that?
You ate a bee this morning. How do you feel? Thank you.
Well, they only turn one once, and we are doing a whole princess theme, but it's gender neutral, of course.
Oh no. The fails are so funny.
Loves fruit by the foot. Do you want some fruit by the foot?
That's the end of this video. Hopefully you enjoyed the super special cat video that I made, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Oh, let's see the doggies. It's doggy time. Ah, ese es mi perro. That's so cool.
Stop. Okay. No more playing anymore for you tomorrow. What did I tell you?
I'm done with it.
Oh, ow, 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 ow. Okay, sorry.
Oh dear. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking dog is like trying.
Why have you got my undies on your head?
I don't know where you get that sleeping mask. It's a great. I used to do spar next night for PE, and one of them like to watch pregnancy with a plastic grocery bag back and forth. Oh my god.
You know she wants to bring in the house.
Наш кот. Вот, потом внезапно он вышел вперед. Мы оказались сзади него. Он стал очень агрессивным.
That's cute. Damn, those cats getting ready, dude. Hey, those cats be going to the altar to those cats be going to Cholo Church, ese, okay? They'll be going to Cholo Church. We have to get fit, ese, so we can go ahead and get ready to save la abuela, ese, okay?
Peter, are you pouting? Why are you so sad?
That is the best cat I've ever seen in my life. That guy be going to Cholo Church, ese. Uh-oh.
He's not even doing anything for you. He's just sleeping. Was working on this stuff, but now it's full procrastination. The gay fool. Oh.
Don't catch it. Don't catch it, I said. Just watch it. Just watch. Watch. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it.
Damn. I had a friend that told me that it was a husky. His husky ate through a couch. Like the husky ate the couch.
Okay.
Shit, boy. What happened? Oh, squirrel was faster, dude. The squirrel was faster, fool.
Ты посмотри, стоит, молчит.
I'm interested in what happened. Oh!
This pup cannot be bothered to walk.
Дети играют. Опять.
Damn.
What?
Dogs are funny.
Carmela! Carmela May!
What do they say? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, that's not it. Ooh.
To stay. Wait. Gentle.
Come here. What did you two do? Maisie Cole.
Let's go get a bath. Oh, let's go get a bath.
Man, animals are so fun. What the fuck happened there? Basically, I didn't watch it through the whole ass corner of a wall. Not a cheap nap, no. Did they have to hire someone to fix the wall, or did they do it themselves?
Tiene cara de perrito malo. Claramente estás equivocado.
Hey, slow down.
안녕하세요.
No, 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 no.
Okay, I can't. I don't like.
Kevin, no.
It's okay. Hey, it's okay. Stop.
What the fuck happened to the dog?
You're broken. What happened?
Look at what I came home to. You're being naughty, huh? That's why you're stuck.
Come on.
Oh shit. Get it out of the pool, Axel.
Oh my gosh. Many places to practice your climbing skills. So why is it always these spots, kitten?
Então.
This unusual collective noun describes the gathering seen here.
A ver, apriétale. Eso, mami. Eso. Duro, más duro.
She wants me to get the whole of it. Come on out, Grace. You've been in there for a while. It's time to get out.
It's time to get out. That was a Canadian. I can sense the Canadian. Oh.
Wherever there's a kid, you'll find these guys lurking nearby. Human, I didn't sign up for a dramatic pause.
Лисичку.
Very sexy, Mom.
Собосечки.
Huh? The fucking cat.
Vulnerable kiddos.
There was no washing that off, just was like clam bacon in that pickle fish for 5 hours. This gun hit the border patrol person, they almost turned green. Wait, let me see it right. Oh man, around 2006, I believe, we were traveling to visit the family farm and our low lab bowl got a skunk sprayed at least 2 times before it turned into Canada. The wind blew through our van and of absolute skunk hit the border patrol person and they almost turned green. There was not washing that off, jeez. It was like clam bacon that pickled fish for 5 hours. Shit. That's so mad. That's so bad.
You like the water on. But then when I make this voice, she's gonna go crazy and try to kiss my face. Oh.
That's what we're all about. How the fuck did it get on there?
Давай, давай, давай. Опа.
Man, I'm tired today.
Jumping jacks.
Personality over species. One look and it was like, be friends.
Where are we?
Jackie, mate. Who did this?
Stop asleep. Fucking geese. So annoying and mean. I had a couple of geese just follow me once, and I had to like kick one of them. So it would stop trying to bite me. You're so sleepy fool, you're in the sheet. Oh no. If you're tired, you need to go to business church, I say. We'll wake you right off, I say. And true, let's go to business church. Okay. Sorry, fool. I saw another one that I thought it was really good. In fact, let's do it again. Just want to do it again. Oh, we was gangs and what? Why haven't I watched that one?
I just have.
They stole some Sumerian technology.
Okay, that's so good.
And that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow. I find it to be fascinating. I wonder if they saw Charlie Kirk.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
Black, he was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops,
black players,
people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players,
what the fuck?
People of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era. Lucretia.
So hold on, you telling me Lucretia? That's a black name right there. How you gonna say that the people that
We was gangs all crispated that shit. That is so mean. It's so true.
was framing the black people were all...
I feel there's such a misunderstanding when it comes to the Catholic Church. Well, when it comes to the Romans and the Orthodox, it's very weird. Like, oh well, why didn't you just destroy them? Because that's not the point of the church. Church is gonna tell you they're in error, and if you are not willing to correct your error, they can take you away from the, taking you apart from the communion would be the punishment in and of itself.
So black, that don't make no sense. Lucretia's a black as hell name.
I'm still thinking about that because it was so weird. He really wanted to be like canonical law.
Lucretia. The church even allowed it, you know what I'm saying? The church allowed for straight pimping. That have been suppressed. Listen,
He did die here.
In the 1500s, it was legal to be a pimp. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Jesus. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It's time to talk about a topic. It's time to actually present a topic, finally. 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 By the way, I don't know, before we move forward, I don't know if you saw this. A fatty. Fatty. Had a what he called a super panel.
People literally.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good, you?
Good. Let's move to the newsroom. Well, no, I'm gonna keep it here. Yeah. Let me check. Can you see the thing? Can you see the thing?
1 second. Watch stream. Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen, because I was watching puppy videos because I thought this was the end, but I want to see what Mo and Marte have to say when it comes to all of this, especially Mo.
You've been warned, chat. This stream might self-destruct afterwards. You never know.
Yeah, I get it. I'm getting some interesting comments on the MAGA split movement today. Let me know what is that about, because that would be interesting to watch.
So you're good with me giving my, I guess, comments though for the actual.
Yeah, you can go ham on them as it were. Like
okay. Because on the blind pill itself. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
I attacked Mo on the blind pill and make him go through. I tried to make him take a position, and he wouldn't. That's why I'm very interested in this, because even though this whole thing is very stupid, I really want to have like a. I would really like to know what his position in all of this is, to be honest.
I think he's just trying to be a friend to Marte. I think he's maybe trying to, to see where he's going with this. I think Mo, maybe he doesn't want to discount Marte off the bat just for this idea. And maybe he's trying to see if there might be some value here, because like nobody on the right wants to go and say like, hey, this person on our side looks like a tool, right? Like that's not something that makes any of us look good. So
yeah,
I don't know, maybe it's a bit of tribalism, friendship.
yeah, it's a little bit of tribalism, but I was trying to check it out.
I did the heavy lifting. I found all the timestamps.
Thank you.
I don't want you to feel like I'm like, ambushing you or anything. This is just.
No, you're fine.
And by the way, I have comments for some of the arguments that I heard from the other side too, which I think are kind of dog shit in a lot of ways. But
I wonder which one, because I tried to make him go through the argument, and he didn't mention pretty much nothing about it.
He doesn't say here either. He never says anything.
I do want to present something first, though. It's a video. So,
oh my god!
It's I heard re-examination say it's incomplete. You heard that in the debate, right?
Was this the after panel?
Yeah, it was the after panel. He said it's incomplete. It's like what is a duck or a duck or something like that, right? Well,
I do remember asking that question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's meant to be incomplete because it's meant to it's meant to stimulate the other side to get their baseline take, whatever baseline you're at, whatever baseline worldview you have. You're not inserting a worldview. You're just saying that. And remember, this hypothetical is make-believe. Like, it's a make-believe perception that men have. Like, if feminism is so bad, in this make-believe scenario hypothetical, men perceive something to be more virtuous, and they're gonna, like, it's a blank. So it's not really about blind people. It's insert any disenfranchised, disabled, handicapped, invisible.
It's not
group in
about blind
society.
people.
Insert any
It's called
disenfranchised. It's called the blind pill, exactly.
It's called the fucking blind pill, dude. Oh my god.
And this is what we are being doing. If we've been inserting any disabled, anything that is disabled, pretty much is like we have gone through the blind pill, the mute pill, the quadriplegic pill, the so we've been like from a lot of from a ton of different ones. It's and that's been a joke specifically because the argument makes no sense, even if presented as that. Because it's not about the disability, but okay, go on.
I've got a pill. It's called the obese pill. I'm only going to be dating obese men from now on because they make better meat shields in the instance of a firing squad. I mean, they're virtuous guys because they. I mean, it's not a prescription. I'm joking. I'm obviously.
Well, now we know what kind of guys you like, Paige. It's over for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fat bottom boys. Fat bottom boys, you make the firing squad go wild.
Oh my god.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna fill that in, and we're just gonna say men somehow make believe in their head perceive this to be virtuous.
Oh, we have another peel, the coma peel.
Oh my god. Lord have mercy.
The coma peel is insane. That's a bad one.
Mister's gonna eat a lot of stuff now. Never Lucky thinks I also like the people from Africa for some reason.
Yeah, the dark tan and tall ones. Okay.
Dark skinned.
Now, what people have done is they've overthought this. They were like, no, actually, this is make believe. It's a hypothetical. So hypothetically, this is what men perceive in this.
It is a hypothetical, but it's a general statement. This is what I was. This is what I got mad the other day. The other day when I was at Cool Vigs, I got kind of mad because he was saying in the plea it's about Christian men. It's about the Christian man. It's about marriage and the Christian man. And it's like, no, in the general statement, it's talking about all the men. It's just men opening the dating preference to blind people.
Dating market.
Yeah, and it's like there's nothing about Christianity. If it's a red pillar that follows Myron Gaines and it's like, oh, I need to get the 200, and I'm just gonna go on and I'm gonna open the market all the way to the blinds because some reason they're less. I'm gonna go in and use them to get to the 200 number. It's like that is a valid statement. There's no reason to believe that he's gonna be a good Christian guy. That's part of the problem with the argument.
Wait a sec. Wasn't the topic of the debate too also like the blind pill is a net positive for men, not net positive for Christian men?
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is, in the argument is like this. The argument goes,
Okay.
is there a problem with? It's not even an argument. It's supposed to be a dilemma. Is there a problem with men opening up the dating market to blind women because they're more virtuous? That was how it was presented. Okay.
True.
And
Yep.
there is nothing about Christian men. There's nothing about virtuous men. There's no presupposition in there that's towards marriage. If the men we're talking, if it's these men, okay, because they're men that red pillars, So red pillars would also open the market, and maybe they just want to get to 200 because it's the prescription of the red pillars. You have to get to 200 before you can get married. So that is what I'm saying. It's like, no, there is the one of the big. This is the big three problems that I had. One is there is no reason to believe that men is virtuous. Two was the dating market was never closed. There's no reason to believe that you cannot date a person that is blind. And the third one was the third one is that blindness does not equal virtue. So I see it as a false statement in those three areas. And and that's been like my problem with this argument in and of themselves. I don't know if you watched yesterday. I had Mo, the other Mo, the one we were talking about yesterday.
Moses.
Yeah, Moses.
Yeah, I watched part of that until I fell asleep.
Okay, that was like a very interesting conversation because he like understood what was like my problem with the argument at the end. He was like, "Well, yeah, but these other people were a little bit feminist." Like, yeah, they're fucking. That's why I got so annoyed at Dennison. Because Dennison was making the argument that he was complaining about. He was like, "Oh, you guys are a bunch of feminists." And Dennison was like, "Yeah, we are." That's why,
Yeah, I was
I
like,
got
oh
so
my
mad.
god. Yeah, no, I honestly thought that Moses guy was like shipping for like I thought he was a Marte fan. I've never seen him in Marte's chat, but I thought initially that he was a Marte fan, and then after you started talking to him, I kind of was like, okay, no, I think this guy's like legitimately just orthodox and curious as to why like one of his brothers in Christ is saying this stuff. So I'm glad you actually reached a point of reason with him. I want to like I'll stress this, and I think you've already said it very well. The problem isn't with Marte. I could give a crap less, what he personally if he wants to date a blind chick. I don't really care if any man wants to date a blind chick. The problem is this argument sucks and it makes us look like idiots when we're trying to fight feminism. He asked the question on his stream this evening, which we'll probably see in a bit. He said, "What if it's a good thing that I'm fighting against feminism? What is the like? Why are you tone policing me for how I'm doing it? Nobody's tone policing you. We're saying the argument's shit. Like it's actually we're just trying to help you out, man. Like it's baffling to me why he can't take an L here and there
Yep.
on something."
Yeah, it's about the. I told him that directly. It's like, dude, sometimes you're one of the big problems and one of the main criticisms that people have about you is that you cannot take an L, and it's not a bad thing to be like, oh well, yeah, this was not the best one. I can move on and get a better one.
Hypothetical
Yeah,
scenario.
people will
If men,
respect you more if you realize when you've done something wrong or like admit that you don't know. Like my dad led a company for years, and that's one of the first things that he told me when I got my own direct reports, right? He said, if you don't know the answer to something or you mess up, you should at least be honest about it. You shouldn't just pretend like I'm, above and beyond any kind of fault or error. And like, you should just never question my decision making. They won't respect you. They'll think you're a joke, which is what is happening with Marte right now. I
Mhm.
want to support Marte. He's Orthodox. He's on the right side, I think, politically, and I would like to support him, but he makes it really freaking difficult to do so when he's going in his Discord and other fucking servers and talking little like a little 16-year-old girl, right? Saying that like, I'm a big meanie and you're a big meanie, and we're all just like pieces of shit because we said that his argument was bad and now he's upset, and he's canceled his debate with Beth because of us big meanies. It's like, dude, just get over it, man. I had a good time. I thought that debate was hilarious. We should be making memes and content out of this, not like crying about it like over spilled milk or making cope stream after cope stream like he's doing. It's really sad. It's really fucking sad to me.
that's why I
Anyway.
always say if in this. I'll say if men perceive this to be a more virtuous path because feminism has gotten so bad. And I'll say
I'm just putting it a little bit faster because he talks very slowly.
Yeah.
maybe
Okay.
loyal
Please.
men, good men, hardworking,
Save us.
earnest, God-fearing men, this and that, and they'll lean towards that. What would you think?
Oh, it's
Oh.
gonna be. Oh no.
Nope.
It's the
And that's why I
okay.
always
There
say
it is. It's fine.
if in this.
I
I'll
thought he
say
took it
if men
down.
perceive this to be a more virtuous path because feminism has gotten so bad, and I'll say maybe, you know, loyal men, good men, hardworking, earnest, God-fearing men, this and that, and they'll lean towards that. What would you think about that? How would this be bad? Something like that. And I'll asking them for their opinion. Mind you, I'm not giving any motives for these men other than they're just looking for virtue in this populace. What that seems to do is instill or incite people to fill in the blanks. People have called this rage bait. They were saying all this other stuff. Remember, rage bait is supposed to instill an emotion. This isn't purposely under the guise of trying to get some emotion, rage, or anything like that, because I'm not motivated. These men are motivated for some predatory purpose. However, there will be labels to this. They'll say, I'm a psychopath, or I'm, you know, trying to control. And these will be things that the women will put on there, right? They're empty. It's kind of like not even filled in for a reason. I'll present this video. It's almost another version of that, because they'll say, well, no, it's not even a good tool. It's not this and that. Well, it requires the other person to fill in the blank to complete the circuit. So I'll play this video right now. And it's kind of another version of a different way that they do this. But you'll be like, well, that's not even a rhetorical tool. That's not, well, let's just take rhetorical out of this. Let's just call this a bridge or a tool that somebody uses. There's like lug nuts, wrenches, chisels, hammers.
Yeah,
This
it's
is like
something
a lug
else.
nut.
You don't want to see the video, trust me. It's stupid, but it's up to you.
I mean, I'm just playing it till 10 because that's what I have the timestamp.
Timestamp.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna play it till then, so we can have that, and then we'll move to the next one. I don't think I wanna watch the video either. I'm already annoyed by him calling it a different kind of tool. I understand what he means rhetorical tool is, for example, there was this guy. He comes in. He's very sassy. I listen to him and I think he's very sassy. So I just call him like, oh, this sassy guy. You know, and I throw him off his game by just, you know, he was trying to tell me something. I was like, yeah, you go, girl. And he's just completely out of his game by saying that. Those are like kind of rhetorical tools to me. It's like you do queeps, you use like humor, or you. I remember a debate with Confluence. I called him a wine mom at the beginning of the debate, and that threw him off a lot. Like he got really angry at me. He just didn't know what to say about the actual debate topic. He just wanted to call me stuff too. So those are
remember
like those are rhetorical tools or queeps. There are there are a lot of different ones. And also, there's like dialectic. There is you know, how you make the other people feel. How you have the logical tools, right? If you move the like cross examination is a rhetorical tool. You ask them questions that will lead them to a position that they don't want to have. So let me just finish this.
That I'll use in the belt out of like 40 different things. Mind you, I'm not stopping at this as if it's a worldview. I'll use this in tandem with other things that I'll use to bridge over into a deep dive of why are you now telling me? Because I'll tell a feminist, they'll say the same thing. No matter how radical you are, unless you're super radical, I'll say, can men have their own preferences, right? They'll all say yes, because obviously from an optics standpoint, it's a nightmare to anybody because they want to say, oh, we're all for equality. Well, let's test that. Then I insert this hypothetical, which is a feminist dilemma for them. And you'll notice that they'll contradict themselves. It's like, oh, yeah, I thought you said that men can have their preferences. Insert the contradiction. And here's an example right now. I keep staving out the video, but this is an example of a man doing just that. He's not telling them his worldview. He's not trying to, they'll never say that this is like bad faith. They'll never say this is rage bait. They'll never say that this is a worldview. It's the same way. It works just the same, but it's a different version of this guy getting the same answer of a woman's baseline. Here we go.
So
just sentences.
Okay, good.
Men
Right. And I imagine that they're just like trying to gather what he believes is pretty much the same thing. But I think it's going to be something completely different.
It's like a feminism, finish this sentence. Like, men should blank. And they just say dumb shit.
Okay. But this is the point is that. The point is that people saying dumb shit is perfectly fine. That is like an actual tool. And it can be like, you know, men should do, and they are the ones who are making it worse. But this is not that. This is, you know, in this case is okay.
Well, that's not even what happened during the debate. He kept saying like, "Oh, the tool's working right now," right? And
Mhm.
I'm like, "How is it working? At what point in this debate have I called you a chauvinist or a creep or anything like that?" I've questioned the rhetorical tool, being incredibly good faith, by the way, because I was under the impression that the debate would be about what he had recommended during his May 31st stream, right?
Yeah.
And I was basically asking him questions like, okay, if it's this, like, is that okay? And like, I'm perfectly fine with a man dating a blind woman. That's not my issue. I do think society has gotten like out of hand, and I think fourth wave feminism is shitty and leads to a lot of bad marital outcomes, right?
Mhm.
And he's just like, the tool's working, the tool's working. I'm like, how is the tool working, dude? I'm not offended by it. He kept saying, I'm offended by it. I'm offended by it. I'm not offended by the blind pill. I think if you follow it to its logical conclusion, it encroaches upon or encourages certain things that I would deem predatory, but I don't think Marty's a predator, and I don't think that he's weird if he wants to date a blind chick. I think the reasoning behind that he provided specifically in his May 31st stream, right, was kind of concerning because when you think about it, he's a public figure. He's saying that like he's basically making an out claim by saying like blind women are this, 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 and this, right?
Yeah.
Making them seem like they're the cat's meow. And I just think, like, in the back of my head, I'm like, maybe it's just because I work in the litigation field. I'm always kind of like, what if somebody saw that and was like, I'm having a really bad time with my wife. What if I blind my wife? Will she suddenly be more virtuous? You know, like it actually is kind of messed up. Or even if you don't have a wife and you're like, oh, wow, if a blind woman's like that, maybe I get a paraplegic. Maybe I go and try and find a paraplegic woman.
Yeah.
And you start dating, maybe you find a paraplegic woman. She's really lovely, right? And everything's going good. But then, like, about a month in, you find out that there's something that you just don't like, right? And you stop and you leave her, and she's like devastated. Like, she thought she'd never even get a husband. And you just like tokenized her. You thought she would be something, and she isn't, right? Because people are different. Even if you have like, let's say we both have the same disability, that doesn't mean that we will have the same outlook on life or the same worldview, right? So
Yeah.
I think it's a really dangerous way of category. I think it's a category error. I think it's tokenization, and I think it encourages poor results. So I think it's a shitty tool, and I think it has concerning outcomes.
Well, the one thing I'm thinking about this is the other part is because I do believe, for example, the other day Seth was talking about it's like, oh, there's the blind people have their own prayer, and they said that they were like saved, that they can have more grace because of of the disability, right? They can be seen as
Right.
the long suffering they have to go through is virtuous in the eyes of even the church, but that
The
doesn't.
blessed are the meek, and blessed are the poor, and blessed are the blind, for they shall see, and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing the thing that I
The
would
Beatitudes. Yeah. Sorry.
the thing that I would say is that if you are saying that they are more virtuous, which is not the same as receiving more grace, they're more virtuous, and then you find out that they aren't, you might even the person might be like, "Oh, this is not what I wanted," and it can actually lead to what you're saying. We are using terminology, and I don't even I wouldn't say that it's predatory. The problem is that a person that is blind is not more virtuous because it's blind. A person that is quadriplegic is not more virtuous because it's quadriplegic. You have, and this is what I was telling Moses. I literally said to him that there is a moment where you are, that you have like ways to get towards virtue, and you're not gonna be, you never get any certainty of it, right? He was talking
Correct.
about the wife. He had a wife. This is something he said. I'm not trying to owe him out, and he pretty much stated that he had to get a divorce. It was a very tragic situation. He thought he was going to spend the rest of his life with her, and it didn't happen. I'm like, okay, yeah, but that's the only way to prevent those kind of things uh is not by like destroying, saying that the other sex is the worst that has ever existed. It will be more towards the idea of virtue. So you try to get people that are moving or are in the church that understand the idea of virtue through God, that they're humbling themselves to those kind of things, and they're not gonna be perfect, and you have to understand that. And every time it's gonna be looking for virtue, not looking for like disability. I really don't think that a disabled person is better.
Yeah, it's a category, or it's not like an actual correlation that's been statistically established, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
100%.
In my opinion, I don't think it's that big of a tool, to be honest with you. And here's why I don't think
Okay.
it's big of a tool. First of all, it's incomplete. But it's
Okay.
supposed to be incomplete because they have to complete the circuit. The only way you're going to be able to complete the circuit, it's incomplete. It's like an
Supposed
incomplete
to be
circuit.
shit.
Just like the man on the street saying men are, it requires the other party to put in their biases, their prejudice, or worldview. Mind you, I'm
Okay.
not doing any of that. They are doing that. So it requires a full conversation that's reciprocal between you and the other party.
But this is the problem. This is the problem that I'm thinking about. Once again, the presuppositions is not that, right. I don't have a way, but I cannot say that it's gonna be. It's not. I cannot say that it's gonna be virtuous. The man is virtue simply because it's a man, when it's not even stated. Like, they are. Destiny exists. Okay, he just exists. He's not a virtuous man. And he's included in the category
True.
of man. Destiny?
If Destiny somehow gets blinded tomorrow, right? Like, let's say I don't know, he's like working in a wood shop or something like that, right? And Destiny's suddenly blinded tomorrow. Do you think he's gonna like all of a sudden overnight become like this like extremely virtuous guy? You think he's gonna stop doing smugs? You think he's
No.
gonna like
But it's not
yeah,
even
of course
about that.
not.
It's like, I'm talking about men, right? Because he's trying to say, well, you usually, we're talking about the virtue comes from the woman because she's going to be more dependent upon you. So a man more
Oh
dependent is
yeah.
not necessarily a virtue. But the man itself that is doing this thing of dating a blind chick, he is not virtuous just because it's a man. And I don't understand why we keep on saying, yeah, we're gonna accept the fact that he's doing it for virtue. It's not even in the hypothetical. You would have to
True.
expand the hypothetical in a way that makes sense. That's what I was telling him. Like, there's 3 areas that is wrong. These, and these, and he keeps on harping these. Like, before it wasn't incomplete. It was just a tool. Then it was kind of a weird tool, and it is what. Like, I don't understand
Well, you
why
saw
he's
my
scoping.
You saw my stream last night. He said in his original stream, he said blind pill prescription, and then he pretended like it was a joke, right? And then fast forward to our debate, he says like, okay, now it's a tool again. Well, okay, fine. And it works perfectly, right? It's working right now. You're falling into my trap, and now it's incomplete. Then but then later in this stream, which we're gonna see, he then goes into talking about it again as though it was a prescription. He doesn't know what it is. Or he does, and he's playing dumb.
Well, I think that the thing he was trying to do is just like the question, right? Men should do X, and then the feminist just say something dumb. He thinks that this works in a similar sense. The problem is that it doesn't actually, because
It doesn't work at
there
all.
is an implied prescription. The conclusions that he comes to are weird, and then when you try to attack the framework in and of itself, he said it. If you attack the framework, it's because you're a feminist, and that doesn't make any sense. That really is a logical contradiction. And all I really care about, and this is something that I told people in general, um like, this is not about him. And for me, this is not about anybody when it comes to the logic. I only care about the argument itself, because I really, I, even if I don't enjoy Martel right now, I would like him go off and destroy some feminists. I don't have a problem with that. I would be more than happy.
Me too. but I don't see how he's going to do it with this.
Yep.
Sorry, go
The
ahead.
bridge is a more accurate description of what this tool is.
So based on what you just described earlier, the way you positioned it was, hypo, or you positioned it as the guy doesn't really have evidence for why this chick might be more virtuous. Why not just drop the virtue angle altogether?
Well, the reason why I don't want to drop the virtue angle is because there's certain reasons why. Now, this is anecdotal, but I'll tell you something real quick because I have to say this. Dark Side is saying it's meant for crash out or rage bait. No, I don't see where she's getting this from. If I'm trying to get a contradiction from somebody and they're crashing out because they realize they contradicted themselves.
Yeah, Dark Side has his. She's I like Dark Side a lot, but she didn't like that argument at all. And then she has been dealing with Uncle Tom, and Uncle Tom has been like doing the blind pill, making it even worse if it's even possible. So I understand why.
Yeah. She's funny though. I like Dark Side. She's my main bitch right now.
Like that's you crashing out because you realize that you've been exposed, maybe. But this isn't like to try. Like think about it. If you're trying to find out that somebody's contradicting themselves, like if there's a guy saying, "I think it's okay for men to sleep around, but women can't," and then I tell a guy, "Well, you're creating more hoes for society for all of us to deal with." That's a contradiction. Is that making men crash out when I say that? Because it's pointing out the contradiction. You can't be a hoe maker and complain about hoes. That's what that is. Is that making people crash out? So in a performative contradiction.
You cannot be a homemaker and complain about home. What are you? Didn't
I didn't know what he said there.
Wait.
Do you want to go back?
No,
I didn't understand that.
They are homemaker. Like, well, the one who made the idea of the homemaker is Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't know if you know Jesse Lee Peterson.
Of course, I know the guy that says that Trump is the Great White Hope.
The Great White Hope. The
Great White Hope.
Hope. So
he's our Maud Richards' favorite black guy.
Yeah, he's white. He's an Oreo. He's black outside, white inside.
Sure. He's black outside, not on the inside. Cream center, baby.
But
All
he
right,
says he says that men cannot be whores, like they're whore makers. So if a man has like make a whore and he complains about a whore, there's no contradiction there. You can't complain about it. And you can still complain about it. It would be like, oh, you're being what is it called? You're being hypocritical, but we all know that has nothing to do with the argument.
We exposed
Jesse.
Yeah, it's like
Jesse
that
Peterson
meme.
That's Jesse Lee Peterson stuff. But
You're
I just
a
exposed the contradiction.
homemaker.
Is that meant to make somebody crash out? No. If they happen to crash out because they've been exposed, then that's a them problem. This isn't something I was aiming for. I was actually looking for the contradiction. And if anybody's looking for the contradiction, they're not looking for emotion. They're looking for data.
Somebody did crash out.
And that's all
wasn't
this
me.
is. It's designed to just look for data, right? So if we're looking at
So
this,
you're saying it's a phishing tool to pull out underlining worldviews.
Yeah, underlining worldviews. That's why I said like
Okay.
biases, prejudices, things like this, perceived notions.
So in the scenarios that I painted, where like they take some other
You know what I just realized? That it is a tool for, like, it's showing his biases. That's why he thinks it shows biases, I guess.
It's a self grave digger.
Well, yes, because he's saying, he is presupposing, so he's biased about men. Men are gonna be virtuous. That is a bias that he's having, which I don't necessarily disagree with that. Men can be virtuous, and then he's gonna. The dating market is closed because in his bias he wouldn't date a blind chick. That's pretty much what I believe he's saying. And then the third one is there is virtue in blindness because Mama was blind, so Mama was very virtuous because I think that is in fact like a Rorschach test, but for him he came up with his Rorschach test. When it comes to the logical,
he says at the beginning, he says, I developed this tool because of my mom. He admits that he is utilizing his personal anecdotal experience in order to inform a biased weapon.
Yep.
So I mean, he says the quiet part out loud, like he just freaking goes out and says it. That's why I think it's hilarious. I still can't stop laughing at this debate. In fact, if you'll let me, I have a couple totally unrelated Instagram video clips of a
Oh
dating
no.
situation I'd like to play.
Yes, you just send them to me.
Approach where,
Oh,
like
we
I
have
said,
to. I have to share my screen because you don't have Instagram.
Oh, okay,
You're
okay.
too advanced.
Yeah, we'll do that. You know
At the end.
what? Okay, yeah, at the end. We'll do that at the end.
At the end for some comedic relief.
they might be a disability advocate or a traditionalist, and they might object on those grounds that are not inherently feminist. Do you just kind of move on? Like, is it a situation where you're casting a net with a lure and to see if anyone bites, and if no one bites, then you just kind of move on to your
No,
next
no, no.
argument?
So what I do is, so here's the best part about this. It's almost like a conversation tool in a way where if nothing happens, you continue just the conversation. That's great. Because I'm talking to
Okay,
women.
so yeah, you do. You go, okay, that's
If nothing
essentially what I was
happens, it's
asking. Yeah.
fine. Yeah, if nothing happens, it's fine. Like, I'm not ultimately disappointed. That's why I think that people use things like this all the time in conversations, right? If A, then B. You know, we look at the entailment of how we got there. It's just another bridge to another thing in the conversation. If they don't present the quandary, then that's fine. You know, so I think about things like this, especially when I'm having conversations with people. But that's why I think this debate was funny. We're going to demonize something you're using as a segue to get an answer,
Yeah.
to try to find an underlying truth.
Sorry, I distracted you too. You were going to explain why you think you should keep the virtue language in the trap. What's the
I
reason?
was gonna tell you a story. So there was a. Do you know what an idiom is?
Yeah.
Right. So sign language was my first language. So when people make things like you couldn't possibly know, like Emmett and people like this were making comments, they were like, you don't know for certainty. Well, I grew up.
You're famous,
Like, I
Emmett.
learned how to
A
speak,
celebrity's talking about
like,
you.
at 9 years old, like later. So
Well, I will say this. My main language is not English. I learned it when I was 12. And I'm going to tell you a sub story now. My mom, in accordance to that debate, didn't have legs and arms either, even though she's been on the stream with both legs and arms. And it doesn't matter. That was not the point. I believe you, Marte. I believe that you had a rough childhood. I've never. In fact, I think everybody has a rough life. Everybody.
Oh, for sure.
Even Bill Gates, with his billions and billions of dollars, I think he goes through hardship because I see the human experience through the lens that people do suffer. I'm not gonna pretend that, if someone is rich, just because the person is rich is gonna be worse. Or it's gonna have an easy life because it's rich. That's not how I see the world at all. If if people tell me, what, I go through these really bad thing when I was in my childhood, I will believe them. I will not go on and attack them because of it. That's not the point of debate. The point of debate is to attack the argument. We can call each other dumb because sometimes I think you can be kind of dumb, or I'm doing a little bit of a quip, or I'm entertaining or something. But that doesn't mean that I'm discrediting. And I'm triggered right now because he mentioned my name as if I didn't believe him. I of course believe him. I think he had a rough life. He told in one of the streams that he pretty much was told by a gang member that he ever show up his face on a gang area that he was gonna pretty much get deleted. I believe that happened. I don't have any reason to believe it doesn't. That's a shitty thing to go through.
Yeah, but you can't let it define your entire life, right? Like my mom was a psychopathic bitch. She did a whole bunch of awful shit with me, right? But I don't let that define my life. I don't want to live my entire life just being like, okay, this informs every single decision that I make, right? Because I had this experience. It's like nobody cares about that. People want to see you, go out there and make something of yourself and have a good time with it, And yeah, I don't believe in being a victim for the rest of my freaking life. That's depressing, man. You know? Like I don't know, maybe I'm just stronger than some, but I don't understand why Marty's saying this is informing every single decision and or saying that people don't believe him. And obviously, like you said, everybody has shit. So I don't know. I just think
Yeah.
it's stupid.
I do believe that he went through that. That was not. If you listen to what I actually say, even in all of that, the only time I went personal was when he went personal. He said that I was a shit debater, and I just answered with, I wouldn't be talking about our debate history. That was the only time I attacked him personally. I didn't even. I called Uncle Tom worst things than I call Marte. I was mad at Marte because Marte would not accept the obvious the obvious argument that I was making. He will go around and around and around. That is the only that's the only reason why. When I finished and I thought he had accepted it, I moved away. When he came back and he was like, "It's not false." If I'm rejecting the hypothetical, it's because it's false. That is the point. It's unsound, or there is something in it that is illogical. Okay.
He can't admit that he's wrong. He sees it as some kind of weakness, right? You see this again and again and again. Even during my debate, he's trying to fight me over terms like rhetorical tool and thought experiment. I'm like, really, dude? Really? Anyway, it's fucking.
I was signing my way up until 9 years old, and like English was my second language. I was around blind people, deaf people, and things like this. So I have a workout video that's still on my channel right now with a woman named Katie, who's gorgeous. And she flew here to my state, and we did a workout video where we were signing the whole time. We were signing using American Sign Language, describing the workout, describing the training we were doing, articulating the tension in the machine and what we were doing and the angle we were
Virtue
going for and all
signaling.
this. I sat down with Katie after this this thing, right? And we were talking.
Well, that is the point of virtue signaling. Virtue signaling, sorry, is when you, instead of giving an argument or providing anything, you just showcase the virtue. And it's very annoying because it just reminds me of the story of and obviously I'm not I'm not authoritative, but just reminds me of the story of the woman that gives to the temple. That Jesus Christ looks, they look at the people giving in the temple away the riches, and then there's a woman that has only one coin, and that one coin gets tossed, and Jesus Christ say that she is more blessed because she gave what she, all she had, and these other people were not, and by doing the performative action of supposedly giving away riches, they were receiving like the blessing in the moment, the admiration. But when you do it, when you don't do it that way, you do it in silence. You don't showcase it. When you pray in your house, away from the people, and you do it, those kind of things are actually taken into account instead of when you openly showcase it to the world as if it was something great.
Yep.
Talking, and I said, "Oh, it's you did great. It's a piece of cake." And then she said, "No, I'm on a diet." And I said, "No, that's when I say piece of no, I mean it's easy. But do you understand the context that's missing sometimes in culture that won't get through to like a certain populace because the nuance and context will be unfiltered when it gets to that person? Like whenever you hear things like every kiss begins with K, do you think a subset of populace might miss that because she did, because she got engaged and she didn't know what the hell that meant? This isn't like just indicative of this culture. There's other cultures as well too. So these idioms, when you're like learning sign language, they teach you the idioms because you have like when you're making sign language, you're making faces and stuff, and you're making these deaf sounds and stuff. Like it's just
you're doing things and filling in the gaps to give
context.
context.
Yeah, you have to fill in the gaps because it's
right.
missing a lot of context. So when people like Emmet say things like, "No, they would know exactly what this is," or they'll know, and I'm like, you don't it's hard to explain it to somebody who doesn't know in that community. So she was telling me, and I was asking her questions, and she obviously, I think a lot of people in the disabled community hang out together.
Wait, I have to rewatch that. What?
It's hard to explain it to somebody who doesn't know in that community. So she was telling me, and I was asking her questions, and she obviously exactly, you have to fill in the gaps because it's missing a lot of context. So when people like Emmet say things like, "No, they would know exactly what this is," or they'll know, and I'm like, you don't understand.
What this is? What did I miss something?
Apparently, you said this is like you were making. I mean, I don't think I disagree, but I think he's kind of like putting words in your mouth, 'cause I don't think that's exactly what he said. He's saying when people like Emmett say, "Well, this is what you would mean by that," right? Like he's saying that you're interpreting the tool in a certain way, and he disagrees with it.
But I'm not. That is the point. I'm not. I'm taking away the bias.
You're a male feminist. He's exposed you, Emmett.
That is what I'm doing is removing the bias. It's like I don't have a bias towards the man. I don't think the man is virtuous or own virtues. I don't have a reason to believe, in accordance to the question, the virtue of the man. It can be a guy that's great. It can be a piece of shit. I don't know. That is the point of it. And then this, I'm talking about things that I'm not trying to put bias into it. I'm trying to remove it.
Yeah, but it feels like damage control to me because it's like, okay, so like let's say for instance, like I invent this like new way of thinking about law, right? And I present it to my boss and I tell my boss like if you think or you disagree with this at all, then that means that you're an idiot and you should lose your license, right? And my boss is like asking me legitimate questions. Like you can't question it, right? If you question it, you lose your license. Like you have to accept this. You have to publish this, right? In
Mhm.
numerous legal papers. It's almost like in creating an infallibility. It's fallacious in nature when you say that to reach a certain conclusion based on an argument, which is, and I quote, a thought experiment, i.e., people are supposed to enter into thoughts about it, makes you automatically fail the presumed test. You're creating an infallibility. You're being fallacious.
It is a fallacy. That's the point. And this is what I was talking about when I set up the whole idea was I'm gonna tell you where this thing falls apart, and there's just no correlation to these things. That's the problem that I'm having with your argument. And as I said, I wasn't even I was mad during this whole interaction. I'm not gonna pretend I was pissed. But even by being pissed, I didn't attack. I didn't call him dumb or anything, which I do a lot. I don't have a problem calling people dumb, but I didn't even
Emmett,
do it.
judging by the fact that he on average has between 2 and 4 viewers, I think it's safe to say that nobody really cares what he thinks about you or me,
True.
which is kind of sad to say, but I mean, it's true. Sorry, not sorry.
It's hard to explain to somebody who doesn't know in that community. So she was telling me, and I was asking her questions, and she obviously, I think a lot of people in the disabled community hang out together. I was asking her because I was like, she did like,
Why would it? Do they have like a sign that says, "Hey, disabled people hang here"?
Like Alcoholics Anonymous. It's like disabled people anonymous. It's like, hi, I'm ABG, and it's been 19 years since I was disabled. I'm still disabled. Shocker of the year.
When I was growing up, I had a friend. He passed away. But yeah, I had a friend.
Oh,
He was thank you. He was in a wheelchair. He had, I don't remember what was the disease. I don't remember the name of the disease, but he was deceased. He had no he had like problems with his gut, and I think he didn't grow his legs. He didn't lose them. He just didn't grow them when he was born. And he was like very heavily disabled in the weight of his body. And we were a bunch. I'm always being like the misfit guy. I always hang with that kind of misfits for some reason. But every single person that was his friend, we were all able bodied, and we helped him out, and we moved him along, and he hang out with us. No, I don't. So maybe I'm disabled and I didn't know. maybe I'm learning stuff.
Yeah. Then do you have an undiscovered disability, Emmett?
Maybe because I used to hang with this guy, so maybe it is the case.
It's gotta be guilty by association, right?
a little whatever, and I was like, oh, so you know how to twerk, and she obviously knew what twerking was, right? So there's some degeneracy that can go through. And she had a friend that was blind, and I was joking. I was like, did your
What the fuck? Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna press play and I'm
This is
gonna
all
let
like the
that
most.
go.
This is all like the most curdled milk takes. Like the best curdled milk takes come from Arte, guys. This just in.
This is so it's so annoying. It's so annoying that he says something
the
like that.
authority. He's the authority. He's the celebrity, and we're just mere mortals, just sitting here, just hoping to even catch a glimpse of the sunlight that he might offer with his star.
This whole time I've been saying that Marte is equating blindness with virtue. He says, "No, I am not," and then no, he says, "Yes, it is. It's more virtuous because there's not degeneracy." And then he comes up and pretty much states, "Oh, there is degeneracy that goes through. Oh, well, I guess there."
I swear he's either like super dumb or like he's rage baiting us like successfully.
I think he's rage baiting us successfully at this point. This is pure rage bait. How do you fuck up like this? Like at least be consistent. My story would be like instead of how to twerk, my story would be like, hey, you know about the Virgin Mary. That would be like my story.
Marte, if you are trolling us and you're listening right now, I just want to say awesome job because we have been ruffled, okay, sir. We are a bag of ruffled chips at this point. Okay? Bravo.
So let me tell you about twerking. It's like, what?
Fuck.
Friend know what twerking is? And she was like, I don't think she would ever know what that is because she wouldn't be in the club doing this thing. How do you know what twerking is if you don't know what it looks like? So it's like I got that.
You have a butt. You describe it. Butt moves.
You make swift movements with your badonkadonk in the backward direction while you're slightly bent over dancing to a song. See? I just did it.
The badonkadonks, okay?
Shake that money maker like somebody about to pay it.
It's so dumb.
We had that conversation on the couch at Metroflex Gym here. And we have this conversation. I was like, because if you're missing out on what a piece of cake is, it's not actually cake. There are idioms that are missing. And then like just asking her if her friend knew what twerking was, and she was like, nah, she's like, she doesn't know what that is. Like she knows that she grew up with her. So I was asking her. I was just like, so how, like, do you understand why there's a lot of things that can get filtered out and missing in how she's like, I mostly stay at home because if I'm to go out, there's a lot of things that I have to depend on, whether or not it's technology or anything else. So there's a lot that has to get through. There's a natural filter there, right? So when I looked at this and my mom growing up and all this, naturally I would think, okay, so they're going to be less susceptible to propaganda because of that. There's going to be context, nuance. The idioms are going to be fucking crazy. Like, so it's like they're like let's say that there's like a slowed down time frame of people in culture adopting feminist traits, right? Well, they would be like Katie would be like 5 years behind, everybody else. And this is me being charitable, behind culturally what things can be perceived to be when there's like nuance. And feminism would tell you, buy the bag, girl. Well, what do you mean? Why am I buying this bag? Well, there's a lot of context when it comes to this and the conversation about why this bag may be good or whatever. I'm just making shit up right now, but so there's a lot that can get filtered through. So that's why I thought about the virtue. But
he annoys. He kind of annoys me sometimes because I do lose the train of thought. He's going so many places, and I'm trying to follow. It's like I'm making this shit up. Wait, shouldn't I not listen to all of that then? Discarding the information, I think. Why?
House parties are the only kind of parties that I go to, right? Because I'm like in my 30s and I'm like old as fuck. And there's always like I have this one friend, and this one friend will have like the craziest people over, right? And there's always one person. And Marte reminds me of that one person where you somehow get stuck in a conversation with them. And they're going on like 10 different tangents at once. Be like, oh yeah, man, it's totally like this, man. You're just like, oh my God, like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, fuck.
Fuck it, says Emmet is trapped right now. He can't get out.
Oh God, you're just like, yeah, uh-huh, sure. And that's kind of like seems like what Mo's doing right now. He's like, uh-huh, yeah,
I
uh-huh.
don't know if Mo is following him, to be honest. Mo is. I
I
really
mean,
wanted to know if Mo had like actual complaints, or so he was gonna go after it somehow or some way, or
he does kind of, but like it's mostly just like he's just there for like he's like a support, emotional support friend, right? And also this is like more makes me think it's rage bait. You see like down there underneath his like this thing it says start and he had this for the first entire hour and like 30
he had what? The host of On the Edge?
stream
Our
stream
stream is
starting
starting
soon.
soon.
And then that fucknut that like got him into this shit nut in the first place, that Bud Light guy, right?
Mhm.
He told him in the chat, he's like, "Oh man, like it still says stream starting or whatever." And then he's like, "Oh," and then he changed.
Man, that guy really did a little bit of a number on this on this poor fella.
I don't know who Bud Light is, but I want to give him an award. I'm gonna use the loo. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna press
Sorry,
play.
bud. You can play it.
You have to think about that. What is feminism lacking? A lot of virtue. So
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm not, as far as like an argument goes, I guess I don't fully understand why it's critical if if what you stated is your goal for a conversation.
let's even say we
needs
throw the
to,
virtue out. Let's say I wanted
Yeah.
I wanted a woman that was more dependent on me, and we're leaning towards virtue for ourselves. I want to be.
I explained this 1,000 times. We would see as virtuous, but if it's not going towards virtue, if you're saying I just want somebody that is dependent, then that can be perceived as something that is exploitative. And I don't say that as in I don't want to say that as, oh, you're just being just want to exploit people. It's just the virtue of it is what makes it different. Otherwise, it is exploitative. You're doing it for yourself. You're not doing it for the other person. You're not doing it for love. You're not doing it for virtue.
The hero that slays the dragon
Hmm.
that a woman depends on, because in this current society, if you're wanted and not needed, you're interchangeable. Think about everything that you have in your closet, Mo. Everything that you want can collect dust, but everything that you need in your house gets frequently used depending on.
By the way, thank you very much to Fuck It for the subscription. I will probably be working on more emojis very soon. Thank you for subscribing. You can use the emojis that we have right now. They're pretty cool. I'll be making White Knight and probably another one pretty soon. But thank you.
On, and you need it. It's sacred, more sacred to you than the things that you wanted. I think we do that with human beings now. This is what feminism does, right? You don't need him, leave him. There's another man for you. We're interchangeable now. Men are more disposable in society than any other time ever, right? Barring like war, things like this. We're talking about in homes with two-parent families. Think about how less disposable you would be if you were somebody that thinks that believes that they need somebody just like a woman needs you. Now, if you have two people that need each other, you're going to fucking fight through storms and everything else. But if you just want them, they become more of an option. Now, what other class of individuals would need you? Now, I'm not saying you're going there just because they're going to need you. I'm using this only as an example of a group of men who perceive they want to feel needed because they've been abandoned in society.
For me, my brother to Miss he also got cooties going. Oh my god. Did you see the Andrew Myron panel earlier? I did. It was pretty awesome. It was
I
Myron.
was shocked to see him back on Patty's.
Myron was out of this world. I can say that. He was ready. He was ready to rumble.
People had different theories on that. They said his like chat was egging him on to like go on, and then there was like thoughts that like maybe it was just kind of a, he didn't really want to go on, so he like decided to go on there and be like a bit of a d-bag and get some reactions and clips and leave. I don't know. I can't speak to that, but it was entertaining to watch.
Andrew was saying
I just feel
that,
bad for Patty. Sorry?
I don't feel bad for Fatty. Was an ass too. Fatty was being an ass too. The one thing I would say about Fatty was because Andrew spent like an hour trying to explain these people basic stuff,
Right, like Carmelo.
and they were literally like not listening to him. That's why he came up. But Andrew said after that he told Fatty that he was never gonna go to Fresh and Fit, and and then he says, "Well, I actually believe that I was right this time." So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I go on Fatty's panels, so like I'm not gonna say anything bad about this show. I will say, like I would not go on there when there's like that type of topic
no.
because I kind of know where it's gonna go.
I
Right?
would, but it's for different reasons, and I know that it's gonna end up pretty similar for that. Like I don't,
Oh yeah, it'd be the first and the last time you'd be on that show, right?
yeah. I talked
Yeah.
to him once, and he said that I have the word. I will preface this. Okay, this comes from Fatty. But Fatty said that I had the worst possible accent, and it was worse than his. And I was like, no,
Aren't you guys? I thought
no,
you guys were tied. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just
no,
kidding.
ain't no way,
I thought you were in
bro.
competition. You guys are neck and neck for the weirdest YouTube hacks.
Oh shit. Whatever.
I'm,
Who else feels abandoned in
I'm
society?
grounded. Where's Abe to tell me I'm grounded? Shit. All right.
It goes on when
Anyway,
it's Bank of America Collections Department time.
Yeah, I think taking it off of, like I said, I do think the virtue angle is an attack factor. Even the argument that I was messing around with that I went on AVG before your debate. That's why I purposely didn't give the guy even a good reason. Like he just perceives it this way, right? Like that they're more philosophically inclined, they're more mentally stimulating. I use things that aren't really attached to even their blindness. Really, you can't really like necessarily attach that directly. But it's more if he just went through a bunch of dates and he noticed that the blind women were more of this nature, and so that's why that's his preference, right?
That's actually a good.
Because
you know what? Yeah. Okay, I can see your point.
yeah,
So
right. So when you
my
attach it to
example would work
something,
good.
Thanks for giving me a tip, Mo.
Mogo destroyed on that. I don't want to say that. It feels bad. I will
Let's
not even
not.
say that. But he got this
Let's
right.
not. I like Mo.
My
I
example
like
would
Mo.
work good with just men needing people who
All I'm saying is I explained to Mo what was wrong about that. That's the whole point.
need them, just like they want to be needed, right? Men
yeah, I
go
don't,
where
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with I think men and women need each other, right? So it's kind of a fundamental.
Well, this is kind of a universal
thing.
thing. Men go where they're needed, not wanted, for the most part. Like men want to feel needed in society. Think about it, Mo. Am I right to say that men more often than not feel like they've been abandoned in society when it comes to modern dating, when it comes to other stuff and culture and everything else? We're literally being replaced in culture by constructs, right? And we
Sure.
That could be another whole tangent we can go on. But men more often than
was
not
after the mic?
want to feel needed, want a sense of purpose in
Sorry, what?
I was like, sure, but like that doesn't justify this shitty freaking rhetorical tool. But anyway, go on.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't justify the rhetorical tool at all. And it doesn't justify the fact that it's a valid. It's not true. It's not correct. It's not a correct statement. That's the point.
somebody else's life.
Don't
Want a sense of
we
duty.
have to let him
Now,
have this one thing. He doesn't have any other things, Emmett. He lost to a woman recently, okay? Have some grace. Jeez.
Did you all catch Mo on Taylor's panel? He was cooking. I didn't catch him on Taylor's yesterday. I went on Taylor's yesterday. And
I like Taylor. I like Mo.
I like Taylor, and I like Mo too. And I like to be in Taylor's panel. But I always that go to a Taylor's panel, I always find people that I really want to like that I don't. That I just go in.
Well, Emmett, that's because you and I are primo jackasses, and it's hard to like us, okay? So have some grace, maybe.
Someday you're gonna talk to Leia Bobe and it's gonna be like, Emmett's such a meanie. Emmett's such a mean guy. Every time I'm on panel, every time I'm on panel with him, he's always very mean. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Mo says this funny thing. I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure it's in the timestamps. And like Marte's like she was so theatrical and stuff. Yeah, I think it's in the timestamps. And And most like, well, to be fair, I did tell her, on a recent VK to be, a bit more aggressive. So I'll take the blame for that.
Oh, there is the thing also that he was he was installed. What was that? I mean, he was right after
Sorry?
you. He wrecked Heaven Maxed. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I was going to talk to you about yesterday. I have these, like, even though I don't like democracy, we live in a system that is democratic at the moment. So I see, like, when people tell me like, oh, I can't do anything in this system, I get very annoyed. Like, at least like basic stuff like get informed, vote while being informed, tell people why you're doing with your vote, what you're doing with your vote. Those kind of things are like the very least that you ought to do as a citizen. But yeah.
Yeah.
Did you bring up Borb maxing? No.
If I say I want to feel this because women will abandon me using their senses, meaning like she sees another option, it's almost like women are ingrained in social media to scroll the whole time, and they're too bought in. I need somebody less bought into social media culture. I want to feel less like an interchangeable widget. There's so many different ways to paint this, but how am I still not leaning towards, hey, that sounds like virtue?
Because there's a ontology of virtue. There's a meaning to the word. You're an Orthodox Christian. I don't have to explain this to you.
Be nice now, Emmett. He hasn't had the benefit of a. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it's mean. I've gotta stop being a bitch. Ugh. People are gonna hate me even more. He has. I don't know how much benefit he has in terms of talking to his priest about this stuff. So I don't know.
EOD says hi. Hey, EOD.
Hey, EOD. Good to see you.
Yeah, the argument they were making is that the elites control everything and we can't do anything, right? So I pretty much asked them like, well, if that's the case, why do anything? Oh, there's nothing we can do. I left the thing. They were like, we're gonna do something different. It's like, what? Surrender?
Socialism.
What are we gonna do that's different than what we're proposing right now? Surrendering?
As a man, like a virtuous choice, because this man is making a choice, and I'm not saying like she's going to be more virtuous. I'm saying
you'd have to connect why, you have to connect the virtue to the act to some way, right?
Well,
that's
the
attack angle.
Well, that's the thing though. Is like I want somebody who I perceive to be like more dependent on me. I don't think that's a bad thing. Paige said that was a bad thing, and I'm like, no, this isn't bad.
Whoa.
I think that we need each other. You can't have a home with a mom raising a son by herself, right?
I really
He calls
don't.
me ABG, but like all of a sudden he's calling me the P word now.
Well,
nice.
It happens every now and again.
It does happen, but he doesn't call me ABG throughout this thing. He calls me the P word.
Okay.
It's cool.
Because a lot of people have this natural instinct to procreate, but I think when they grow older, they become more resentful because now all of a sudden their birthing years are gone and they have cats, and it's like, this sucks because these cats are my kids now. We have this generation.
Yeah, I think that could have been worded better on her part, because I could be wrong, but there's nothing wrong with being needed or anything like that inside a relationship. But to her, I think what she was getting at was some sort of like toxic dependency or something scenario, but that was painted in the worst possible way.
Yeah,
and also like it kind of goes into.
I've never mentioned any motives to toxicity or anything like that. I was talking about
it's a logical
like
conclusion.
And she somehow turned that
if
into
you're
like
going for one woman for specific relationship dynamics. Isn't it? Am I crazy? Is that not the logical conclusion if you're going for a blind woman for a specific relationship dynamic? Because she has to be dependent on you. Like it's not like like with the stay-at-home mom, for instance, right? She chooses to stay at home and to be a homemaker and homeschool the kids and to let you handle the finances because she loves you and she submits to you and she trusts you as her husband, right? She has other choices, but she chooses to submit. That's what makes it beautiful, right? But in the case of like a blind woman that you're going for specifically for that reason, because she's blind and has to rely on you for everything, there's no willing submission that can be actually objectively observed. Like we can assume that, she's doing it because she loves you, but like we don't really know that that's the case in all instances.
And that's what I was talking the other day too. It was like I would like women to be dependent upon the men, especially when they're in their bearing child years. And this is they're going to have to if you're gonna form a family that way, because working is gonna be hard. Things are gonna be hard. So you
Even
don't
in
need
third
to.
trimester,
You don't.
shit's hard, right?
You don't want the extra stuff, right? You don't want the extra BS on top of it. I don't know. This whole thing really annoys me because of the framing. And I know people might say, "Oh, it's virtue signal," but I don't think it is. The problem is that we're trying to showcase a vision of the world in which virtue is necessary and is good, and you get a family out of it. That is like the end result of doing what is right. And he seems to be not sure. I don't think he's showcasing that vision. I think he's showcasing something very superficial. And I'm not. And this is what I said. Like blindness, it's not virtue, because blindness is something superficial of a person, while the virtue is something integral to the worldview of that person. Something that she's going, like she's partaking in what is good in a sense. So, yeah, I don't know.
One thing that I thought was a bad argument is even when I was on the panel and I was just messing around with that argument that I had, the only thing that they could come to, it seemed, as some sort of rebuttal or some sort of critique was that, well, he's being predatory or something of that nature, right? There's some sort of attributing, but the problem with that is that's a really bad argument, because you can't actually know that. You're just asserting that. You don't have access to the guy's mind.
But that's actually
In both cases, you cannot assert virtue or non-virtue for the guy. You cannot. It's not part of it, because it's a general statement of men, and men are both virtuous and not virtuous. David says that he's currently departing from the Caliphate of Londonium in South. No blind people yet. we will be back with guide dog statistics shortly.
Of Londonium.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think I was calling the Caliphate of Londonia, but somebody said of Londonistan. So I really like the Caliphate of Londonistan.
David, you're a funny guy.
David's cool.
Because that's kind of exposure. It's kind of what it does. Like, just like the guy in the street saying men are assholes. Men are mean, but in there you got predatory. So it's like it's kind of revealing in nature. Even if I tell you what this is, this is what it did. Like, I was attacked by everybody. I think that the after panel, which is crazy, wasn't even about the blind pill anymore. It was about, let's see how many personal attacks and everything that we could bring to light.
I will grant him that there were some people that did that. A lot.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm gonna preface this with another thing. When for example, I'm probably gonna have a debate with Melvin. You know who I'm talking about. The same guy that told you yesterday wanted a debate. I'm gonna have a debate.
Yeah, that's happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a debate with Melvin on horseradishes. Okay? I said we're gonna do it in horseradishes. He's kind of a lefty. I don't care. I just want to have the debate. Don't care if there's a poll or anything. But I'm choosing horseradishes because I know there's not gonna be after panel for me. I'm just gonna have the debate and leave. And maybe answer questions if there's questions from the audience, and that's it. That's what I'm gonna be doing. That's the point of me being there. I know what is the role that I'm gonna have. If I wanted to have like an after panel, for example, I probably would go to you, because you have I know there's less people. I know that there's gonna be more of the people that I would probably enjoy in the panel, and there's probably going to be ways that I can maybe even talk to you and be like, yeah, this person, I don't want the person in the panel, or we have people that we don't want in the panel at all, like
Yeah, we can do
Imperious.
that.
No, like
I
Imperious.
can ask.
I'm
Yeah, of
not.
course. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to have Imperious on the panel. Why would I go to a new guy that doesn't know who Imperious is and be like, yeah, I'm gonna let this guy on? I will be like, oh, I know this person doesn't like Imperious. I will deal with them. And I think Marte, by staying, was pretty much accepting the fact that people were gonna go in, including someone like Imperious, and he wanted to stay and be there. That is what I see. So I understand that he might be annoyed by the whole thing that happened, but yeah. Can I,
Even during my sorry?
Dave? Do you mean up to the channels? Yeah, you can if you want to. Just let me know if you actually want to come up.
Towards Marte, there were things that were, and I'm not going to dive into this a little bit too long.
Sorry, can I say something just
Yeah, of
really quick?
course.
Yeah, so I was gonna say like, yeah, I can ask course strategists, we can do a watch party, we can do an after panel, but like even with my debate with Beth, right, being the moderator, a lot of people didn't want to come on the after panel, right?
Yep.
In my chat, and that's completely fine. You know, like I can make a couple jokes about that, and then like go and do. And I even told Beth, I said I'm gonna do my own. I'll come and I'll be good faith, and I'll come on this panel and I'll talk to people. But like people in my chat are gonna want an after panel, and I just did that. I just hosted my own panel, and everybody that wanted to come that didn't want to be on a panel with like Beth and Beth's friends came to that, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And you're absolutely right. If you know, like, okay, for instance, like this is going to be like, honestly, I didn't really think that Tyler was going to have that, but I guess like Tyler's maybe doesn't know these people as much. But yeah, like when he had Trippy on, for instance, I was like, okay, wow. But for sure, you don't need to be there. On an after panel, there's absolutely no obligation as a debater to be on it. You can leave. In fact, Marte did leave. And so this to me, this crying over it afterwards feels kind of silly. The one person who could have actually cried over stuff during this debate or said like called the ref would have been me, because he went into it in complete bad faith. He completely changed the topic, saying it was about the Rollo Tomasi interview, knowing full well that he hadn't exchanged that as a source, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't complain about that.
Well, even the role Tomasi still has the same problems. You end up in the same position, and it's not as like it doesn't look as bad, but it's still the same. It has the same problems. It's still a prescription. It's still dealing with this supposed dilemma that is not a dilemma. It still has the presuppositions baked in that he doesn't even want to address. So all of that is
Yeah.
just annoying.
It's all trash. It's all thrown in the trash. And like Marte, if you're hate watching this, which I don't think you are, I think you're probably on cools right now, but if you do end up hate watching this and it's still on, like, dude, just I don't know. Yeah, I don't think the idea works. I'm not offended by it. Em's not offended by it. We just think it's bullshit. So it's just, some ideas aren't worth continuing. Keep that in mind. Anyway, he's not gonna listen to me anyway. Just keep going.
Oh, okay.
There were things said in private that were like said out and loud, right? Even if they were in discussions, but they were like brought to the main stage. All of this was weaponized towards me, and it was no longer about the argument about the blind pill or anything like that. That's why I'm changing my stance on debating people who are in closer proximity to those people, because it's a liability. I want to preserve my channel and my brand, and I think that if I'm around them, they're closer to the people that want to cause injury to my channel, my brand, my reputation, destruction, docs, all this other stuff. Anyways, that's a side tangent. But back to the blind pill. Yeah, I think it's
Well,
really
just a
revealing.
quick note on that. I mean, yeah, I told you this already, but I kind of said my piece on Abe's channel the other day. Like, I was disappointed in how that unfolded, and then we went back and forth with that. But that's just and to be honest, for me, that's just kind of a general principle that I don't think when you're in a debate, whether it's panel after panel, or in the actual debate itself, when you shift from going from the argument to personal attacks and trying to like dig up shit from someone's past like an archaeologist, that's just I don't think it should be tolerated. Just nonsense.
Yeah, I think it's crazy because that's why I'm from now, like, in debates, I'm gonna start leaning towards actually academia. I have like a debate at ASU coming up. Oh shit, I should actually put out information on that. I have a debate at ASU coming up, IRL. I have a podcast on Warrior Saints podcast coming up,
I think
IRL.
this is the end of it,
I have a
Emmett.
word war debate going on. I have other debates going on now.
Okay, that is the timestamp that I have.
Yeah, because he just starts talking about
Academia? What does he mean by academic? Academic
He
debates
doesn't
are.
know what academia means, dude. He doesn't know what that means. He's just using words and
It's thesis. Like when you go into academia and you have a debate, it's usually because you are defending a thesis, and you have like, or
You didn't see the article in the University of California Berkeley journal, Emmett, about the blind pill. You
yeah.
didn't catch that? It's in the philosophy department section. You didn't
Like there can be debates, but most of the time the debates are not. The academic debates are like literally you go through the thesis of things, and you start having like source battles in between, and math and so on. Okay, let's move on to 134. There we go.
Which one are we on? Yeah.
That this is a tool. They then told me that it's not a tool. And then I said, well, what is a thought experiment? They said, well, it's in the name. It's this and that. You don't know what a thought experiment? I said, no, I just want to hear from you what it is. There's a lot of theatrics for some reason. I'm not used to all this stuff. And I said, what is that? They said,
Don't
well,
call me a they.
it's a experiment that is through.
I hate it. I really would love to see who exactly is the they, who is the person. And I'm not saying that. It's just
It's me. He's talking about me. He's talking about when he. That's why I said, "Don't call me a they." He's saying when he spoke to is like they said, right?
Say my name.
My pronouns are she, her. Okay. Don't misuse my pronouns.
Dang.
Thought, conjecture, whatever this and that. And I said, could that be used as a tool? They said yes. Okay, so it's a tool. And then I was like, well, that's a contradiction because you said it's not a tool.
Someone crafting an argument and referring to it as a tool that they use.
Yeah.
Someone claiming it's not a tool. That's they'd have to like, I don't know, they'd have to prove that some kind of way. It's kind of a hard argument to prove.
Yeah,
I think that was kind of a losing argument on that particular one.
Yeah, that was a contradiction. But then it's like they went back to you're giving a prescription. I was like, no, you just admitted that this was.
I explained so many times that there is an implicit prescription. Why? Why?
He's.
Oh yeah. It's just pure. It is actually just pure logic. It's actually just pure logic, and this is what annoys me because yes, I am annoyed. And by the way, this is me. I get annoyed at arguments all the time. If you haven't seen my content, it's because if you have seen my content and you don't realize I get annoyed at arguments, you probably haven't seen my content.
Oh really, Emmett? You get annoyed at arguments? I had no idea.
Yeah.
This is news to me. This is.
Oh, you never.
complete
Yeah, of
shock.
course. That makes sense. You never watch me. That's the problem. So
Right, yeah, I just pretend to watch you, and then I've just used you for the clout. I'm just using you as a stepping stool to 600 subscribers.
I'm on capital A, capital V, capital V, capital G, female debater in YouTube. Please just like and sub.
Exactly, that's what I'm doing. I'm just waiting for the moment to mention my channel. Oh yeah, obviously I know. I watch your shit a lot.
So when I'm looking at this shit, it's so annoying. It's like, yes, I'm actually annoyed, but it's not. I'm theatrical. I'm actually annoyed. I hate you for using dumb arguments. Okay, stop it.
I mean, it's pretty hard to get dumb arguments from an intelligent person. I'm just gonna say that.
Tool. You're going
Well,
back on.
I mentioned this I mentioned this on
I
Abe's, and
mean,
I was
I
trying to give
mean,
my take on
I'm
what I
going
saw from.
purgatory for another 2 days for that one.
Here we go, Mo. Here we go. Okay, because I went at you at Abe's, and then I went and tried to go to the freaking blind pill to you at Abe's, and you said bullshit out of that. Okay, and if I have to, I'll go back on and check it out, but I will.
From the debate, it seemed throughout the debate, and that's why I said it was two different arguments. I think the debate jumped inside the dilemma, or as you call it, to working inside of it, and then also outside of it, viewing it as a tool, and it was hopping in between, and I think that also caused a lot of, I guess, talking past each other maybe to some degree, or not being on like. We're not on the current. We're not with inside the tool now. We're talking about outside the tool now. Oh, now we're talking about it with inside the tool now. What's inherently wrong? So that's another thing that probably, but it felt like that the whole debate actually really didn't get down to the debate itself.
No, we're gonna watch what I was sent. Just a moment. Can you see that?
Oh. Oh no, are we stooping to Dusty's level right now, or what? We're seeing AI animated.
No, it's not that. It's I made a joke. I made a joke when I was playing a game that's called My Side, and it's an anime game, and they sell a pillow, a body pillow, and I cropped it. I cropped an image of it, and I pretended that I was like holding the pillow. So so we've been making a lot of jokes about the body pillows, and he sent me that. I thought it was funny.
That's a good body pillow.
For the prompt itself to a large degree, right?
But
It felt like the whole debate just kind of went.
Is your body pillow Ukrainian?
I just like them for like if you're ever like watching TV or whatever, you want to get on the floor. I have hardwood floors throughout all my apartment, and
Okay.
I kind of like.
Yeah, that
I
makes
like your
sense.
body- Yeah.
Between discussing the tool and then not discussing the tool and then attacking the attaching virtue to
the pillow peel.
Get yourselves a pillow, girl, late men. She won't talk back. She's incredibly virtuous. I guarantee you, she's never had sex with anybody. And, she definitely doesn't.
Or
produce
leave you.
pornography. She can't leave you. She has no legs.
Exactly.
claim, et cetera, et cetera. It was kind of all over the place.
Well, think about it, Mo. This is like, now that you've heard this whole conversation that we've had for the last, damn, it's an hour and 37 minutes so far. For the whole hour and 37 minutes, you've heard this whole conversation. Here's let's look at the big picture of this. Like on the outside looking in this debate that's looking at the tool, right? If I told
Can we stop calling it a tool? Please. I just wanted to stop.
Now that you know that people are fighting a guy that says he's using a tool against feminism, wouldn't that make the people fighting against this, even if it's a perceived notion of his attempt to use this, the best way that he can articulate fighting against feminism, wouldn't your fight against this, whether or not it's motivations, whatever this, wouldn't that make your fight against this a feminist position?
No.
No. Why?
No. Dude, no. Oh my god, Sirkar. Sirkar looks like the guy that you meet at like a techno rave and like he's in the back and like he's like drinking Cosmos. And you're like, we got a techno rave, bro. And he's like, yeah, I know. I just like the music, man. I just like the vibes.
We had a debate on whether or not democracy works, and he started talking about ideals of democracy, and I was like trying to figure out what these ideas were. And So can I use the ideals of democracy to get rid of democracy? Well, yes, but you will not be moving towards the ideas of democracy. But I will be what?
Using democracy. So how would I be moving away from the ideals of democracy?
Yeah, exactly.
Just common sense, dude. Are people really this fucking dumb? Like, are we just like, I need to like lose more brain cells to be on the same level as other people on this planet, apparently.
Yes.
This is let's just keep with the I just need to drink more vodka is what I'm hearing.
No, no.
Well, I'm already a drunkard according to Marte, right? I could just like go
Yeah.
full on right into it, right?
Yeah, drunkard, and yeah.
Yeah, bad catechumen. I'm a feminist. I'm all kinds of stuff. In case you haven't known.
Have a good one, EOD. Thank you for joining.
Right.
It would
now
depend
Thanks
on
for
the
joining us,
reasoning.
EOD. God
but here's
It
the
would
bless.
thing.
depend on the reasoning. Yeah.
Let's say that you even said, well, the tool's not that good. Let's say I grant that. Let's say it's not that good. But I'm using it towards feminism. My motivation is
I
to
can't tell if this
basically
comment is
flip
like
feminism on its ear and show
a
contradiction.
good thing or not towards me.
Saying your anti-fem argument sucks isn't automatically feminism. Yeah, feminism. Which
No,
one?
the comment on the screen is like feminists don't usually like to debate. I'm like, is that like a slight like telling Marte he's an idiot? I don't know.
Well, yeah, they usually don't like to debate. That's a kind of true, but at the same time, is I would if I was a smart feminism. I know the oxymoron. If I was a smart feminist, I would absolutely debate this one. I thought it would be a sweet old time showcasing the kind of bullshit that the manosphere is doing, and I it will be very easy, not necessarily logically to be correct, but rhetorically, like they are selling victimhood, and you are granting them a full-on plate of victimhood here. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily correct, especially because they're feminists, but rhetorically,
Yeah. It's just dumb. It's just dumb.
yeah.
Why are you still fighting it?
Yeah, you have to get the reasoning. Like, what are the reasoning for?
Yeah. Well,
You just-
why are you still fighting it?
maybe
Are you
just-
looking at the big picture? No. You're
Stop
you're
fighting
losing
it.
the big picture. How is that
Just
still
get
not?
it.
How's that not a feminist position? Even then, even unbeknownst
Wow.
to you, you don't even
Yeah.
know. You don't even know you're fighting a feminist position, but you are, because
Oh. So yesterday, when I make him go through it, and he was like, "Well, I'm trying to fight the framework," and I said, "You're a feminist," I was correct. Just saying.
Yeah, if
Because
you fight frameworks that relate even in the remotest sense to feminist talking points or fighting against feminism, you are a feminist. Correct.
because that's exactly what I did yesterday. I went on with Mo, and I tried to make him go through the blind pill. And when he said, "Well, I don't agree with the framework," I was like, "Oh, you're a feminist." So just saying.
if you look at the big picture, even if it's like this, like I even went to, like, it's a shitty tool, doesn't work good, it's mislabeled. I'll even grant all that, Mo. But this is my attempt to fight feminism. You're fighting that. How is that not a feminist tool? I mean, how's that not a feminist position?
So if you fight, so if I fight you because you're doing something that I think is wrong and your argument is bad, simply for doing that, I am wrong. This is a not. This is a. There's a. This. It's not a position. It's a. There's a fallacy or something like that.
Well, it's the definist fallacy. So, do you know what the definist fallacy is?
Yeah, this is your debate. You describe it there.
Yeah, it's an informal logical fallacy that occurs when someone defines the term in a biased, self-serving, or overly narrow way to make their own argument easier to defend.
Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna change my head real quick. Oh. Hmm.
No, I don't. It's not an appeal to ignorance.
No, it's not appeal to ignorance.
Is it the fallacy of the single cause? Is it that where like effectively you take a complex framework and you say it's one unquestionable cause to result in a specific conclusion?
Mm, it's yeah, it's possible. No, I don't think it's that. There's a
Mhm.
I don't even know if it's logic. It's a formal. I don't remember. But there's a thing that is used or is said in which, oddly enough, it became a dilemma for us, not for anybody else. If you agree
Well,
with,
it's
if you are on my
It's
side,
Agrippa's trilemma. Sorry, it's Agrippa's trilemma. That's
Agrippa's dilemma.
his thing.
No, but what he's
Yeah.
saying is, if you're on my side and you go against this awful tool, you're a feminist because you go against me. That is what's happening right
Yeah.
now.
It's like false
Uh,
determination or something like that. Oh, jeez.
it's fine. I'll remember someday.
Okay. It's the fallacy. The assumption is that I'm getting this story from like actuary has like a guide to logical fallacies.
Uh-huh.
In the fallacy, the assumption is that if an argument is incorrect, the conclusion must also be incorrect. Maybe it's a double fallacy.
I think it's a double fallacy because it pretty much is in the presupposition is saying that going against it is like you lose even if you engage with it. So you're being fallacious even in your motive to engage. I think it is a fallacy.
Yeah, this is a good little tool. I'll send it to you.
Thank
If
you.
you want to
I'll
post it in the chat, you can let people know. This is from American Academy of Actuaries. It's called Irrationally Yours, An Introduction to Logical Fallacies, and it explains logical fallacies with the premises, and then it actually goes into specific ones that are commonly utilized. It's actually really great from what I've seen.
Even if I
But
grant
yeah,
all
like I
that.
said, it would depend on, I guess, their motivation for it. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's inherently in a feminist position. It would depend on where they're coming from.
Let's take inherently away from that, right?
Hmm.
Why are you fighting this? Like, what are the reasons? And that's the fascinating part. That's the conversation that
because it's dumb. That's my reason. I don't need any other reason. The only reason why I'm
You're a feminist.
annoyed at this blind bullshit is because it does in the worldview that I'm trying to present to the world, it doesn't actually moves us towards it. It moves us away from it. I want every single time I make arguments, I try to be uh, unless I'm doing a steelman, right? But it's obvious that I'm doing a steel. If I'm gonna do a steelman, it's gonna be obvious a steelman. But if I'm not, if you know, for example, today I was like, hey, there's problems with this system. I don't think democracy is the best idea. It ended up in a theological debate in which I tried to like, well, it wasn't theological. It was just a description of theology. But it was like, I'm trying to explain to you what is the position, and those are the kind of debates that I like because I'm being honest about my position. I'm actually being honest about what I mean when I say it. If I am wrong, if I'm giving a false statement, I would like to know. If that would be the opposite. I would really like to know so I don't do it.
Yes, you don't go around lol cowing yourself.
Yeah, I don't go around being like I'm right and yeah, I'm just right. And it says like it's happened to me that I go to places and I understand a position or something, I'm wrong. And I was like, oh, ah, damn it, I cannot use this anymore.
Well, he says during this he got a bunch of DMs. He says he got a bunch of DMs, he got a bunch of voice memos telling him about his like argument and stuff. You know, I got maybe 2 DMs talking about it, and most of them are just kind of like, "Hey, I thought you went kind of rough on him with like the orthodox stuff, but like overall, you know, this is what's going on with him, and like I can't support him because of this." And I'm like, you know what, whatever. Like, I don't encourage people to not to stop supporting him. I don't think that he's unredeemable or that just because of this argument he should be discredited, but this is a shit argument, and I'm not gonna be sorry for highlighting that.
Yeah,
Okay?
I would be more, if people were. I had a couple of people talking to me about it. Most of them have been like, "What the fuck is this argument?" That's pretty much what I've been told. Okay, that's pretty much it. And the only reason why I engage with it, besides fine, people enjoy this little bit of drama, it's okay. But the reason why I actually doing it is because it's the only this is the only way I have to tell you that the argument is wrong. Okay? And love has to do with doing what is right at the same time. So I have to tell you, hey, this is wrong. It comes from a place of love, bro. Even if that sounded not as good as I probably intended to.
No homo.
You're gonna get a straight answer from, even if I ask
Happy
the
Pride
individuals
Month.
involved in this. Like, but
Well, I mean,
I
take me,
presuppose.
right? Like, I gave you my critiques, right? I don't care if you go use it. I don't give a shit. Right, that's
Yeah.
you. It's your baby. You use it.
Right,
I
but
don't
you know how
care.
you answer that, Mo. You know how you answer that. You said, "I don't care," right? You're gonna have
Yeah.
a division in the populace and demographic. You're gonna have your cool Vicks out there because cool Vic said, "I heard what he was."
I care if you use it because I care about the bait.
Just a second. Go back a bit and let's replay this one. If you listen, he snubs Cool Vic.
Right,
I
but
don't
you know how
care.
you answer that, Mo. You know how you answer that. You said, "I don't care," right? You're gonna have
Yeah.
a division in the populace and demographic. You're gonna have your cool Vicks out there because cool Vic said, "I heard what he was saying." Marte was saying on the stream. I wasn't offended or whatever else. You're gonna have the populace that are like you, right? You're like, "I don't care. I don't give a shit. Use it." But you're going to have a demographic that are saying, "No, but not like that." Sounds very familiar.
Not like that? No, don't use it. No, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy of an argument. Stop using it. Let me be very clear. It's not about using it like this or changing your tone or I don't give a fuck. I don't care about any of that. The argument sucks. Don't use it. That is the point. That's it. That's it. That's that.
He only has this one thing, Emmett. He can't think of anything else. We have to let him have it just because.
No.
No,
No.
Swiper. No swiping.
No.
Swiper, no swiping.
Say, "Yeah, I want you to leave me, but not like that though." How is that not even?
No.
Bad Marte. Bad.
I want to. I do have a magazine around here. I need a magazine right now.
Just take a sandal in the Mexican style. You can like take a sandal and like put on his head.
No.
Bad. No, I say no.
I want to be
Listen to a
led when I'm
feminist-
in the mood of being led.
How does that not?
You're not my spiritual father. I don't have to listen to you when it comes to this, but I can tell you something, okay? I may not be the nicest person on the block. I don't know everything about logic. But I know enough to tell you that this is a fallacy machine. Don't do it. Stop.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Emmett from the block.
You know how I feel? I feel like the meme from Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help. That's how I feel.
Stop it. Not even
Yeah.
Get some help.
referent or even adjacent to a feminist position.
What? Wait, which part? Sorry.
How is it not even leaning towards a feminist position? Because I think that there are a lot of people that do things. Even unbeknownst to them, they'll take action, they'll do things, right? But even subconsciously, we take action because feminism has been in the water we drink, the air we breathe, and everything else. That sometimes second nature feminism becomes ingrained in the behaviors and the reactions that you even make. You can then say,
I'm gonna I need him to stop saying and everything else. It's I don't know what he means by that. I'm not gonna grant him any more those kind of things.
So like if I fight feminism by like let's say I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get a boob job to fight feminism, right? Because feminists hate boob jobs, right? Because it's like it's a very male-centered thing to do, right? To get a set of fake tits, right? Let's let's say I go and I spend like my hard-earned money, like therefore jeopardizing like my future family and stuff like that on a boob job, okay? And I do it in the name of fighting against feminism. Does that make me getting a boob job virtuous?
Yes. Apparently. Don't ask me why. And if I try to fight it, I would be feminist, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't
Yeah.
object to me spending $15,000 on double Ds, Emmett,
No.
because if you do, that makes you a feminist, okay?
Exactly. It would be feminist of me to say no, don't do it. It's a stupid idea. I would be no, you're a feminist now because I'm trying to fight the
Yeah.
patriarchy. I'm trying to fight feminism. Sorry.
Huckabun says no, so I guess I gotta get Tata's upgrade.
Make an argument and say, well,
No.
do
I
people
will not be
do
doing
take
that.
feminist actions without knowing that they're feminist actions by saying
Oh
no?
yeah,
That's what people
propaganda.
do,
Of course.
right? So
Propaganda.
if we think about this, how can I then say that that's not a feminist position? Because would you think that somebody could take a feminist position and not know it's a feminist position? They don't know why.
Sure, yeah.
They just don't like it, but it's a feminist position. That's what I'm pointing to. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure, yeah, of course, yeah, definitely. And once again, just going back to 50 plus years of propaganda, it's ingrained in a lot of people. That's why you have a lot of men who have these ideas that they don't even understand where it came from because if you look back at their forefathers, they didn't hold these positions to a large degree, at least. So,
I looked at my light,
but
so
they've
I'm kind of blind right now. No pun intended, and I can't really read. Can you read the chatter?
Whoa. Okay. That's a little bit of an insane chat.
I think it resets
yes,
it along.
but
What does
like
it say?
talent,
What does it say?
You can be not cool. Oh wait, but Mo is gonna read
you
it.
cannot be cool with a way of going about a virtuous fight. Like, let's say I want to stop PDFs, and my way to do that is to show the world them Jo to the Jo to
The
the
corn.
corn, so they get put in jail. Is that okay? Trying to understand.
That's a whole. I
Okay,
think I
his
get what he's saying, but that's different. You're going about this in an immoral way. Because I just saw a documentary.
what
I
is
wasn't
Joe? What is show them
jack off.
show them?
Jack off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
To the
But this is what he's getting at. He's using something immoral to get an answer. But it,
Oh, there's so many low hanging fruit jokes that I can't say because I want to be nice.
I'll see them for you. I'll see them for you, Emmett.
my thing, it's a false equivalent because what I'm doing is conversational in nature. I'm not doing something that's breaking my own moral compass to expose another moral compass. There was a division. What he's talking about is like, is it okay for me to do something immoral to expose something immoral? Well, what I'm doing is something that is like there's nothing moral breaking about it to expose something that's not really containing with morals at the same time too. They're two different things. If you put them
Yeah,
in
I don't
like
know
a
why.
moral,
In
it's a
that
false
scenario,
equivalent.
what he just painted there, I would just, if you have this evidence, just send it to the
Emmett
police. I don't know if
Bucket Bun in the chats is trolling me. He says, wait, he's like, you will be virtuous after you get new boobs. Wait, I'm trapped. The boobs are the virtue. It's like no one said they have to be blind when you meet them. So you can actually acquire the virtue through the boobs. You were
Uh-huh.
right. Get your titties clean, become the virtue. See, who's that harming too? Like, assuming the surgery goes well, right? Like, I'm not harming anybody. Like, I think his complaint with this chatter, right, is that the proposed kind of like hypothetical is involving harm, so it's a false correlative. But nobody's gonna be harmed by my double D upgrade, okay?
It started like a D and it became a double D. Are we gonna go triple D? Fine.
I'm like a B cup. I'm a B cup queen. I'm only
Oh
going up
no!
2 sizes.
I
It's gonna be fine. And that's only because I'm like kind of chunky right now. I'm normally like an A. My my mom had like both my dad and my mother have 2 sisters, right?
Mhm.
And my mom, who is like 6 foot tall, like she was super lanky in her youth, had like 0 tatas, and her sister used to put band-aids on her nipples and call it a bra, band-aid bra lady.
Oh my god.
This has been a story about my youth nobody asked for. You're welcome. All right, let's keep watching.
World, like
Yeah, well, he's saying, well, no, there's a specific case that I can actually give him all the branch and references to. There's a
Okay.
division in the FBI that had to go. They took over a PDF site on the dark web, and on the site they busted the ringleaders of who was operating this. But in order for them to bust the other people that were on the site with the credit cards and all this other stuff, they still had to run the site and put new PDFs material on there to fool them as if it's still running. Well, what they're
Oh, they made
doing
a honeypot.
is yeah, what they are doing though is morally wrong because they're those kids that videos, the new content, they're still new victims now that they're producing so that way other people. But you see the quandary that it puts in. It's talking about what he's talking about. Like, should you do something immoral to uncover something immoral? Well, that's a extreme
Yeah.
hyperbole because I'm not doing anything immoral or anything really extreme. Actually, this is just a conversation to uncover something that isn't extremely immoral because women are allowed to have their choices and options. So it's a false hypothetical, false equivalent
Well,
for
yeah,
sure.
it's a
Yeah.
yes.
I'm so confused. I don't want to be confused. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That's his goal. Like that, honestly, that's his goal with this. Is he's trying to make the issue so convoluted that you begin to doubt. So there's like some debaters will do this. I've noticed where they try and jump from definitions, or they try and the most common technique that's employed is when you just gish gallop, right? When you just overload your opponent with a bunch of different terms and ideas about the same debate topic. And then when they're like, wait a sec, let's go point by point, they're like, what, you didn't get it? Uh it to me, it's a tactic to make you feel dumb because if you pretend like you haven't heard it, sometimes people like amateur debaters will think like it makes them look stupid or that they have no cognitive capacity.
Yeah.
But what I've understood also from like arguing in a legal capacity in court is that it's always okay to ask questions. It's always okay to say, can you phrase that? Or like, can we separate these into two components? Because it is a tactic that is employed typically by people that are bad faith. Yeah, that's what Pisco does, Mr.
Yeah, Pisco does that a lot. Even I don't know if you saw his last debate against Rob Noor. There was a moment when he was talking about the definition of a word, and he had to change like definition to something that only he understands for the purposes of the debate. So it literally threw off everything. He's just being bad faith at that point. You're not defining things. This happens a lot when I ask for definitions too. This is why Andrew does it too. When he just stops them and he's like, I want to understand what you're saying, and it tries to go point by point and pretends that he's kind of dumb. It's because it's just to showcase that they are trying to gish gallop. They're trying to move away from the point. They don't even know what they're talking about. They're just pretending.
Correct. And neither does Marte, as evidenced by the fact that he switched from what he presented to Rolo, which I haven't seen the full extent of, I will admit that right now, right?
Uh-huh.
To what he presented on May 31st. So we went from a prescription. I'll just assume that he's correct for the purposes of this analogy, right? Went from a prescription, or not a prescription, a rhetorical tool in a debate to expose feminists, to a prescription on May 31st, back to a rhetorical tool on June, whatever, I think it was like the 9th or something like that, right? And
Yeah.
now he's saying, okay, it could be a tool, but it's incomplete. And like, what if it was a prescription? So like, he's flip-flopping a lot.
Yeah,
To me, it's concerning.
So kind of a false comparative, but I also, I mean, to answer the question directly, no, I don't think you should do evil means to get the desired outcome because that's just.
Well, he says, "Oh, I
justified
better make
means.
my wife blind to make her better." That's a hyperbole as well too. This is
Does it
just
become
talking about
immoral
choice.
if other men
Is
see the tool and think,
yeah.
oh,
Now that's a moral
blind
thing
my
too because
wife to make.
yeah, you're causing harm to get the desired outcome. In nowhere, that's also another false equivalent too. I'm not causing harm to get the desired outcome.
I hate harm. I hate harm. People don't understand harm. It's there. There's like 20 million problems with harm reduction and harm as the basis for the moral for morality. Whatever.
Well, is that a valid consideration, right? Because he's in the public eye, right? People are going to see this and like, I don't know. I just
yeah.
assume that a lot of our audiences are much like ourselves, right? They probably have the same instincts and like to be kind of a bitch right now. Like he's a bodybuilder, right? He's in the
Yeah.
athletic industry, and like these guys are not, philosophers. They're not
Well,
intellectual mastermind.
true. The thing that I'm talking about is there are. I prefer like if I was gonna go, I do this in debates when I just don't wanna go through the whole ordeal of explaining God and the nature of God, and I'm doing with an atheist, and he is just gonna filibuster. I'm like, okay, it's just my preference, and we're gonna go through consequentialism because I think consequentialism is a way better way of going through moral ideas than harm reduction. It would be there's consequences for the actions, and depending on the consequence, is what you would like to do. But for example, there is possibility of harm in a surgery. You would still want the surgery because the consequences of the surgery outweighs the problems of not having the surgery. Stuff like that makes a lot more sense to me in basic uh, basic logic stances that if we go through harm reduction, because then it always becomes, well, what is harm, where is harm coming from, how do we know what harm is greater, the stuff like that.
Right, for sure.
Looking at what is, think about how virtuous it is. Even Christianity would never back up your claim of saying, would it be cool if I blind this person, whatever. But in my dilemma, or not dilemma, but my option, I'm actively choosing somebody who has a form of suffering in their life, that perceived suffering, and I'm taking up my cross, but I'm also going to take their cross as well too, as their caretaker, husband, things like this. Their helpmeet, right? They become my helpmeet, right? You would never say that's bad. There's nothing immoral about that. But I'm also adopting the suffering they have, because when you get married, you're taking the suffering of somebody else and they're adopting yours. You become one, right? But if you're purposely causing suffering to get the desired outcome, that's an extreme hyperbole. It's crazy, but yeah, I don't see that.
So, yeah, that's
Bro, think
there's
about
a
it.
lot of questions like that, right? Oh, go ahead.
But he says, but bro, think about it. Is it possible that people hear your argument and think that like you are pretty well known just saying, yeah, that's why I articulate and try to frame things the best way I can, but that doesn't really say anything. I think that when you're leaning towards virtue, I think that there is virtue there, meaning like in Mo, I can even tell you that I can add virtue. Like, let's say I'm going to personalize this. Um, I want to, and I don't see how people can demonize me. I want to say I'll date blind women, right? And I just get the notion to do this. No reason why. I'm not putting a reason why, but I was like, I didn't know that there was a blind, well, there's a blind dating app. And I say, I didn't know there's a blind dating app. I'm going to go on and try to find somebody else because these women out here are trash. I'm going to go on the blind dating app and try to.
Wait, is saying blinder exist? Is that a true thing? How does he know it exists? I don't.
See if I can find somebody else to increase the numbers and chances, because men have to look at numbers. The higher, the more people and women you talk to, the more rejected you get, the higher probability you might end up on a date. Women don't function like this. They probably have 10 people in their inbox. Well, with the guys, it's not the same. So we are extending our dating market and opening it up. How would this be morally wrong for us to do that? That's really what it points to. If we are going to do this because then we have to play the numbers game and women don't, like the same way we do. I'm pretty sure they have their own version on their end. But when we have to do this, we have to go through 50 different people before we can get one person messaging us back hi. That's crazy.
So wait, just to clarify, your question was what would be morally wrong with that?
Yeah.
But there's no, I guess there's no ought there. There's no like, what am I trying to
No.
say? I guess what are you, you're not attaching in that scenario, you're not attaching virtue to the woman, like the blind woman in this case, correct?
Yeah. In this case, I'm not.
You're just asking, you're just asking what's morally wrong about me doing this.
Yeah, what's wrong with me doing that?
Yeah,
And
so
matter of fact,
you're not making an assertion on
yeah,
moral
nothing about
virtue.
morality. I'm just saying I want to do
Okay,
this
gotcha.
because with the numbers in dating right now, I think kind of we're refining this a little bit.
Well,
I'm
that
saying with
if
the
you
numbers,
take that just quick, if you take that
ahead.
approach, then that kind of defangs the questions like that. Like, well, why shouldn't I just go and blind my wife to make her more moral or more virtuous, right? That basically cuts the legs out of those kind of like you know, because there's a lot of those out there. Like, well, it kind of opens the flood doors to those.
Well, David says, by opening up the marketplace, are you not showing that your marketplace was closed prior to this point? Is that exclusion virtuous? No, because this is real life. I'll even tell you this right now. I didn't know there was a blind dating app. A lot of people don't know that. How is that not closed before you knew that? There's a lot of lack of awareness. Like when I describe things, matter of fact, like when I'm training,
That's not what it means,
A lot of people
Marte.
don't.
Lack of awareness.
That's not what it means, Marte.
Okay.
Know that
Oh
there's
my
creatine
God.
in red meat. You know, they don't actually have to eat creatine if you eat enough sometimes and things like this. Well, it's the same thing. Like,
Good for your
how did you
brain,
not know
too.
you closed yourself to like this where that wasn't an option? It's like, no, because of lack of knowledge. People just don't know things. You don't know what you don't know sometimes. Like, I didn't know that there was like a dating app. So once I found out that there was a dating app for blind people, I was like, shit, there's a world of possibilities because I didn't know this exists. So when I say that was closed, that's what I mean. There was
What
a lack of knowledge,
question?
fundamental knowledge there. Yeah.
Curious. The blind dating app, I wasn't aware of either. But do you?
Wait, hold
Is
on,
it?
hold on. Was it closed because like you didn't know about that before? Does that mean it was closed before? That's what I'm saying.
No, I just wasn't aware of it. But
Right, I
do we
wasn't aware of
know?
this. That's what I mean by closed. Like that's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Do we know? I guess the rules. Do you have to be blind to be on the app?
When I checked and scrolled through, everybody was blind. But I don't necessarily know if you have to be. It would really not make much sense if you were on the app and not blind. Just like let's.
This is where it's supposed to end, but I need to know more of this. And I hate that I need to know more of this. Because I hate it.
That's okay.
But this is funny shit. This is the funny shit.
Say you are on Grinder, but you weren't gay. That's a
Well,
contradiction.
I would assume in this scenario that somebody. I would assume in this scenario somebody there, like someone's helping them, right? Or whatever.
Oh my god.
Why would you mention Grinder?
Fun. I don't understand what's going on here.
Right. I guess my question is this an app designed for blind people to meet other blind people, or blind people just to say, hey, I'm out here. Whoever wants to come and date me, here I am.
Yeah. David,
that was my question, essentially.
Wait, ask your question again.
The question was, is the app configured in a way where it's designed for blind people to find other blind people, or is it just I'm here, I'm blind, come, let's have a date?
Yeah, I'm
like
here, I'm blind, let's have a date. That's mostly what I saw. He says, so the blind dating app is the reason for opening up the marketplace? No, there's so many different reasons why you can do this. I come from that community. I was raised by a deaf mom and I was around the blind community. It could be because of that. It could be because of happenstance. It could be because you realize that there was a blind dating app, which I discovered that I didn't know. There's various reasons why, but to funnel it in is like, that's the reason why. Like, no, there's various reasons you can meet somebody. Like,
yeah.
And
you could also,
let's say I bite the bullet and I say, well, that's the reason for opening up the marketplace. Even if it was, why would that be bad?
Well, I think that, so if you take that approach, though, I think that would be stronger, right? Stronger verbiage. Like you could pose it of, instead of I'm opening up my marketplace, or I'm opening up the marketplace of dating, you would pose it something along the lines of,
I hate the marketplace. I hate the marketplace. I hate all of these. I just hate him. Why?
Marketplace. Untap. Tool. If I hear any of these words in a professional setting, like the next 2 weeks, I'm so fucked. Like my boss is just gonna be like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" And my subordinates will like think that I'm an idiot. So
they're gonna.
I don't
Tomorrow you're gonna get a new lawsuit. It's about it's about a workshop, and they're gonna be like the tools in the marketplace.
Oh my god. I don't want to think about lawsuits or lull suits on the weekend. I mean, it's bad enough I had to sign up for insurance. Like I'm trying to purchase because my property insurer told me that being a streamer is a liability risk. And they demanded that I get like separate insurance, which is fair, But that's because I think they think people are gonna swap me or whatever because I have opinions online.
Okay, yeah.
So I've been going through that and like trying to get like professional liability insurance and whatnot in case like I have like like a Sarah versus Andrew kind of situation. It's been a fucking headache.
Oh, I didn't know you were going through that. Damn.
Yeah, once you get monetized, you should get streaming insurance. It's like a whole thing.
I mean, if they do the police thing, I'll just run to them.
Well, like I don't want to dox myself or anything, but like I have experience right in certain industries. Like I know for a fact that if you have like a property insurance policy on your house, right, and then you start doing a business in that house, right? For the disclaimer, this is not legal advice. None of you have retain me as your legal counsel,
Mhm.
and you start streaming, right? You start doing a business, even if you're not incorporated, registered as a sole proprietorship or a partnership, then that changes the like material risk assessment of that property. So you need to update your insurance policy, and usually what the insurance company will require is either a commercial general liability policy and or a media liability coverage, which is exclusive to things like defamation lawsuits, um, like personal property damage as a result of like hosting podcasts at your place, all of that kind of stuff, right? And if you don't get that and you stream and your insurance company finds out about that and you have like a flood or whatever at your place during the course of you streaming, they can void your entire personal property policy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, it's
I'll take that
expensive to be a
into
streamer, guys.
I'll take that into account.
It's not, yeah, it's not
Jesus.
just all fun and games.
I found out there's a dating app for blind people, and I didn't know.
Yeah, I
It
didn't know
occurred to
that.
me.
So
Yeah, and it
what
didn't
if
occur
that?
to me. So then that kind of removes the whole inverse. Oh, so were you excluding them before critique, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they weren't excluded before. I just didn't know that. So now it's open, whereas
Right.
it was closed because of a lack of knowledge of its existence before, and that's what I'm pointing to. When
Okay. We can move forward. That was gold, but it was the wrong kind of gold. Grinder.
Yeah, it's the
My
kind that
god.
Dusty is gonna like, not the kind that we want for the purposes of attacking the argument.
Yeah.
yeah, that's all my voters that
Catch me in court. How about that? From the catch me outside girl. Catch me outside. How about that?
Cash me a
Not the
co-op on
windows.
that.
So she had like all the people on her side that could vote for her,
I'm in court
and then
weekly
whatever
these
was left in
days,
the middle.
so yeah, literally.
I'm just like, yeah, because when you have polls and then you nuke the other side's part that could usually vote for you, it's like, well, that takes out a big ass chunk. Because there was a lot of people that were like, yeah, I didn't know where to find that because you didn't post a link to like what's his name, Tyler's channel. Yeah, I didn't because I was in the middle of this thing. So they were like, if you would have posted the link, I would have found it, but I didn't know where Tyler's channel was, and I was like, I didn't know it either. So I was like, we omitted a whole group and segment of people that could have voted, and so that was out of it.
What?
The
Oh
the
my
4 people that could have voted for him didn't vote for him,
Oh
guys.
my god.
It would have materially changed the outcome, Emmett. Come on.
Oh,
The
that's the
4 people.
greatest scope I've ever heard in my life. He didn't know? He didn't know where he was when he was having a debate? What? I don't go to Twitch, and I know where Horseradish's Twitch channel.
He posted the YouTube like video in days in advance. He posted it before I did. I know because I like schedule streams now, like a professional.
Mhm.
And I actually found it about a day or 2 before I posted my like scheduled stream with the thumbnail.
Do you watch my thumbnail today?
Did I watch your thumbnail
Yeah, did you
today?
see my thumbnail for today?
For this stream, democracy does not work?
Yeah, the democracy does not work. Did you see it? And I'll share it.
Yeah, I thought I did. I mean, geez, I clicked on this. I'm just trying to think now, what specifically did you find funny about it?
Well, about the thumbnail, everything. We're gonna have a debate on where is it? We're gonna have a debate
What
on
is this an image of?
democracy,
There's
and
this
it's
Abe,
a
right? And there's the
it's an image of the Soviet
Steelborn.
Union with the Steelborn as the supreme leader because he was supposed to be the leader of
Oh,
the
the
debate,
captain, right?
and then it is Abe on the front like all weirded out, and in the back in the other picture of the supreme leader is a taco.
Where are you in this? I can't
The
even see you
the
in it.
taco.
Oh,
There's
where's the taco? Oh, Abe's. There's like a small flag of a taco on the right.
that's yeah, because the supreme leader is the one that we're supposed to be celebrating. That was the joke.
That's pretty funny. See, I don't recognize that image because like I'm admittedly my historical knowledge kind of is centered around British monarchy. I'm not a
Okay.
huge history buff, but after explaining that, yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, oh, I finally found it. Let me put it in the back.
That's hilarious. I didn't even notice the taco flag in the right. I saw Abe right initially when I saw this thumbnail, and I obviously knew that the big pictures of Steelborn, but like the setting and the taco flag, no, I did not notice those details. So.
Yeah, well, it's the Soviet Union, so I put it up there because people don't know, but people voted in the Soviet Union. It was just for the party. There was.
Remind you, I have like 6,300 something like that. Think about the votes that also were thrown out. Like that's why I don't really take it that seriously, to be honest with you. So when people say, "Well, this is a landslide," I'm like,
"It was."
Yeah, sure. I'll give you that. We'll just say it's a landslide. But I know, like,
yeah, I like the whole voting thing is
like,
fun. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun to get and see and kind of look at the numbers. But at the end of the day, when I go in, at least for me personally, when I go into a debate, as long as I argue the point well, and I think I've gotten, I guess, the message or whatever the angle that I'm trying to run out there, I consider that good. Now, I wish for me, I wish I could get all my debates back, right? Like there's always something to improve. So
yeah.
But
Well, I don't
there.
think that I'm a horrible debater. I don't think I'm bad. I think I'm at least a D-level debater. Like I think I'm halfway decent. You know what I'm saying? So, I want to have this other debate with Destiny that's supposed to come up, but he blocked me. So I'm working with Wick to try to rearrange that. So there's a shit ton of other debates I have. I have a.
Oh wait, with Dusty?
No, Destiny.
Oh, Destiny. Oh, okay. I was
Not
like,
too far of
okay.
a cry off, by the way. But but I have a handicap match coming up with Jake Var. It's me versus two people versus like a whole bunch of callers that are coming on a channel with 300K subs. I'm doing a handicap match, and then
nice.
I'm doing one
Those
after.
are fun.
It's anti-Trump versus like Trump or whatever. That's what the topic is.
We can just stop it. That was Scope. That was the last of the.
Oh, good. Can we watch the
Yes, we can
totally
watch
unrelated videos now?
We can watch the unrelated videos now. Let me get them so that people can actually see them. I can stop.
No. Can everybody see mine now?
Yep. You should be able. I should be able. There we go. We see you now.
All right. This is totally unrelated, guys. It has nothing to do with has nothing to do with what we currently just discussed. And oh, it just says watch stream. Oh, there we go. Okay.
No, it is showing. It is showing.
All right. Ready?
Ready.
She's here. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank
You're in
you.
for a spectacular evening with a great gentleman.
Thank you. Oh, nice. Tell me about yourself.
I'm kind of shy, you know. I never seen someone so pretty like you.
Thank you.
What do you think about me if I hear my voice?
I think you're so cute and sweet.
You got me blushing a little bit. What do you look for in a guy?
Who can accept me, I guess, who's kind and who can understand my condition.
Do you think I'm that guy?
I don't know, I just, I hope so.
Make you nervous at first. Yeah, definitely. I don't know how to react. When you lose one sense, all her other senses are stronger. What did you think when you first saw her? I was like, this motherfucker right here. She has no idea that you're a little person. You're 6 foot today. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I have to take some stuff with my brother. How tall you think I am?
6 foot?
6'2"? Yeah. I'm 6 feet. I like tall girls. She's here.
I'm going over this.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Is the second part?
No, there's part 2. There's part 2. Can we see part 2? You can see it right now.
Please.
Let's keep going.
I have one wish. What would it be?
To see.
Why is that?
Who I am? Do you want to apologize?
I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I apologize. That was not.
Are you straight?
Maybe.
Do you want a husband?
Yeah, I want to get married.
Do you have any pets?
Yeah, in a way. They're kind of hard to explain. It's like back house, like a back house. I'm still on the property, but not in the same household.
She's asking you questions and you're answering completely different questions.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck she's thinking.
She said, do you have pets? And you said, yeah, I live with my parents in the back house. Why would you tell her that? You're not good at blind dating, bro. I just have to watch that shit.
I don't think that's the one for me.
Why? She said, are you straight? And you said,
Oh, shit.
She was. She thinks you're gay.
I know.
I have to ask you again. You're not gay, right?
No. Hell no.
You sound like gay.
Fuck no. I hope we are able to run this back again.
Yeah, me too.
Right here.
Oh. Shit.
That's what I feel like. I'm feeling right there.
You're strong.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
There's that.
If you have one,
Oh.
what would it?
Oh, fuck.
If you had one wish, what would it be?
To be a C.
You had one wish.
Oh. Dude, that was so bad.
That is so good. That's what it is.
This is completely unrelated to the topic that we were just discussing.
I was gonna watch I can't watch it because he goes super hard, but this was the Andrew Wilson thing. It was so funny. When Myron just arrives and he starts going off. I saw a little bit of the after when Myron was just super mad. He was like, these people. Welcome to the SS. We are going to vote for the next age man. This was this is going off.
Pretty much. I'm gonna dip down to section 8 for this one, Emmett. Just because, fatty and all, but it was entertaining. Thanks for reviewing the Tay-Tay drama with me.
Yep. Thank you for joining me. Hope we have a good night. Take good care.
You too, sir. Diddles.
Doodles. I wonder if there's more of them. That would be a...
Streaming on YouTube.
Okay, let's go back here real quick. And let's see how this goes.
More blah, blah, blah. I'd probably walk away. People have talked shit to me in person before, and I'll be like, all right, bro, if you're not going to do nothing, get the fuck out of here.
The person who puts their hands on the person first typically is the one who gets the punishment. That's
yeah, but you see the nuance there of typically?
No, there's no, hold on. No, Andrew. I've worked in the school system for 15 years. Kids can talk to each other crazy all day long. The person who puts their hands on the kid first is the one who's going to get the punishment.
Yeah, but we're not talking about what their policy is. We're talking about what escalation is.
Yes,
and
but
so,
no,
so
hold
hang on. I just let you go, man. Let me at least respond.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Let me at least respond here. Okay, so in principle, I'm even willing to grant some nuance. And
he started the debate, by the way, Andrew, by saying that the kid should have had the death penalty, which I thought was super based. Just saying. He calmed down a little bit later. There were some arguments that were really good about not going all the way to the death penalty, but yeah. This is damn it, Ducky. I've been joking so much I got cramp in my neck. You little genius. Why there are more common than us, Danny Dunk.
the nuance is that it can even be the
Jesus.
case that sometimes verbal threats act as de-escalations. Okay, like for instance, cops in a hostage situation. He tells the fucking person, "Get on the ground, or I'm going to shoot you." Right? I think that there's a bit of de-escalation involved there. I don't think that necessarily in that particular context would be considered an escalation. It just depends. It depends on the specific situation and why. Now, when you're talking about escalation itself, you can, if I say to you, punch me in the face right now, motherfucker, and then you do it, I'm considering that I escalated that situation, not de-escalated it, right? Even though I didn't do anything violent first, you did.
Yes,
Okay,
but
go
I
ahead.
think you're being selective with your discretion. If me and you became in a got into
Well,
a
it's a
physical
selective discretion.
if me and you got into a physical altercation and I'm gonna say you happened to take my life and you showed remorse, you cried about it, you told people you didn't mean to do that, you asked about my wellness, would it seem like you intentionally tried to take my life
You
or you
at
accidentally took my life?
It again.
you at okay, people you need to at. Shit, man. What is this thing about that thing? So annoying.
That's going to be context specific. So I could see how somebody could also cry wolf and pretend to be very remorseful because they want a lesser sentence or they want to be viewed in a certain way. And I can tell you cases where that's happened. In fact, it's not always going to be the case that just because you're showing remorse, that means you didn't mean to do the thing. It could just mean that you want a lighter sentence. Again, it's all context specific, and there's even nuance in the idea of escalation itself.
But that's what I mean when you're being selective. Just like the father, he didn't go with the white, what is the pride group, the white man, the American.
Yes, it is
He said,
selectively based on
hold on real
context.
quick.
Yes,
He
that's
said
correct.
he didn't want them to get involved because he didn't want it about race. As soon as the verdict came in and he didn't have no gag order, he said he called the kid a watermelon felon. He said y'all fathers are not in your lives. He called them baby mamas, the black women baby mamas, and he demonstrated that he can show racist tendencies. But he held back his racist tendencies before the trial, before the verdict came in, so he didn't look like that, right? But what I'm saying is, when you
Well,
saw
I disagree with this entire characterization. I don't think that there's any good evidence that you can provide that
that's what I
it's not due to the fact that his son was killed in this particular set of circumstances that has driven this guy to grief and he's lashing out, which is very commonplace in cases like this. That before
And by the way, that guy, I remember that the father specifically was really measured, especially at the beginning, and people gave him a lot of crap because of it. I will give him a lot of crap because of it. But I'm just saying, it was not as thing. It was not just like that.
before this happened, that he had any form of he said anything racist ever to anybody at any time, including
do you see
teaching
how
his
but do you
sons
see
these
how
things.
this is what I mean by you're selective. If you came on here and said, "What's up, cracker?" You'd probably imply that I have some issues with white people, right? I may be racist towards white.
If you say, "What's up, cracker?" I will respond in a way that you won't like it, and I will mean it. But it's we can leave it there for now.
White people. If I say cracker, you can imply it. You may not think I'm a black racist man.
Sure,
but,
I can agree.
Right.
I can
but
agree
if someone,
with you.
well, hold
Yeah.
on. But that when I'm saying you're being biased, if someone calls somebody a watermelon felon, it would demonstrate some sort of racism.
Watermelon felon. Okay, that's mean.
Is we know the
that's not
association.
what we're arguing. We're not arguing whether or not the things he said could be considered racist. We're arguing rather what the claim was from the opposition was that it's this guy's perpetual racism that he taught his son that led to this to begin with. That was the claim. And it's like, and he's nodding his head. So you can see that that's the claim. Hang on. And so my refutation to the claim was you don't have any evidence that that's true. And he didn't. And he didn't. And neither do you.
But you said, Andrew, you say that about everything. So hold on real quick.
My answer was
hold on real quick. What
Yeah.
racist people will say, and what certain type of people will say, hey, those kids, a black boy, a black
By the
girl,
way, I sent Myron the link just so you guys know.
a black boy or a black girl learns their behaviors from their mother or their father. And you're demonstrating being disingenuous when he says that kid is speaking that way. The child is typically the reflection of their father, especially your father.
And she was down the street for me. It took everything not to go down there, but like you said, I also cannot hold back or avoid confrontation. I'm so sorry you live so close to the zoo. Lol, sad part, it is far north Dallas. Damn.
father was in your life, and if your father was absent, typically your mother probably taught you those behaviors. When I worked in the school, now let me can I fit and remember? Can I land?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was in the school system, the teachers would say, "This is what they learned at home. These kids learn these behaviors at home." So when he says that those children are probably the reflection of their father, you go prove that he taught them that. If
Yeah,
the kids and Landon right now, I swear to God, there's kids that carry guns and go hunting. If someone says, "Hey, Andrew, they learned that from their father," would you say prove that they learned that from their father, or would you typically go, "Yep, their father probably taught them how to hunt"?
Sure. Look, again, when we're talking about, you see how you're using ambiguity in language, a bit of equivocation here. You're saying typically, normally, regularly, often, right? Which grants all these exceptions to the people who don't fall in the typically, often category, right? Through your generalizations. In this particular case, we're talking about something that's hyper specific based on a claim which is designed to impugn somebody. So if you were to say, Andrew, the reason that your son went off and shot this guy is because you taught him how to hunt. I think that that claim bears some sort of evidence for it because it's an impugning claim. Now, you're right. Generally speaking, if two guys were walking down the street, two kids, when they had shotguns on their back, and someone said, I bet their dad taught them how to hunt, I'd probably say, sure. I'm sure he probably did. I don't know, but there's no impugning claim there. There's no reason for me to look at the evidence further. I can look at the heuristic and even agree with the typical, but I don't need to grant that this is true with no evidence. And it would actually be absurd to do so because it's an impugning claim.
It's not important, and this is not. And friends, the link is for Myron. The people that are flogging, please just stay down, please.
What's
I
up,
appreciate
Myron?
it.
How you doing, man?
And thank you very much, Myron, for being here. I'm
What's
saying
up,
that,
guys?
how you doing, sir? Thank you very much for being on the show. It's not important because he's an educated guest. I don't know why you guys keep debating. He's a guest. He's an educated guest. Usually, 1 second, Ali. Usually, when you are
Yeah, pattern recognition is racism. You could be a racist.
Just for you, Fatty, Fatty, please. No, that's the problem I have with Andrew. When Andrew uses that rhetoric when he wants somebody to prove something, but nobody has to prove that.
No,
That's
Ali,
what
Ali,
Andrew does with
Ali,
everything.
please. That's my point. Think about it. This is the debate thing. Prove your claim. We can prove it. It's an educated guess. Just like when y'all talk about the black community and you say this is these baby mamas and this is these black people, y'all don't have no proof because that black person that is bad might be watching a YouTuber and he's taking influence from Andrew and Fatty. Like, he's an educated guess, just like you talk about the black community, and all you do is educated guess because you can prove that that baby mama, that the man was absent, caused that kid to be ABC. We can do we
What the fuck? He's insane. He never made that claim at all.
we can do. There's a point. It's not important. We can do educated guess too. The prove it shit is just a debate, bro. Type of prove
Yeah,
it.
but don't you think it's unreasonable to say, well, but Andrew, you're doing this too? It's like, when am I doing this? When am I saying these things? What are you talking about?
I just think that it's not important. Like, we're dying on a hill that is not significant. Marlon, and I want King because King is then
All
talk.
right, I'm gonna
for
grab
while.
a pack of smokes real quick. I'll be right back.
Thank you very much. Chocolate, please. No, not the other ones. Maron, I know that you are watching the show and all that. Before you actually make a statement, I have a question for you, right?
Mhm.
Like, if you made this statement when those people were calling you like racial slurs, that if they did that to your face, you do what? Like, what is the moral high ground that you have for literally like tell that kid that if you do this to me or what? Like, what is the difference between both of the cases?
I don't really understand your question.
So there was like people are accusing you on X, like you say, words shouldn't matter. People shouldn't be riled up when people get in each other's faces and all that. And then like you have videos, or especially
Shout out to no one for talking that kind. I'm gonna quit while I'm delirious. Yeah. I prefer the term cultural supremacists. Thank you very much. I mean,
a particular video where you are talking about people that are kind of like
I prefer culture. That's a
and you
good
are
one.
saying, if y'all did this to me, I will
Cultural
do that to y'all.
supremacist.
Like, what is like? Why do you get the benefit of the doubt and you get sympathy from people? Yeah, this is clearly acceptable. And when something happens like this, you kind of like fall back and you don't understand the reaction to what caused that.
I don't know what particular instance you're talking about.
The fact that he has a t-shirt from Fiorentina of all football teams is awful. Pick a better team, Fatty. Pick a fucking better team.
Specifically, I don't know. But what I will say is I think, violence should be avoided at almost every situation and should only be used as a last resort to defend yourself from, obviously some kind of serious bodily injury or death.
Yeah, but see, so once again, friends, I don't want y'all to think this is ambush or something. I want y'all to own your words and be consistent. Let's see what happened there.
Guys, the truth, even if it doesn't.
Wait, it seems that we have a tip. There might be Palestine news networks going on around right now.
No, I think if he makes a lot of money off it, awesome, badass for him. I just didn't like the way the structure was when it came to the people who were competing getting paid out. Okay, now mind you, the first time I went and
Nobody's
actually watched,
required to be paid out.
the first time I went and watched VK, it was because AVG was like, "You should totally come and do this." And I went and I watched somebody get their fucking prize taken away from them. And I was like, yeah, why would I want to spend all night and have that happen? That's just not my thing. And I fucking very quietly said, "Hey, I hope you have a good time. I'll pray for you and I hope you fucking win." And I said I'm not gonna go on. Okay. I have no beef with this show. I think it's great. You guys have a great time, but it's
So
not.
you're
for me. It's
mad
not
that
my fucking
sometimes
thing.
people who are supposed to
No.
win don't win, or people that you want to win don't win.
No. I think that anybody
She was
who's in the
mad because
position to win.
no, she was mad because you took or you read or it said did too much with your explanation of her contacting you. I think is what she said. Like
Yeah, that part I'm pissed off at you
Maybe I
about.
did.
But
But,
then,
like-
but when it comes to the show, I just don't like.
I mean, it's fine. This is YouTube. Everybody,
Maybe I did,
everybody.
but when you don't ever hit me up, Beth, but then all of a sudden you hit me up, and then Dusty hits me up, and it's like, let's talk about this clip about the VK drama, and it seems to me like you're fishing for drama.
I just assumed.
And I'm not
I
trying to
honestly
play
assumed
that
that.
game.
I even apologize
God.
to him. Sorry, Dusty. Go ahead.
I mean, you do put yourself in the middle of things, Beth. Like he's not in 1,000% wrong. I don't know why you're going so hard about like that.
No, I agree. I got it.
Yeah. What happened tonight? It happened again.
No, I think this is just me. This is just my speculation. I don't think anybody's winning until the IRL VK, and then the prize is going to be huge. So you should probably try to make it out there.
Oh, when it doesn't happen, are you going to come back and be like, "That was stupid. I shouldn't have backed that horse"?
What do you mean?
I'll be helping to make sure that it happens.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't think anybody's winning until IRL?
Dallas?
I mean, he's still telling people that there's prize money on the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is a suspicion I have. This is just me. As a player, as a person in chat. I'm not a mod. I don't fucking get paid by him. I think that
He's pretty based when it comes to drama. Yeah, he's pretty based. We call it Tubanism. Where's BK drama? Two. I just think this is gonna be a nothing burger, to be fair.
people are gonna make the chat is gonna make sure that nobody wins. I don't know this. I want to win every week. I don't care if they're
I'm just asking your opinion.
There's
I know
no
you don't know.
prize money that has to be. He doesn't have to promise a prize money.
Yeah, but if he promises a prize money, he has to pay out a prize.
He does pay out a prize. He always has.
And not the last 2 weeks I've been watching.
Not when it gets carried over, and the stipulations of the game say the prize could get carried over if somebody carries it over. Do you not know how rules of games work? If you play the
I
game,
do know.
that's how the
What? Yeah, the way he's doing it, those aren't kosher rules. Here's my thing. I don't care. I get that you. And let me not sugarcoat it. You deserve to be ripped off. He's scamming you, and you deserve it. So I'm not even trying to convince you not to go there.
How's he scamming me?
Are you serious? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't.
How's he
I don't
scamming me? If I wanted to get good at MMA, I would go to an MMA gym every week, and I would have to pay a lot of money to be trained in MMA and to go to the MMA. If I want to get good at internet debating, why would I not just go hang out with my boys every Friday night at the place where we hang out? And guess what? Not only do I not have to pay, but I could make money off of it potentially. Maybe not. Who the
Good
fuck
to see
cares?
you, JS. I think I was on something with you at some point. I don't know.
Yeah,
How
you
are
seemed
you?
cool at the time. And
I
you
always
even
am
said
cool.
you said
So-
what's her name? You said we should get him on sometime.
How many times have you won? Has it been multiple or just
4.
once? 4? Oh, did you take the prize money each
And my
time?
ex won once, and she sent the money to me, and Easy sent the money to me when she won.
Did you ever keep the prize
My ex?
money the 4 times out of the
Yeah,
4
every
times?
time I just said he paid me 4. Yeah, I always. Everybody knows if I go up there, I'm taking the fucking money. That's why they
Right.
don't let me win.
And
That's why you don't win, right? Exactly. I was just about to say that.
And you're not like thinking
Because
that we
sometimes
would
the chat
believe
wants to
that.
carry the prize over. The chat's like, we wanna see $1,000 prize. We want to see a big
Uh-huh.
prize at
But that's
BKRL. And I'm pissed off because I'm like, yeah, I should have won, but that's the way the game goes. And I
Oh,
don't
oh,
care
yeah,
if there's no
yeah.
money on the line. I'll still fuck you up.
But it's a silly way of doing things. Like, can you tell me the rules without looking at them?
Yep. There's a lot of I don't spend money. I'm broke. I've never
So
I
you've
I
never
rarely
read
pay for
through the
anything.
rules in the
Hold
Discord?
on a second.
All the rules are posted on the screen throughout the thing.
Is that you, Charlie?
Thank you very much for taking me. That was very nice of you.
Absolutely.
How are you? How are you doing tonight? I hope you're well.
I'm fine. What can you contribute to the conversation? And why do I feel like you're about to porn bomb me?
Get this guy out of here. Is
No,
he
I
a
don't
cancer
do-
patient?
I don't do things like that. I don't do things.
I don't know. This is
All right. So you said you have something that you could contribute to the conversation?
Well, I got to be honest with you. When I said that, I had to go take care of something real quickly. But you guys were talking. I got to be honest with you. I don't remember specifically what you were talking about, but I would like to contribute.
Okay. I'm gonna put you. You can try again next time because you definitely seem like a porn bomber with everything about you.
He's not. He's just like an
You know
epic
him?
troll. Yeah.
Try again next time. Thank you.
But he's just an epic troll. He'll start like saying his mic doesn't work. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. He's got this whole
Hey,
shtick.
come troll me again another time, Charlie.
Okay.
So Beth,
Yeah.
someone was saying that I'm not like you were saying like I'm
Wait a
not a
sec.
Christian or
Wait a
I'm
sec.
like
Hold
a
on.
fake
You guys
Christian.
got like a
How do we
personal
get
thing.
this from this?
What I said, all I said is
okay.
very Christian of you to come at me like that and lie about the way that I contacted you like that. That was really kind of fucked up.
Maybe
That's what
I
I'm
was
upset
wrong.
about. The
Maybe I
rest
made
of this-
assumptions. It
the-
just
the
seemed
re-
to me.
Listen. I'm sorry, and I forgive you, and I don't want any part of this VK thing.
I hate that virtue signaling of Christian, who's Christian, who's not. I understand that there is normative ideas of it, but yeah, I don't. It's so dumb. I don't care if you are not.
That's
But you do want a part of it.
What?
Because you do want a part of it because it gives
Not
you
really.
content.
I don't do this. It's his content. This is not my channel. I don't cover this stuff on my channel. I really don't. Have you ever
Drama?
Have you ever looked at my channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I saw your channel, you were talking about the drama with Avarice and what's his name, Marte and Maryland.
By the way,
I
shout
use
out to
that-
Avarice. He was pretty cool on yours the other day.
That's what you do
Avarice
on your
is pretty
channel. It's
cool.
like drama.
Avarice is my buddy. I used it as an example. That was it.
Who's listening to something?
Well,
Arlo?
if I made a wrong assumption, my bad.
We're good.
Okay.
I like you, JS. I really do, and that's what I said all along. I said I like JS, dude.
She
I
said
thought
you
were
was
my-
cute. She was
Yeah.
like hard eyes. There you go.
Blame her?
Yep. I thought I had a great time. Meeting you. I think you're a great guy. I had an awesome time.
I wanna get it in my mouth. I wanna get
Look,
it
I
in
come here to
my
have fun. I
mouth.
don't do drama like that, hon. It's not like that.
I do drama like that. But it doesn't matter what my motivation is. I mean, he's either ripping you guys off or he's not, right?
Yeah,
and just for the
I
record,
think
like
you all just want to hate on Easy.
I
think you're
already
mad.
dislike Easy. I don't need anything else to hate on him. I can make fun of his herpes. I can make fun of his eyeliner. I can make fun of his fucking face tattoo. I can make fun of how he fakes being Christian to suck up to Andrew. I can make fun of how he doesn't pay his child support. I could dedicate the rest of my life to making fun of this dude. He has endless lolcow possibilities. I don't
Yeah,
need.
so are you,
I don't,
though.
I don't need. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And
so am
so
I.
is Beth, and so is
So am I.
Christian.
So we all are. But what I'm saying is, I don't need to do fucking research into
I don't
shit
know
to
the
make
other
fun of him. This is a little bit more work. But I don't remember where I was going to land. That I had a place I was going to land, and it's gone.
To be fair, it's dumb to make fun of Easy for all those things. Everybody can cover whatever they want when it comes to the channel, but that's just like, I don't know. I guess I don't care about any of that. To be honest, I just really don't.
No, I'm gonna land anywhere.
So when you did win, since the amount would have probably been, displayed on screen or whatever, can you tell us how much you took?
And you're not involved in drama when you get involved with a 400-pound unhygienic racist fuck called Orthodox guy.
He's not even here, Snaps.
I don't care.
All right.
But she's saying she's not involved in drama. And
Hey,
Beth,
this is Zebra guy. I've seen this
Beth and
guy
I've had
before.
the transparency talk about how she likes to get involved in drama and not be
I had
transparent.
OG on my channel to talk.
Oh my
to
God.
talk about.
No,
something
not just OG. They're
from
calling
the
you out on this
position
particular
of a
subject.
of a national social nationalist.
Why don't I have the ticker up here? Bounties are on.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. I'm here to make you money.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. Did you guys work out who's a good Christian, who's a bad Christian?
Yeah, why am I a bad
we're all
Christian?
bad.
What'd I do?
We're all. Don't you know we're all bad Christians? We all fall short
well
of
then
glory.
shut the fuck up and don't be talking about me being a bad Christian because of BK.
No.
Then shut the fuck up. Base.
I didn't. That had nothing to do with VK. Had nothing to do with VK at all.
Trippy.
I'm changing my colors.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say. Is there anything else?
I don't care if you go on VK. I hope you win.
Beth, your drama is boring. Mostly I just want to ask you, and you're welcome to hang out and say, I'll bring you guys back up in a second. Mostly I just wanted to ask you like how you felt about tonight. Is there how many times is it gonna it's probably an endless amount of times. He can do this to you as many times as he wants, and you're gonna be happy to go back. Which is fine. And like I said, I do think you deserve it because because you deserve it. Like you like this.
Well, yeah, you win what you win. I'm not saying like it's a bad
I
thing.
mean,
or
I'm
wrong
on your
either.
panel for free right now.
Right, but I'm not lying to you, right? Like there's a difference between going to some.
I'm not doing it.
No, there's a difference between going.
I'm doing it for.
There's a difference between going somewhere. There's a difference between going somewhere for a debate tournament, knowing that there's no prize money. Which, like I told you already, I did that before on Easy.
There is a prize money, and it does always get paid out. I've seen large chunks of money get paid out. I've known people who've got large chunks of money paid out to them, and I've been paid. So eventually,
We're
the
not
money
saying
does
that
get paid.
nobody gets
But regardless,
paid.
the money, like.
Nobody
I'm not
says that
saying
nobody
you're
gets
saying
paid.
it's a scam. It's a scam because the prize keeps getting carried over. You're expecting to win every week, and you don't win.
It's
just
why don't
it's
you
a scam?
win?
It's a scam because
I
it is not
expected
true.
the plug to get pulled tonight. I thought it would happen later.
But you're cool with like.
But he did an after panel.
Okay, I'll
anyway,
bring you
so
back up too.
He did an after panel, so that was cool. And fuck Trippy, bring Trippy back. Come on.
I'll bring him back in a second. I'm just trying. I don't know how long you got, so I'm just trying to have this little. And then I'll bring them all back up. But
Why is he on that
stalker?
stalkerish shit? Bring him back up because now he's not here, and I'm saying it. But
he can hear
anyway.
you. He'll be right back. Fuck, whatever. I might as well bring him back. Yeah.
That was.
It doesn't matter. It's just crazy to me hearing the amount of cope.
So why are you so mad? Like
who, me?
No, why is Trippy so? Why are all y'all so mad?
Why do you think it's mad?
This fucktard, guys.
Nobody's getting paid
to be up here. Who the
Easy's
fuck are
making money
you?
from
Dusty,
Super
put
Chats.
us
He
all
doesn't
back.
know that money
Dusty,
to
put
know
us
Who
all
the
back.
fuck is this guy? I should be paid.
Okay. Yeah. Shintai sends in $5. He says, "JS, why can you say I danced with Beth for clout and it's okay, but she calls you out for something and she's the one farming clout?"
Wait, you think me saying I danced with Beth? What do you think it got me? Maybe one subscriber, some Beth fan. What the fuck are you talking about for clout?
What the hell are they talking about? I mean, to be honest, I know a little bit about dancing when it comes. It doesn't matter. This is weird. This is just weird. You know what? Let's go back to the Blats.
Fucking benefit me. It does not benefit me to say anything negative about blacks. It does not benefit me to be critical of Islam. It doesn't. And as a matter of fact, I get a lot of hate for it. I got these stupid ass Pakistani dirty niggas in my chat talking about haram this, haram that. You're a kafir that, murtad, all these other bitch ass shit that if they had told me this shit in person, I'd fucking punch them. Call me murtad to my face, I'll fucking knock you out. Extremely disrespectful shit that they would never fucking say to me in person. Ever. Because they know that it would be.
Doesn't that contradict what you said that
No, I'm
violence
glad
is the
that
last
I'm
resort
glad that
and all
you.
that?
I'm glad that you brought that up.
Go
So
ahead.
that's in context of a lot of people. I get death threats all the fucking time, obviously, by being the person that I am and having the views that I have. So this was during a period where I was talking and being critical about praying at Times Square being like retarded and not an intelligent thing to do in the United States. So that's what I was referring to. And obviously, I get hundreds, if not thousands, of death threats from weirdos from all different walks of life, whether it's, angry Muslims, angry blacks, angry, Jews. Everybody gets pissed off at me for the views that I have. So that's what I was referring to is like, that's in context of also people giving me death threats all the time, which I get all the time. So that's what I'm saying. But like, but me to just like knock them out only for that, or to, to have some type of altercation for that, you could get angry a little bit or whatever. But honestly, would I really hit somebody over some words? More than likely, unless they were like attacking me or I felt like I was in some imminent danger, probably not. Right.
And by the way,
but it's important to understand that that was in context of me getting hundreds of death threats from these fucking guys. Because I think people know when you talk about the Muslims, and as Andrew could talk about this, if you criticize them, they come at you crazy.
One second, friends.
You'll
Let
always
him
got
land, please.
these other extenuating circumstances that make it okay for y'all. I don't understand that.
There's actually no.
One second, friends. 1 second. So, but that was not the context at all. You were reacting to people in your chat. I know. One second, please. Andrew,
I'm telling you what was going
Myron,
on.
I know.
I'm telling you what was going on during that period of time that led to that. Okay. You're not the one getting hundreds, if not thousands, of death threats. You're not the one people sending your address to you saying, "Oh, I know where you're at," whatever. I literally get calls all night from weirdos. You're not getting that. So I'm telling you, that's what was going through my mind. What was going on when I said that. Now, obviously, if I were in some kind of altercation with someone and they said, "Oh, you're a Murtad, blah, blah, blah," I'd probably walk away. People have talked shit to me in person before, and I'll be like, "All right, bro, if you're not going to do nothing, get the fuck out of here." And I'll just walk away. I typically try to de-escalate situations, not escalate.
Sure. I just wanted consistency because once again,
well, can I take you to?
They want the consistency because they think that whenever you say something, they think that they have like this stupid mentality that you can just say whatever the hell they want, okay? And it's very annoying when it comes to these people. They're like, no, there is an etiquette you have to follow, and if you don't follow it, and then after being touched, you in school out of meet and track, you take out a what do we call them? What do we call them? Stupid TOS. You take out a stabby, okay, and you delete a person with it. At that point, that you are in the wrong.
Ask on this here, Fatty.
Oh, absolutely.
What's the contradiction? Even if it was the case,
No,
that
no,
Myron,
it's-
hang on. Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Even if it was the case that Myron here said that violence should always be the last resort, but he resorted to violence himself as the first resort, what's the actual contradiction there?
Is because he made a definitive statement. He said that we shouldn't do that over words. And in this video, like I am showing y'all, he says that about words. Is
That's
people
not
in the
a
chat?
contradiction.
No, 1 second. Hey, Andrew, let's strip down the debate thing. I don't know if it's a contradiction. I don't know if it's hypocritical. I know that 1 second. I know that one statement cancels the other. It can, like you know, the laws of logic. It can be both, right? One is one, and the other one is a one.
No,
If
that
these
would
men,
violate the law of excluded middle.
so it doesn't. Well, 1 second. So is the law of contradiction, right? Is the law of identity, and is the what is the last law?
The one I just said, the law of excluded middle.
Okay, law of excluded middle. He said it. He said right now.
Yeah, but I need you to listen to what I'm saying.
No, let me just play what he said.
I know what he said. I just
because I want people to hear it again. It's not for you.
Go ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead.
You know,
the point I'm trying to make is I get a lot of hate for my positions because I tell the truth no matter what. Now, someone like Abba, who's a
I will tell you guys the truth, even if it doesn't fucking benefit me. It does not benefit me to say anything negative about blacks. It does not benefit me to be critical of Islam. It doesn't. And as a matter of fact, I get a lot of hate for it. I got these stupid ass Pakistani dirty niggas in my chat for it. I got these stupid ass Pakistani dirty niggas in my chat for it. I got these stupid ass
Can you stop playing that over and over?
He's mentioning people in his chat, which is words. Chat is not fists. Chat is not chat is words. So isn't he contradicting what he said that violence will be the last result over words?
You know what I like about this?
Listen.
I'm just here.
Go ahead, Andrew. Say what you got to say. Then I'll come in after.
Let me explain this so that you understand what a contradiction or hypocrisy is. If I say people should not murder, and then I go out and murder somebody, that's neither a contradiction nor hypocrisy. It's
I will say this. What Myron said was pretty fucking based. Just saying. Okay? Kinda based.
still true that people shouldn't murder. It's still true that they shouldn't do this thing.
Yes.
It's not hypocritical either because I'm still consistent within the belief structure that they shouldn't do that even if I did. So even if Myron says violence should be the last resort, which he said, and he uses it as a first resort, there's no fucking inconsistency there to even attack him over anyway. Why?
Myron's so mad. You can see his eyes. He's so mad. He's like, shit.
And guy would even need to defend himself from such a low-tier claim is insane to me.
And Andrew, and this is why I'm not taking this to the debate university and to the verbal combat. I'm taking this to public perception and to common sense. Myron might not be. One second, let me finish. Myron might not be a hypocrite based on the definition. Myron might not be contradicting
not even
himself.
by the definition.
He's wrong
by the definition.
No,
he's
but
wrong by the definition.
No, fantastic, but it's fine because I don't want to get on the game of semantics.
Making another point.
Let me finish, please. It's because
Right,
y'all are going to be.
Let me the whole time. Like,
no, let me. Sir, respectfully. Let me finish, and then you got it.
The whole time, dude.
I know. Let me finish, and then you got it. You are a talker too. I don't care about the hypocritical. I don't care about the contradiction, but it's common sense that Maron is doing the rules for D, but not for me. He's pushing a
I don't care about the hypocritical. I don't care about the contradiction.
standard to a 17-year-old and to everybody that is fighting over words, especially the N-word, and when people chuck the builder and when people are instigating other people, but then he comes on the stream and he says, if you say this one more time to me, I will do this to you. I don't care about the semantics. I don't care about the debate, bro. I care about the fact that Myron owes other people to a standard that he himself doesn't oblige, like he showed here.
He doesn't, and that's the claim that's in question.
Y'all got
There's no standard he's holding other people to other than the standard he himself still believes, even if he violated the standard. Do you fucking understand that?
Ask him the question.
He's too fucking stupid to understand it. Like, here's the thing, Andrew. These people are low IQ, bro. Like, yo, dude. Did I stab somebody in the fucking chest? Did I punch anybody? I didn't do it. Okay. So to say one thing.
One second. Let him finish.
No, hold on, y'all. Let him finish.
Let him finish. He's fine. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why this guy's jumping in here. This conversation doesn't concern him. Again, like I said before, I don't give a fuck what you like. Shut the fuck
friends,
up.
It's the last time I'm saying let the person that is talking finish. We are going to.
You still wear 26. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Myron, you are on YouTube, Myron. Come on, man. Myron, you are on YouTube.
This dude's talking crazy
He was on
YouTube. You see?
By the way, he was on YouTube and he's still on YouTube.
But you see, you are on Myron.
Who's this guy?
No, Myron. Respectfully, you know that you are on YouTube. There's 13,000 people. No, Myron, there's 13 people literally streaming on YouTube, 13,000, and you are saying
I'm on YouTube as well.
There's 13,000. There's 13 people. How many people are actually doing? I don't know.
Marvin, but come on, man. You know the TOS. Don't do that shit, man.
Okay, well, he started with me, so it is what it is.
Oh man.
Anyway,
go ahead, make a statement, please.
I'm not going to argue with that.
What I was saying is this: I'm not the one shooting people. I'm not the one stabbing anybody. I said something, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually doing it. So again, you're sitting here saying like, "Oh, look, you're being a hypocrite." Blah blah. Am I running around attacking people? No. Am I stabbing people in the chest? No. Am I shooting people? No. So it's not the same whatsoever. And then again, I love how you're removing all the context from what I was discussing, where I was telling you I'm getting all these fucking death threats all the time. That's what I was also obviously including in what I'm saying. That factors into what I'm
Okay, now I'm mad. Now I'm actually mad. I'm mad at everybody who thinks my accent is as bad as that fucking fat fucker accent, okay? I'm not that. I listen to myself. I don't like it, but I've listened to myself. I can understand myself in English. I'm not saying that I sound good, but I don't sound like that.
Saying when I'm saying like, oh, if somebody comes up to me, calls me a murtad to my face, because I'm getting death threats from these guys all over the place, and anyone that criticizes Islam or any type of Muslims in New York City, they'll tell you, oh, they come up to you all the time. Andrew's gotten hundreds of death threats from these guys. So when I was saying, come up to my face and say that, okay, that's within the context of me getting hundreds, if not thousands, of death threats from these people. But am I going to run around and knock somebody out just for simply calling me a murtad and nothing else? No, bro, I'm going to walk away. I'm not the one doing all the fucking violence bullshit. I don't believe in it. Unless you had to defend yourself, like I said before, from some type of imminent injury or danger.
Shut the fuck up, fuck it. Shut the fuck up. You sound more good or fuck off.
Or loss of life or whatever.
It's
That's
better.
what it is. I carry a gun all the time. I'm not getting in shootouts. No, because I understand use of force and using it appropriately and not just attacking people because they piss you off with your feelings.
Sure. And thank you very much for calming yourself down and not calling us names, right?
No,
Let me
well,
ask you.
your buddy Goat is the one that started the issues here. He's
No,
like,
no,
"Oh,
no,
what
no,
you is
no,
if I
no,
care."
it's
Bro, I don't
because
even
no,
know.
no, no,
He didn't
no,
start it.
no, he didn't. No,
He didn't
no,
start
no,
it.
no, no, no. Hey, one
Hold on,
second. No,
Taz.
he
I'm
didn't.
who you don't want
No,
to
he
smoke
didn't.
with.
No, he
Bitch
didn't.
ass
Because
nigga.
you what? Hey, Taz, one second.
Taz,
You
we got
called
beans that you ain't
you called us low IQ. You called us raw word. Like you being
Yeah, because you're bringing up that's a low IQ thing to bring up that clip as if,
No.
look, you're a hypocrite. Am I
No,
running
you
around
just said
punching
he
people in the
started it
face?
though.
No,
See
you
how
said he started.
No,
You
because
changed it.
you're giving,
changing it, Myron. You
giving,
said he started it.
No,
Though.
bro,
You said
no.
he started it.
No. The other dude, Goat, said some dumb
He
shit.
didn't start.
No, but you started it.
He
Didn't start it.
No. This dude, Goat, said something about, I don't like you or whatever. I was like, I'm not talking to you, so who cares
After
what
you
like?
say what you said.
Okay.
After you
And
say what you said.
What did I say? That this is a low IQ comment?
Low IQ, our words, yes.
Yes, because you don't understand, okay? Because you're...
Emmett mugs my Canadian accent all the time. I don't. I just say that you say a boot. It's fine.
Andrew Tyson is trying to explain it to you a million
This is
times.
your
You just don't understand
entitlement
it.
showing.
You got this
Your
clip.
entitlement
You got this
showing
clip, and you're
again.
like, "Look, I got this guy." And it's like, bro, what is that supposed to prove? What is that supposed to prove? Am I running around punching people for calling me a murtad?
Hey,
I'm
Fatty,
not.
real slow, please. No. Just Fatty, I swear I'm not. Andrew keeps telling us Andrew keeps telling us to prove things. He made an assertion about you. You get to make an assertion, and nobody has to prove anything. You both don't have to prove it. So you called us low IQ just because you came up here and didn't like what we said. It was nothing about you having to prove it or us having to prove it. You just went straight to
understand what he was trying to explain.
Myron, you just came on our panel. Myron, you came on
anything.
Myron, you came on our panel for the first time and calling people low IQ. Can you prove that the people on this panel are low IQ? Did you prove it? Excuse me. No, excuse me. Did you? No. That's wrong what I said. See, I'm fixing what I said. Did you prove it before you said they're low IQ? Did you prove it? And then did Andrew ask you to prove it? The point is this. Every time y'all get into a disagreement with somebody, not you mostly, Andrew will do that. Prove it. But he doesn't.
Now Emmett's pretending not to know what you're talking about. I never have said a boot. Yes, you have.
Doesn't have to prove it, and you don't have to prove it. That's the point that Fatty's trying to make as well too. Y'all just making assertions and making statements. That
Just like I said in a sense, and I sound like a weirdo. Yeah.
You don't have to prove, but you want the person that's speaking to you to prove it.
And I was listening to the conversation before with the whole Carmelo Anthony thing, right?
Sure.
So when I'm saying, because obviously, I was listening to what Andrew was saying, and he was trying to explain concepts to you guys. And then with this guy Fatty brings up that clip, when I was like, oh man, these people are hard to, they just don't understand shit. So when I'm saying low IQ, I mean as in your legal analysis is low IQ, it's retarded. Your name should be Dr. Retard. And then for the guy Fatty, who I can't understand anything this motherfucker's saying because he's a foreigner, the reality is you guys just don't understand certain concepts. Someone's got to come in and tell you.
You're a foreigner.
No, it's fine. Hey, stop. Hey, everybody stop. Hey, guys, everybody. No, hey, friends. Everybody stop. Hey, I can. Myron, 1 second. Myron, I accept this. Myron.
This is gonna go so so great. This is gonna be so great.
Hey, Myron.
That's
no, Myron, 1 second. Myron, I accept it. Myron, I accept it, right?
You're fat. Who gives a fuck what you think?
I know, and you have a bald spot on your head like a halo. I know, we both have problems.
You
yes.
sunglasses inside No one understands what you're saying. You're a fucking foreign fat fuck. Nobody cares. You got no motion besides your stomach moving because you're fat as fuck. We got Dr. Retard in here. We got this nigga Goat who literally looks like a fucking dude that still wears South Pole in 2026. We got a bunch of chimpanzee retards on here. That don't understand basic
literally look like a
Hey, friends, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, Myron. Myron, one second.
Unc,
Myron, now, one second.
Hey, Unc,
Myron,
shut the fuck
Myron,
up.
1 second.
Yo,
Myron. Hey,
Myron.
Myron. No, Myron, I accept it. Hey, Myron.
You fucking losers.
Hey, Myron, I accept it. You know,
ridiculous.
let me finish, please, Myron. I
50
accept it.
IQ.
Myron,
50
this is
IQ.
Myron.
You can't
Myron.
even speak English, bro. Nobody
I know.
understands you. You can't
Myron.
even ask a question properly, you fat fucking
No,
retard.
it's
crazy
fine.
to me.
Myron,
Holy
let me.
shit.
Can I answer that? Can I reply?
85 IQ panel.
Can I?
Niggas through the roof.
We are done.
I'm gonna die over here. Stop it.
No, it's let me answer, please. Let me answer, please. Okay, let me answer, please.
Ask your question, retard. What you got to say?
Okay, so Myron, you call us low IQ based on we don't know the law. I can have the highest IQ in whatever thing. Let me finish. You see, you let me finish. Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid of me? Why are you afraid of me talking? Why are you afraid of me? Why are you afraid of me talking? Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid of me talking?
Anyway, okay.
Why are you afraid of letting me talk?
Go ahead, fat boy. Go ahead, fat boy.
Okay. Okay. So, Myron. Okay. First, you didn't prove that we are low IQ. Because we can be, well, let me finish. We can be very high IQ and know nothing about law. That's the first one, right? Since Andrew went to debate. We can be engineers, astronauts, do things at a high functioning level and not know nothing about law. So we don't know in the law doesn't make us low IQ. Second, I'm a foreigner. Totally fine. Piers Morgan is a foreigner and you were sucking his dick. Stephen Crowder is a foreigner and you were sucking his dick. Your motherfucking co-host is from Barbados and you were sucking his dick. So respectfully, silence. I'll let you finish. You are going to let me finish. Silence.
You engineers calories.
Silence.
You engineer calories, fat boy.
Silence. Silence.
That's what you engineer.
Let's get silence, sir. Sir.
Silence. You're a fucking retarded monkey chimpanzee fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bruh.
Yo, can I go?
Literally, that's what this is,
Hey,
bro.
friend.
I am here. I'm the zookeeper to niggas.
Go?
Okay, now, hey, friends, 1 second. Hey, 1 second. I got you. Hey, let me ask Andrew. Hey, let me ask Andrew a question.
We're tired of you fucking dumbass, retarded racist niggas.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, thank you. No, everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet.
Don't bite.
Everybody quiet. Don't bite. Everybody quiet. Hey, Andrew, I want to ask you something, Andrew. Right?
Racist calling people racist.
Hey, Andrew, please can you mute yourself? I have a question for you. Andrew.
All right.
Is Myron chimping out? Is Myron showing the behavior that he complains about the black community every day by not having impulse control, calling people names that didn't call him names, calling people dumb, calling people obtuse? Don't chimp out. Don't chimp out, sir. Don't chimp out, sir.
No, you're an orangutan.
I accept it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Right.
Yes. So now, Andrew, is Myron displaying the behavior that he complains about every day on his panel by chimping out right now? What's your opinion? What's your opinion, Andrew? I really want to know about this, Andrew.
We're just clowning y'all niggas. You guys are fucking idiots.
No, it's fine. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
You can barely speak English.
I know. I know.
You literally have pitties. You're wearing sunglasses indoors. We don't take you serious.
I know.
I know.
Andrew, are you co-signing Myron?
No. We are going to let Andrew.
Why is the woman talking? Be in the kitchen, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Can I go?
Just one.
Can I please go?
It's like the best I've said in a while. Usually I want to be the one that's not changing. I just want to be like, hey, I'm from Bank of America. But it's amazing.
He being the nigga that he talking about. He being the nigga
that he Why y'all won't let me go?
No, it's because we want Andrew to answer the question: is Myron chimping out?
No. He came into
Why?
Well,
Okay,
Hang on.
fried chicken connoisseur.
Do you want me to give you the explanation? I'll give you the
Yes,
explanation.
and by the way, Andrew, I wonder why you were so upset when somebody broke the TOS a couple of minutes ago by saying something that they shouldn't. And these men literally are going to make us private this shit and kind of edit and all
Wait,
this.
how'd I break
And
the
you,
TOS
and
by
you,
saying
and
you're
you,
fat?
and
It's
you,
true.
and you are, and you
It's
are
true.
smiling and laughing,
fat.
knowing that this can
It's
jeopardize
true.
all the channels. But it's fine,
It's
right?
true.
Okay, so
Totally fine.
do you want
Go,
me?
go.
Do you want me to give a defense here? I'll give you the defense. So
I want you to explain to me why is he not chimping out when he didn't do nothing to
So
this man. We did nothing but nice to this man.
First and
Yeah.
foremost, right? I don't want the TOS broken, obviously. I can't help that shit's funny though, and I'm gonna laugh at it. Okay, a lot of you guys want to laugh right now too. Like, look at Mr. Fantastic. He thinks some of this
Oh
shit's
no,
funny.
trust me. I'm the one who's be talking to everybody wants to laugh, but I'm just
Yeah,
chilling.
it's just funny. Okay, some of the shit's funny. What do you want me to do? I can't help what I laugh at. Anyway, no,
Yo,
he
notice
came
how
in.
much he's breathing, bro. This dude's taking
Yeah.
7 breaths for
He
my
came-
1. This
when-
nigga's
when-
fat as fuck.
When
Bro,
Myron
why are you
came
breathing
in,
all our
it's
air, bro?
4:44. I point out to you, he's not in a violation. There's no contradiction. There's no nothing. You won't engage with that. The gentleman below me, Dr. Ilkins, Ali, says, well, wait a second. Andrew doesn't have to demonstrate or show evidence for a claim. But that's exactly what I did by showing you how there's no contradiction, anything like this. I'm walking you through what's called a logical claim, giving it to you in premise form, showing you that's evidence.
Bro, he's Dr. Retard, Andrew. You can't reason with this guy. It's Dr.
So
Retard.
you didn't answer his
You
question.
can't take these people seriously. Dr.
And we're not
fucking
going to do,
retard.
and we're going to show the demonstration. We haven't disrespected anybody on the panel. He's been the disrespectful one. He's asking.
Hey, Ali, check the DMs. No, hey, one second. Ali, check the DMs. Hey, one second. One second. No, hey, 1 second. Hey, Andrew. You know what? You know why I know that Ali's right? Because when Tez was calling you white boy and all these things, we literally stopped it and said, let's not make this racial. Let's not go. Let's talk about the argument because both of y'all seem informed. Myron sees the moment he got here until now,
bro,
he's not having no argument, no nothing.
And you know what it is, Fatty?
Ali, check the
I see it,
message.
Fatty. I got you.
A basic
But
argument,
the
'cause
real
you're fucking dumb. We got Dr. Retard talking again.
I hear you, Fatty. The real thing is when they do counterintelligence, he has to act like this. They don't act like this to people they really think are stupid.
I would be completely honest. I would be super annoyed at this panel if it was mean. If it was me, like if I was Fatty and I was having the ideas of Fatty, I would be annoyed. But as a viewer of none other than Andrew Wilson, as as an enjoyer of Andrew Wilson, this was amazing.
Hey, Andrew, he's literally talking. He's literally y'all. Right, look at
y'all gone.
Look at your. If y'all both gonna go then, because y'all when you.
This is Sparta!
So they threw them away. And that was the last time I'll probably ever watch this fat fucker.
You think I'm clavicular? I'm out here saying I said I danced with Beth because I was telling a story of something that happened. It was fun. It was cool. But
Apparently there's been more stuff going on
for clout.
Hold on a second.
in all this.
I missed a few. Remember for 2 months, who cooked on Squeaky's Poverty Game Show from P. Fletch and Lawrence. Sorry, I missed this earlier, Lawrence. Hail Cowboy, Dusty the Little Cow Wrangler. Beth, who do you think is better looking, JS or Soulja? And she can answer that in a second when she gets back up.
Is Soulja black?
Have you haven't met God Soulja? He's not black, but he kind of acts like it.
Oh.
So yeah, no, mostly I was just curious to see if anything changed in your opinion. You know, I don't know. I find like, and I'm not, like I said before, I'm not trying to change your opinion. I have my own. You have yours. I'm baffled by you guys's, but it is what it is. And you're expecting that nobody wins until.
I don't care who wins. I just want to
debate.
I just want to fucking debate people.
Yeah.
So I jump on the panel.
What he's saying is he doesn't care if there's a winner or loser. He just wants to debate, which is fine. It's a good. If you just want to do it, it's fine.
And I debate people, and if there's money on the line, and they're all my friends. So now I sound like a damn anime character. You're attacking my friends.
I don't watch anime, so don't worry. You didn't sound like that to me.
But I don't know. It's drama shit. I get it. You get clicks for drama. That's what you guys do. So
I mean, you're working
I
really
respect
hard.
the hustle.
You're working really hard to just try to write off wholesale what I'm saying.
You're not saying anything.
And we just, I mean, I shouldn't really have
eventually
to.
gets paid out, and part of the rules of the game is the prize can roll over. You might not win this week, But eventually, the prize gets paid out. Once it
who
comes
paid-
to a point, let's say it gets to a point where it's $100,000 prize and it doesn't get paid out, then start bitching. Then go call CoffeeZilla real quick. But
You know
until
what
then,
happens? You know what
you're
happens
just,
when it
like,
gets big?
You're just chasing a dude on a show who's got a cool show set up. You're mad.
I'm not actually. In fact, it's probably what he's doing is probably it's illegal. It's that skeezy. When you have prize money,
I don't want to talk about that because I've thought about that.
That's fine. I'm done. I'm off it.
I think I think we thought about this before. Anyways,
we'll move off that. But what I'm saying is, oh god damn it, I'm losing it. Okay,
you are.
Who paid to end the stream tonight?
I don't know. I think it was Jungle. I don't know though. It was blurred out. It could have been a mystery.
It could have been nobody. It could have been nobody. He could be lying to you all. It's not like he doesn't have a $12,000 incentive to do it, right?
Not if he eventually has to pay the money out. And that's what I'm saying. If it builds up to some point and the money doesn't get paid out, then you have a gripe. But I've never seen that happen. I've seen it happen.
It happened.
I've seen 1,000.
It happened on 100. It happened on the 100th one. It built up to where it was over $1,000, and then his wife
half. And this is the one complaint that you guys have. You guys got one complaint about one show. You think it looks?
I've got three. I've only been watching this for like a month. I've got 3 examples of him not paying out shit when it got over $1,000, or paying himself. Like, whatever. I mean, yeah. It's the amount of mental gymnastics you're doing to make this not fraudulent is crazy.
To me, I don't care about the money. To me, he's a showrunner. He made a show. He's making money off of it, and then the money's a possibility.
It's not for you. You're not going to win. You've been too vocal about how you take the money when you win, and you don't expect to win, and you're okay with being ripped off. You will not win. I'll bet you money on that. You just fucked yourself all the way up. And I get it. Like I said,
I have,
but you won't anymore.
Okay.
But you're telling me you would not be pissed off if you found out that he was rigging it so that he didn't have to pay out?
If
that wouldn't piss you off?
If he was making money off of his show,
and not at your expense.
As long as every time there's a prize set and the prize gets paid, or it rolls over and it gets paid. If it got to a point where it got to some big prize and it didn't get paid, then I would, or if it got paid to somebody who, I don't know, what are you gonna, somebody who's gonna split half the money with him? That's retarded. Like, it's just a fucking, it's a game show. You're taking it too seriously and you're upset about it.
I'm not upset. I'm a little bit like baffled, honestly.
Of course,
I'm not upset.
Thank you so much for the dono, Bree. If you're a broker, I'll just say so with the 2 Canadian. Thank you very much for showing support. I know what you want, okay? I know exactly what you were looking for, okay? I know. Okay. Okay.
How dare you?
I just dare. I'm that good.
Like, whether or not.
Thank you very much for the insanely huge $5. For the insanely huge, enormous $5. Monetize its weeds. Monetize the weeds. And another insanely huge, ginormous $5. How dare you call me a brookie? We're going back. We're going back.
How dare you?
He pays anybody, he's making a shit ton of money. And that's the bigger problem. That's what you guys don't like.
Stop trying to read my mind. You're doing too much work. You're trying to.
I'm not trying to read your mind because I know what it feels like, Dusty.
To do what?
To be
we're not in the same boat.
Making that money.
We're not in the same boat.
No. All right. Well, I'm not in any boat, but
yeah. I think I make more money than you think I make. But this isn't about him making money.
I'm sure
it's only about the money that he's not paying.
Maintain a high viewership. It's crazy.
Thank you. I'm a fantastic guy. I'm entertaining and I've got good looks and voice charm and a big.
Okay, you said that so you win the accent wars. I don't been speaking English my whole life, and I bug up reading my own super well typing it. Monetize the weeds. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Big dick. But yeah, no, it's I promise you, it's not jealousy of the money. I'm pretty sure I make more than him. I'm just like I've just stumbled across somebody
know
that I've known for a long time. I've known him longer than any of you guys have, and who I don't like. That's no secret. And he just so and I learned that he's out here running a game show where that he's
It ain't happening. Fuck it.
95% sure is rigging at his own contestants' expense, and they're out here putting up defenses for him. It's like y'all battered wives need a shelter. Because
I think
Oh my god. Thank you very much for yeah. There it is. Thank you very much for the 25. I'm added to the goal so that I don't forget. And I will play what you asked me to play, which is one of the greatest videos we've seen in a while. I'm gonna be honest. Not PayPal. Not You know, there's always possibilities. Always possibilities, cat. Let me go ahead and play that. Need to find it though. I think we did a great job in the debate, to be honest. When thinking about the debate itself, I think it was a great debate on our end.
What are you talking?
We should have won it. But it's fine. They really hate me. They don't want to give me any wins.
What are you talking about?
Hey, stop.
Say something. Back up.
Stop.
Say something.
Stop.
Hey, you broke. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
With great power comes great responsibility.
What are you talking about?
Hey, stop.
Say something. Back up.
Stop.
Say something.
Stop.
Hey, you broke. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
With great power comes great responsibility.
What are you?
Great power comes great responsibility.
Since the prize has started, I think 100% prizes has been paid out, and some of that went to him, and that's because the chat made sure that he won, and that's the way the game is set up. And you had a valid complaint with mods being able to blah, 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 blah. I'm not gonna whatever. It's his fucking show. He can set that up how he wants. And if you're saying that's the scam, that sometimes the people who he's friends with determine who wins, then you're just knocking the hustle. And there doesn't even need to be a money prize.
The scam is because
I was going when there was no money prize, and I would go to your debate show or Grid's debate show or any of y'all's debate shows, whether or not there's a money prize. But that's just where I hang out because it's chill. And you guys
got taste in the balls.
I don't know what else to say. I'm faded right now, by the way.
That's fine. Well, you're in denial. I got something to say. You're in denial. You're an abused wife, and you think that you deserve.
You're an abused wife. Jesus. Why the other donut thing you use again? Does it take less than YouTube? Yes. The thing that I use is either Ko-Fi or Cash App. But don't worry about it. If you use Ko-Fi, it does take less. But yeah, I'm grateful if you support me at all. Sometimes I don't even deserve it. Thank you.
It's okay. I made him mad. That's what you're doing. You know. Hold on. You know what? I'll stop pressing you in just a second. I want you to look me in the eyes, not romantically. Just know that I know that you know that you're getting dicked over.
How am I getting dicked over? It's my free time.
Yes.
I'm not paying.
Well,
I'm streaming and I'm going on panels, and hopefully I'm winning debates, and then I'm clipping them and putting them on my stream for free.
You're not doing that though.
Hey, buddy. It's
It
okay.
sounds
pal.
like the pyramid scheme, and guess what? I am friends with CoffeeZilla. I'm gonna hit. He's
Pyramid
dealing
scheme.
with bigger shit.
Dustin's
Yeah, I'm
doing the
friends with
same thing with
CoffeeZilla.
all of you right now.
No, get this. I think you're in a
Wait,
pyramid
and
scheme, and
me.
I think what you're doing is illegal, and now you got the crew on it. So we're gonna be
Dusty's
looking
doing
into
the
this
same
because I think
thing
this is
with you
illegal.
right
What's
now,
going
Zebra
on?
boy.
Hey, Zebra butt motherfucker! I'll make sure your channel gets. You're gonna find out.
No one deserves anything. Okay. That was way too philosophical, Cat. I don't think they mean it. That's kind of philosophy, but you're true. You don't deserve any. You're not owe anything.
Out a lot of optics here soon because what Speakeasy doing is illegal. It's basically criminal racketeering of money and money laundering. And it wouldn't put it past me if you
Yeah, Snafu.
someone reminded me
Snaps. Hold on, Snaps. You know how I feel about cops and law enforcement. If there's one thing I hate more than easy, it's cops. So it doesn't matter if it's illegal. We ain't snitches. And honestly, these people love it. These people are here for it.
Okay, you're not a snitch, but I take care of business.
All right,
Well, if your neighbor was like attacking children next door, you wouldn't call the
Well,
cops.
I mean, sure.
You
there's
walk in.
a
What are you gonna walk in and shoot him?
Hey, Jan.
No, I'd probably call the cops then.
You'd probably call the cops. So
I call yes. If my neighbor's outside attacking children, I'm gonna call
hate
the
all
cops.
the cops. So.
I am covered smart. What about blind?
Hate all the cops.
I would think that you would hate cops too. Haven't you been? You probably love cops.
You know what? I need to add. I know what I'm gonna add now. I'm gonna add safety goggles as one of the emojis. That's wanna be one of the emojis. Safety goggles.
You're
I've probably been locked up more times than you.
I know,
like
and you love cops.
I love. You know what?
I knew you would.
I love.
You've got Stockholm syndrome.
I love.
You like being
Jews, I love
abused.
the Muslims. I love.
Mr. Got the Google.
Hey, JS, you had some stuff to ask me. Can we make it quick so I can go pretend that I wear the pants in the family?
Yeah, why are you being stalkerish? That's just weird as fuck.
Hey, guy, come on. I mean, like, I need the VK money. I need the money. I gotta buy some Jordans. I gotta buy some Jordans, and then I put them on my wife when she fucks me. You know what I'm saying? That's why the size 11.
JS, you want to laugh and you know it. You want to laugh and you know it.
That's size 11.
I'm laughing,
way
but
too big for me.
That's fucked up.
I'm laughing, but that's fucked up.
Rearview mirror.
It's all right. That is speakeasy. It's not me.
Wakes up. Is this a nightmare about the blind pill again? Did you see the DNI Biolabs report? You will probably find it interesting. Send me that.
All right,
Mr. Please.
What? The next VK that you win, make that shit roll over to the next week, okay? Because I'm like running out of money. I took out way too many.
Hey,
credit cards.
Chatter King.
My
Good
wife's
see you,
running
Dara.
out.
Good see you.
Pretty soon she's not going to keep paying my fucking lazy ass to sit at the house and watch her 4 kids. and
Why are
go
you
on my
being
own.
stalkerish, Trippy? Why are you being
not
weird?
being stalkerish? Have you?
Wait. It was actually funny at the beginning, and now it's stopped being funny. He's just being a creep, as always.
Have you seen me being stalkerish? I don't know, motherfucker. Come on, we're on the internet like a lot of hours of our lives.
Yeah, that's weird on the internet.
I'll tell you what, I don't have a single piece of his personal information that he didn't give out himself.
All right,
on live
who
stream.
cares? What
about all the pictures of his mom?
What are you fucking chasing?
Oh,
Well,
God.
I was given those because his mom is a whore on the internet.
I can't take this seriously when you're talking to me. But
This might be the smartest guy. This dude might be the smartest guy that's
can't
ever
do
talked to
it.
me. He might be the smartest one out of all everybody, man. You know how mad? You know how upset everybody else gets at the avatars? Well, that one's not complete.
Avatars make me laugh. See, I just come here for the laughs and I enjoy every minute of it.
Did you
Shout
like how
out
I,
to hold on. Shout out to the anonymous person who for the Cash App. The anonymous person.
Yes.
Who made Steelman win? So Steelman's benefactor just didn't reveal themselves to you all, but did to me. Shout out to them.
Oh, by the way, to answer Lawrence, definitely JS. Definitely.
Congratulations, JS.
Oh, wait, I was
Snap.
pretty hot.
We should talk, Dusty, because you don't speak for everyone. I'm not saying snitch, but some of us aren't okay with scammers or frauds or people online, and we will handle business. So you could call it snitching or not, but if you want to be part of covering up illegal scams,
I get it, Snafu. I get it.
Okay.
What I'm saying
I'm
is,
not, like,
I don't condone that stuff.
Right.
So whatever you do, I don't want you condoning it or threatening it or talking about it on my channel.
that's fair, but I'm just saying
Okay.
you don't speak for a lot because if we look into this and we find out it is a pyramid scheme scam and
That's fine.
SPTV is
Hey,
dumping his own money into
hey,
himself and
Snafu, you're doing the fucking thing I just asked you not to do.
Spurging out a little bit.
Well, you just like whatever. I don't care what people do on the, I don't. But I don't support that sort of shit. That Snafu just does dirtier shit than I do, right? And that I support. So I just don't. Or he at least talks about it. I think he talks a good game.
He's one of those weird guys that thinks he's exposing everybody as a PDF file on the internet.
That's
right?
1,000% who he is. That's him. What? Damn,
Oh
your head
my
looking fucked up, man.
God.
Fucked up. So is he a predator and a scammer that gets caught in scams and predator? Is that what you are, Jason?
Oh my
No,
God.
that's not what anybody
So
said.
are you a PDF? Are you a PDF that gets involved in scams?
Man.
Bleep.
No, you know
Okay.
what's funny is these guys are fools. They're involved in a pyramid. It's like Keemstar, or anyone that dumps their own money in super chats to make
Optics
people
are
think that
high.
they're getting. They make people think they're getting activity.
I'm
on their channel.
high.
And that's the same thing with this whole I'm going to pay debate, because if Speakeasy is coming on these himself, and the money's being, how come there's no transparency of where the money is going, who the money is? Like, that's what you guys should do. There's no transparency on the money.
And I haven't signed a contract, and I like getting paid for something if I'm good at it, but I haven't signed a contract, and so I'll do that myself. But like,
yeah,
it's
he's into it, Snafu. He's into it.
As I'm on this panel right now, I'm on that panel.
And you know what? And you're welcome over anytime. I will promise you nothing, but I won't rip you off either.
I think the Canadian Trippy was the best. We just need him back.
Beth, don't bring my damn Christianity into some damn internet drama. And Trippy,
Hey,
stop being a crazy fucking.
You're the first one who brought my non-Christianity into the drama.
Well, you're an atheist, and I don't like you, and I would debate you about that. You
I
talk
wanna
a lot
see
of
that
shit
debate.
about God, and I don't like that.
Can I host that debate?
Seventh-day Adventist?
Can I host
Yes,
it?
you can.
Almost
I
Seventh
can,
Day
Dusty, I
Adventist.
can
Am I a
host it.
Seventh Day Adventist? No, I'm not a Seventh Day Adventist.
JS, you want to take that debate on my channel against Dusty?
What?
Let's develop a prompt. Let's go, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Whenever
I'll do
if Word contacts me and tells me you got to debate, then that's a week. But give me.
So you really don't care if it's part of a scam, huh? Like you yourself getting scammed, but the other people getting scammed.
What is the scam? I don't get the scam. A guy built a show where
money laundering, racketeering, so to speak.
Oh
You're just
my
saying words.
God.
The scam is that Easy can just. The scam is
you're making criminal claims.
They're fucking insane. It's like they're trying to ask what is the actual scam, and they start saying shit. They just start saying shit. Same bullshit every single time. Hey, button. Hey, fuck it. Take care. Have a good night. We're doing some bio experiments on rickettsia. I'm probably read that in a moment. I just want to finish this.
Criminal claims against
I'm making criminal assumptions of what's going on
Hold
with
on.
that channel.
But
right now.
you're accusing them of doing criminal actions.
Sure
right?
am. Sure am.
Okay. Good job, buddy.
Well, we'll find out. My
You're not a smart
assumptions are
person.
they're doing this very sketchy.
You're not a
And
smart person. You hide behind a
taking
zebra on
bait.
the internet.
No, it sounds like you're taking the bait. And
No,
other smart people
we're
are
smarter
like trying
than
to
you,
warn
dude.
you.
No.
And obviously you're not. You're drunk right now, and you're defending most likely.
I'm still smarter than you when I'm drunk.
You're not smart. How about I debate you on you're a cupcake piece of shit? How about that debate go down, you cupcake fuck?
I'm not. I am
I
actually
can prove
not
you're
a
a cupcake piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. What is the scam? The scam is sending legal money via YouTube super chats. Okay, yeah, thank you for the scam, I guess. Like every time Dusty gets a super chat, he's scamming people. Am I getting? No.
Trippy already proved it.
What does that mean?
What you gonna do? You want to fight?
Get drunk. Get drunk more, you dumb fuck. And then talk
No,
about
see,
God and get scammed more over at speakeasies.
I'm gonna start a fucking show and call it Audible Combat, and then we're gonna get mad at each other on streams, and then afterwards we'll play Mortal Kombat. And then if you win at Mortal Kombat, then I take all the money.
You know, I already made up some fake verbal combat thumbnail at least. That when about the third time Easy accused me of stealing his verbal combat ideas. I was like, fuck you.
Hey, do you remember the babalities in Mortal Kombat? Not the fatalities, but the babalities.
Yes, I do remember the babalities.
You need to get like a meme commercial with that one.
Babality.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. No, okay, but before I get lost again, I just want to answer this real quick. The scam is that the winner is determined by who sends him money, but he's able to just tell you who did what. That's it. He just
Huge, we don't use the name. Just call her AVG or Daria. I use Daria because it's easier for me because I do it bad. I'm gonna remove that comment, but you didn't do anything wrong. I'm not trying to attack you or anything. Just please use AVG or Daria. And I you know what? Maybe I am actually scamming. Okay, maybe I am. Maybe.
just says it, and everybody assumes that it takes him at his word and assumes it's all good because I don't know why. He obviously has an interest in the outcomes of the game, right? So that is what the scam is. That simply.
Correct. There's no transparency so far.
Yeah.
That I hear.
Well, all I know is every prize
by the way, I
everybody's
just
ever won
destroyed
has
your
got
drunk
paid
ass
out.
JS.
And hey, just a reminder to
I am
everybody,
drunk.
bounties are on. I don't, you know the deal. You can drop or revive anybody
Right.
on panel for $1 a minute, except for me. I'm $2 a minute, but you can kick me too.
Even Mike makes you look like a loser. Mike's a winner right now. You're a loser.
We can set it up, Beth. We could do an atheism and Christianity debate with Dusty. I would
love
down for
to
that.
host that.
Well, I'm gonna go, but I don't.
All right.
We'll work it out.
I don't know.
Be
Y'all
in
are just
touch.
haters. I'm not.
It's not hate, dude. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't
I'm
know
getting
what you know.
scammed. I haven't paid a dime into nothing, and I've won money
trying to
off
be-
of debating, and that's what I like to do. I debate on the internet, and I've won money there, and I've won money on Grid Show. But that's not an incentive. I would just go to talk to people like I'm doing it now, and you guys you're just haters.
Wait,
I don't know.
before you go,
and
did
I'm
you
not a
call it-
Christian. But
Before you
anyway,
go, I gotta
deuces.
ask you a question, Jess. Did you call anybody
not like
specifically a retard? I just
call-
have to know.
You're all retards. Everyone.
Wow. That's crazy.
I'm retarded.
I don't know half of you, but
I'm a
you're
little
all
retarded, but this guy's a
That
cupcake.
is so insane to like say. Hey,
Yeah.
because here's the funny part for you, by the way. So this isn't an echo
Oh
chamber.
my god!
And
I
no,
want to know
like,
the
wait.
funny part.
The funny
You're
part is,
retarded,
wait.
Casper.
Oh, I'm retarded. Is this the first time we're speaking? Wait, is this the first time you're speaking? And this is how we're gonna like start our relationship in debates? Are you like one of the champions and you're afraid of what I'm gonna say? What, you don't like my question?
Dusty, Beth,
Really? Is this
and
the
me.
best you can do?
We're
You're gonna
all
run away and
retarded.
rage quit like a little bitch?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
so
rage
BJ.
quitting.
Like, bro.
Thank you very much to Elderline for sending this huge, ginormous $4.99. Says stop scamming me, Emmet. I didn't know I was doing it, but I'll play something for you in between segments. Okay.
Bye, bitch. Go ahead then, champion. If you're the best they've got, holy shit.
Oh, rage quit.
Kid. I'm gonna
Rage
jump
quit.
aside, okay? I'm sorry, I had to do that, okay? That was
What were you trying to say or do?
Because here's some law for you. I pretty much butt fucked like every champion they've had on Jess White's channel back in the day. Like they all hate me. There's a reason. Like it's not that I've never been on this panel; it's that I wouldn't be allowed on this panel. So
Wow, the cope. It doesn't matter. I just want to see JS.
How dare you?
If you're a broke boy, just say so. Oh, that would be the scam. That would be an actual scam. Thank you very much to Elder Lion. If you're a broke boy, you say so. Stop scamming me, Emmet, because it's less than 5. A penny, in for a penny, in for a pound. A little part of the forum and get with these idiots. The fool and corn hit speaks chat. The fool and corn hit speaks chat today. It's very likely from this orbit. I have zero respect for these idiots. Are you saying? Oh, somebody corn bombed? Is that what you're saying? The drum is popping off. The drum is always weird. The drum is always popping off. He just wanted to bat for his boy vintage. Yeah. I didn't have to do anything there. Be honest. I thought it was funny. That's what that's why I went to check it out. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's panel cleanse.
YouTube thumbnails full of
Wait. Let's panel cleanse.
YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things
Thanks
you
to
gotta
God
just
stay away from.
Scroll while they try to hit the lust. Hit the
the
lust
lust
button, make you do something
something
dumb.
wrong.
How are you supposed to live chaste? Advertise execs hit you every
Which way?
Turn you to a Kuma for the state. Better you should go blind and masturbate.
Masturbate.
Let me just speak it from the top. No sugarcoat, no whitewash.
Whitewash.
You're not meant to live like a dog. Looking for a stump to hump till the Ebola. Try to keep your mind on better things. They keep fashion images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer another inch. Reaching for the images of his recruit's print.
Trust yourself and say that Jesus prayer.
Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself
From despair. Trust yourself, say the Jesus prayer.
Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering the landscape. There's no beauty in the modern age. Ugly is the spirit of the age. Ugly is the way that the people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain.
Trust yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Don't the Lord and fix your head, what the whole end.
This puzzle's effective, you don't stare. Look away and save yourself
From despair. Trust yourself and say the Jesus prayer.
Pray the Lord gives you strength
Not the poem.
This puzzle's effective, you don't stare. Look away and save yourself
From despair. Whatever's going Trust yourself and say the Jesus prayer. There's no component. Pray and yourself from despair. Trust yourself and say the Jesus prayer. It's not the point.
Look away and save yourself from despair.
It is kind of look like that, right? Like an acid trip, but it isn't. Like really interesting bullshit. I want to read this because I thought it was very interesting. It was sent by none other than Mr. Mister. I'm gonna read a little bit. Hopefully it's not that long. It isn't. So for immediate release, ODNI news release 10/26, June 12, 2026 says DNI Gabbard reveals evidence of U.S. taxpayer-funded global biolab program. After more searching through intelligence community holdings and files, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's revealing new evidence of long-standing United States government funding for more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries. These biolabs include labs in Ukraine, which, by the way, everybody said they didn't exist, which may be at risk of compromise due to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. For example, the intelligence community previously warned that a U.S.-founded biolab in Ukraine likely housed dangerous pathogens and remained vulnerable to long-standing threats of Russia attacks, seizure, or damage. The newly classified evidence can be found here, so we're gonna click on that one. Great. So we don't have exactly the name, but the Institute of Experimental and Clinical Veterinary Medicine in Kharkiv probably houses last some dangerous pathogens and almost certainly remains vulnerable to long-standing Russian information operations, seizure, or damage. And you can see the different biolabs. Fun. Oh, by the way, this is completely reasonable. It's not about that. Yeah, it is perfectly understandable. Okay, Until now, evidence regarding the full existence and founding of these laboratories have been only withheld from the American people. The only thing that I would say is that be careful pointing blame at people directly. There's a lot of people that don't like easy. It doesn't have to be them. And I know that they're not above, but like corn bombing is a big ass issue that has happened in a lot of different channels, and there are reasons why. For example, I don't barely ever let anybody up in my channel unless it's something that I want to cover or I know or that I think is funny. Or it's a debate. I will accept people with a debate. But for example, today I just left a conversation because the person there was started TOS bombing the other day. Just started saying the N-word over and over again. And I'm a connoisseur of said word, but I will not go ahead and do it. So just like tribalism is fine. Just be careful. Until now, evidence regarding the full existence and founding these laboratories have been knowingly withheld from the American people. The information around the existence, history, locations, and founding of these US-founded biolabs have been intentionally covered up by powerful people falsely claiming that they do not exist and accuse anyone who says otherwise to be foreign assets and traitors to America. This is what I was referencing. This happened during a hearing. I think it had to do with Fauci, but don't quote me on that because I'm not entirely sure. These US government-funded biolabs currently or have previously engaged in research using hazardous and highly contagious pathogens, in some cases to include dangerous gain-of-function research with very little visibility or oversight. President Trump says a serious threat dangerous gain-of-function research poses to American people, which is why he took the swift action on May 25, signing Executive Order 14292 to end federal funding of gain-of-function research around the world. Despite the obvious potential for catastrophic global impact, research on dangerous pathogens in biolabs can have politicians, so-called health professionals like Dr. Fauci, and entities with Biden administration national security team lie to the American people about the existence of US-funded and supported biolabs and threaten those who attempt to expose the truth. ODNI will continue to work closely with partners across the government to identify where these labs are, what pathogens they contain, to end dangerous gain-of-function research that threatens the health and well-being of the American people and people around the world, said DNA Director National Intelligence Gabbard. Gabbard issued a new guidance to intelligence community, directive increased collection of these laboratories and facilities overseas. The directive is already providing new details on clinical trials and are underway at these facilities, raising significant ethical, financial, and security concerns regarding the supposed public health initiatives and U.S. national security. Thank you very much for sending a huge $5 Canadian to Daria herself. There's a difference between blind and informed tribalism. I'm not, I'm not saying, and I will never say that you should trust anybody. So, that is not the thing, it's just if you're gonna accuse anybody of something, just be sure to have the information regarding that so that your accusation holds. I tried. There are like 6 people confidence in YouTube, other people are affiliates from acquaintances. I try to keep most panel versions and YouTubers in general until I get to know them at arm's length. One of those labs in Kharkiv is where Hunter's Energy Company was. Yes, I know that. We saw that. Don't need to like someone just because they won the Crucible, Orthodox, whether for Trump or support the Second Amendment. Yeah. Sorry for spanking. These people are evil. You're still going? I am still going. It's only worth $350. We must be. How's it going? Hey, Abe. Good to see you, dude. Welcome. Shit. You know what?
All you can talk. How dare you?
That is what I have to say about all this. It's only worth $350. It's worth a lot more.
It's worth all the support in the world, I guess. This is a little bit insane, but it's good to know. You know, it's fucking good to know finally that it was true. The Odessa one. I don't like anyone. Only tribe I'm sort of is the tribe of Chad, and we turn on each other quick. You're a retard. No, you are the retard. Cholo Church, is it? You know what? We're gonna see a Cholo Church. This is my favorite video, to be honest. Just like this video so much. I don't mean to be mean, but it's so funny.
Because we love you, God. So we do it for Jesus Christ. Put on salvation as your helmet and take the sword of the Spirit, which is the sword of God. So put on the full armor of God, Jesus Christ. I love you, God. Hell of truth, Jesus Christ. Chestnut of righteousness, Jesus Christ.
I love this guy right here. Oh shit. Hey, yes, hey. Business George has a okay. It's one of my favorites. But this one is just too good, dude. Hey, Jay, don't make me play myself. I'm heretic for the Dino Bell. Have you seen you asked me, have I seen the Meshuggah Church Pits? No, I haven't. Let's watch that. Meshuggah Church Pits. What is this? Oh no.
Did you ever have victory outreach experience when you were on the West Coast?
What is that?
Before we move on, I want to say thank you very much to for the insanely huge 5. I think it's 5. Yeah, for the insanely huge $5 super chat by none other than Bree. And she says business or Cholo Church. So we're gonna see Cholo Church right now. Okay. Thank you very much, Bree. That's highly appreciated. May know the pros do cover learnable jigs at every level. Wonder when the others will just convert and stop coping.
It's basically like Cholo Church.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Cholo Church. Hey, dude,
Hey.
this is straight up, bro.
Cholo Church.
Look, homie, you could go anywhere, bro. So,
Cholo Church.
I go in here instead of freaking Ruslan's church or whatever, dude. Cholo Church. Dude, this church is about 50 times less gay than freaking Ruslan's, bro. Cholo Church. Dude, how come I didn't even know about freaking Cholo Church? JP, dude, how come he ain't at Cholo Church, bro?
Cholo Church.
He's over here trying to get inside of freaking Ruslan's butt buddy church. Cholo Church. Dude, you need to go to Cholo Church, bro.
Cholo Church.
I'm gonna grab me a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy and put him on the white side of town.
Is that JP?
And if that ain't good enough, I'm gonna grab me a little ching-chang.
I didn't notice that was. Oh man.
Ping pong playing China boy and put him on the Asian side of town.
Whoa, dude. Damn, bro. They based as hell over at Cholo Church. They making freaking white dude jokes, Chinese jokes, bro.
Cholo
Out of
Church.
all of the Cholo women, like, they were fat before everybody was fat, dude. It's like Cholo women were just always like a circle, dude. Like they was born coming out like a circle, bro. Like they didn't even go through like a transformation where they were like high when they were young or whatever. Like it was just straight a circle the whole time, bro. The spears, bro. That's the orbs that Samuel Moon was talking about. or whatever. Cholo Church.
Cholo Church. Thank you very much, Bree. That's really awesome out of you. With the fanny pack. Was that Jim? That was Jim Bob. Yeah, that was Jim Bob. And I think this is JP and Ruslan. Let me see if I can. Yeah, these guys. This is Ruslan and this is JP.
Cholo Church. Dude, you need to go to Cholo Church, bro.
You need to go to Cholo Church, bro.
I'm gonna grab me a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy and put him on the white side of town. You know? And if that ain't good enough, I'm gonna grab me a little ching-chang, ping-pong playing China boy and put him on the Asian side of town.
Whoa, dude. Damn, bro.
Damn, dude. Damn, bro. The other day I showed this. I showed this to Confluence, and the fucker did not get it. This fucker did not get it.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Peterson.
Hello.
Welcome to the show again. Oh, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Huge celebs such as yourself.
Well, first I have to apologize for producing such creatures as Paul here. Apparently he's taken my work a little too literally. I have a question. First of all, my epistemology is just an aggregation of random bar napkins folded into a book. Paul, I have a question for you, and I mean it.
Hit me, Dr. P.
I just visit with Netanyahu. Now, we tickled each other. Now, we tickled each other to the point where it felt torturous. So my question to you, is it suffering or pleasure? And who's the real villain?
When it comes to Israel, I have no official opinion on whether or not anyone from that country is good or bad.
Let me restructure. Let me rephrase.
On anything and anything about that.
Let me rephrase the question. You and me, you finally meet me. I sign your back. We tickle each other. At what point does tickling become torturous and not pleasing, become suffering? It's a serious question. At what point does
I don't think
tickling
can ever
become
become
suffering?
If it's true tickling, it can never become suffering, Jordan. Come now.
That's not true.
No, Jordan, you need to listen, Jordan. You need to talk to your daughter about her relationship with Andrew Tate.
It depends what you mean by daughter.
It is really, really causing issues. Okay, and if Michaela has a child with Andrew Tate blood and Jordan Peterson blood.
Here's one more question. I'll get out of here. I'll get out of your mind. If evolution is true, all beliefs necessarily are just the result of mechanistic functions. Now, when you ask, why ought I believe in Christianity or God? Now, asking the question is contradictory to the position of evolution, which necessarily puts beliefs as just mechanical results. It's like, I don't know how you get away from this, you know? It's really difficult to deal with. It's like, how are you going to reconcile the two?
Jordan, we're gonna send you back to Russia.
Again, avoiding
Go
the
detox
question.
in a coma for another 3 months again.
Avoiding the question. You let me deal with my methadone. It's benzo, bucko. Say it to my face.
I wish you the best of luck,
Answer the question.
Dr. Peterson.
Well, Dr. Peterson, I'm sorry, but Paul seems maybe a little stun-locked. He doesn't seem to want to engage with your questions
Yes,
today.
hit me
I
with the flashbang.
apologize.
That's
I do
the problem.
apologize. I do apologize for that. I know you took time out of your very busy schedule of cleaning your room to come to the Crucible today. So,
Well, that's the problem with idolatry. It's like you look at me as like a statue, but the moment I move and face your direction, you start crying. I'm out of here.
all right.
Fuck
Thank you
it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peterson.
That was such a deep. That was so deep, actually.
I know.
I find it like some of the best fucking comedy ever, and I show it to fucking people at confluences, and they were like, "I don't understand." That's because you're fucking lefty. You have no sense of humor. Fucking people, dude. You know, I don't understand what's wrong. Like, that was not funny or something. Fucking people. It's fucking people, dude. Oh man. By the way, I'm confused. This is gay month. Where the gays at? Oh well, they were at the other panel. That's right. I remember now. Mobon. It was something I saw. Probably were just unlocked. Probably. Stupid, dumbest people in the fucking world. I don't know what's going on. Ugh. Vincent's there. Thought for a second about going there and just annoying the crap out of them. I ain't doing that. Oh. Myron is playing some games right now. We'll play a game. Should I piss people off and play a game? Whoa.
Look, here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Oh no, that's not what I want. We're gonna watch that. You know, we're gonna make somebody happy. This is some of the worst songs I ever heard in my life, by the way. But somebody likes them.
You have reached the voicemail box of...
I need a cute girl to do some dumb shit with. Another goody two shoes whose just don't fit. I need a cute girl to do some dumb shit with. I need a girl that I can. One thing, a little sort of did to do the gang shit. I'm fucking ride or die, but I can bang with. It's bad, I'm bougie, I'm dangerous.
As long as she support me, she can take the plea or take the blame for me, aim for me. Then it's off with your head. I'll take the next cute girl and I'll say her in bed like Diggy, oh Diggy, will you come on and come at me? I promise
promise I will stay pretty. If you just say it, my city, I say, nah, bitch. I only nut on the titties unless you all in. Then I'll get them the kitties.
Need a cute girl to do some dumb shit with, not a goody two shoes whose shoes don't fit. I need a cute girl to do some dumb shit with. I need a girl that I can bring in little subtle to the gang shit. I'm talking about the die, just so I can bang with. I'm back up with the bad and bougie, I'm dangerous.
I leave them fighting for light. I got 99 problems I can solve with a night. I cut them off. I leave them fighting for light. I got 99 problems I can solve with a night. I need a cute girl to do some dumb shit with. Not a goody two shoes whose shoes don't fit.
I need a cute girl to do some dumb shit with. I need a girl that I can. Addicted to the gang shit. I need a girl that's bad and bougie, I'm dangerous. Okay. What a weird day. Why you playing my song? It was a trap. I trapped you, you know. I trapped you. I wanted to be sure that I could actually trap you. Now, there has been. You know what we're gonna do? This is what we're gonna do. A lion has been playing a game called Cuphead. Okay. It was requested by someone called none other than Cat. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to beat them both at playing this game. We're gonna be fighting to see who actually beats the game. Well, it's gonna be me and Elder mostly, because Cat actually don't play. She plays like once a year. You know, the problems of being a productive member of society and shit. I think I gave him enough time. I think I have.
What size bat? What are you talking about?
Eldari. Crazy story. Man. What the fuck?
Who would you side with in this debate?
What I've picked up on in talking to a lot of OnlyFans girls, they actually hate men.
I love men.
You love taking their money, you love getting their attention, you hate the men. All those men you see as disposable, you see as not really human beings, you see as pay piggies. Pay me, pay piggy.
Some of them I see as pay piggies.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
And this is why
but the others, no, I just see them as like my viewers, my audience, you know?
This is an actual demonic way to live and operate in the world. To see people and you're like, oh, I'm exploitative. Yes, you're exploitative. You just proved to everybody that you're exploitative. You love being able to dominate and exploit men who you see as expendable
in a mutual transaction.
Who would you side with in this debate?
In a mutual transaction. Hey.
Welcome and his pal Bugman. They like to roll the dice by chance they came on Devil's Game, and gosh, they paid the price. Paid the price. And now they're fighting for their lives on a mission fraught with dread. And if they proceed but don't succeed, well, the devil will take their heads.
Okay. There we go. Well, that was funny. Nobody cares about the story. They lost. The devil. Once again, they lost. You already played that. It's fine. Yeah, I'm on Discord.
You should stream this to Discord so I can actually watch it and talk shit to you while you're playing.
Okay. Me.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Well, what do you want me to say? There we go.
Alright. So this is gonna sound. This probably sounds like ass because I'm in the middle of my job. You challenge?
What are you talking? I can't understand a thing you're saying.
God damn it.
You sound like you're in that underwater capsule in Subnautica.
Yep.
I'm in the middle of my work area. But thankfully, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, so nobody actually did anything, and everything's turned off. So I'm just in the pitch black waiting for the power to get turned on.
Well, that is interesting. Can I finally get out of here?
You know, and this is not a challenge you want to take. You have no idea of the amount of no.
I already took the challenge. What do you want me to say? Okay, stop coping. Accept it. Accept the fact that you have a.
I'm clearly kicking. No. I'm clearly kicking both of your asses when I finally do to play it.
I'm gonna be here tomorrow.
I already kicked Elder's ass in level 1.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Well, let's be real here. Look.
I only played one day.
I've only played like 20 minutes here and there.
Uh-huh. Bill Hicks wants to know how he can find you, Emmett.
Cool.
Mister, we are playing it separately, but we're trying to see who's better at it. Bill Hicks wants to know how he can find you on Discord.
Oh. Okay.
On Discord.
Before I move forward, are you in the Crucible server, in the Foundry, or in Easy's, or in any other server like maybe Abe's? If not, you can just join my server and yeah. You know what? Yeah. I really
Definitely
don't.
not randomly distracting you. I wouldn't do that.
Well, I was trying to do the things that none of you have done. So it's gonna take me a couple of times to get it right. It's fine.
Wait, what did we not do that you think you're gonna
Like
do?
get the parries.
The what?
Get the parries. Get all the coins.
Oh, well, I'm just not wasting my time on the parries, but I did get the coins. But I actually did end up doing the parries in a couple of the boss fights.
If you do those parries, I'm going to be stacking up the wins. I'm going to be stacking up the W's later on.
Oh my god, Elder.
Yeah.
You sound like you're in a walk-in freezer.
Yeah, you sound horrible.
Yeah, because I am.
Well, you should probably stop walking on the
You sound
freezer.
like it.
Well,
You sound like
let
it.
him out.
Just stop walking on the freezer. Who told you that was a good idea to walk on freezers?
Yeah, I could definitely see you beating this quicker than I did, Emmett. I was just talking shit.
Oh shit. It's fine. I just need to get it done.
Yeah, he can
Swear
do it.
Dark
I already know it.
The one that's probably gonna do it right, that could actually do it faster, is probably Bree.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
You don't know how many times I died. So many times.
In Celeste? How many times have you died in Celeste?
I mean, I was pretty proud of my performance, to be honest.
At least 4,000, I think. Like 4,000.
Yeah, I've done it like I've done it like 40,000 times in Celeste. But I did the seasides and all of the sides. So that makes sense.
I can't. I know I can't. I mean, I'm coming to terms with just being a B-side bitch.
Okay. That sounded worse than what it is. Okay.
I might be full of shit here, but I was pleased with my performance on this
Okay.
level.
I don't.
Yeah, Kat, you actually did really like. Honestly, I've never seen someone do it so well.
Hey, kill me. Just kill me. Come on.
I was actually counting on doing a lot worse and like having a lot more swear words. I was just so shocked.
It wasn't that bad, right?
why-
The one who couldn't do it was the guy that's gonna beat me, obviously.
The guy in the freezer.
The guy in the freezer. Elder, I can't be talking shit about you if you're not here. What's wrong with you? Oh fuck.
He's just muted because he's self-conscious about being in the freezer.
Yeah, it's the problem of it's a freezer problem.
He's getting freezer burnt. I remember I called the little flower guys blue jays. They are. They freaking are. The purple flowers are perverts. Watch out for them acorns.
Okay. I could.
Oh no!
It's fine. This is the one. This is the one.
This is the one?
Yeah,
You're
this is
gonna
the
do
one.
it?
Yep.
You're gonna do it?
Yep.
I'm so pissed. I want to watch. When I watched Emmett play Celeste, I was like, oh, it's gonna be so easy. It's gonna be great. It's just another platform thing. And he fucking running and gunning it, and I was like, okay, well, nope.
It's not as easy as it seems.
It is no, it's not.
Get that parry, boy.
I'm getting
You gotta
there.
parry. I can parry like when I.
Come on. There we go. That's the point.
I just realized that I was watching you and not paying attention. Dangerous.
There.
As soon as you beat this level, I'm gonna hop off the call because I have my earbuds in and they're making my headache worse.
They're making your headache worse.
Okay, don't intentionally die because I'm gonna leave the call.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not dying intentionally. I'm actually gonna finish in a couple of runs, at least.
What did you think of the lamb's bangs that I put on it?
Oh, I haven't seen it. I'll have to check it out as soon as I park. I will. I'll go check it out.
Okay. I put it in the boys on others, so.
Okay.
There we go. Finally.
Those little mushroom guys are perverts too. They are.
Oh, really? I got the worst. I jumped instead of shooting. That's fine.
I mean, to be fair, I think you're at least the best at parrying so far.
Yeah. No, I was like refusing to even try. I didn't want to parry until it literally forced me to do it. That one level with the ghosts where that is the object is parrying all the ghosts. I was so pissed.
Right.
I was so mad. I was like, I didn't want to parry.
Didn't do the other thing.
I don't like the carrot boss. The carrot, he's weird. I don't like him.
You like the carrot boss?
No, I don't like the carrot. He's a weirdo.
Is that why you like him?
like the
Because he's
carrot
kind of a
guy.
weirdo.
No, I hate him. The carrot guy is sus. He is sus AF. One of my sheep kicked my ass yesterday. I'm tired.
What?
Oh, say it. Say
Oh,
it.
I thought I had it, and it. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna. I don't cuss as much when I'm playing a game. Not even with Celeste. Celeste is way more infuriating than this shit.
Yeah, you said shit. You said fuck. You said a few when you were playing Celeste.
Yeah, because it is way more infuriating than this game.
It is. It's so bad. I want to pull my hair out.
Oh,
Well,
you're right.
I only said 37 cuss words playing this game for 3 hours.
I already know. I'm very upset. I missed some
Ah.
B-sides. It's very upsetting.
No, the worst
I just
B-side
want
is
everyone to
the hotel. Hotel is the worst B-side.
Yeah,
I just
well,
want.
do I have to do it?
No. You don't have to do anything.
I
Yeah,
just
but
want
I'm a
everyone to be
completionist.
proud of me for not cursing, but
As
only
much.
37 times during 3 hours of gameplay. I think it was good.
We are proud of you, Kat. You did good.
I did good.
I wish you would tell me this. I'm sorry, I'm entering delirious.
I'm with you. I'm just quiet right now. I'm just being quiet about my delirium because I know how I get. I know how I get when I get this sleepy. I get real stupid.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it and I went directly to it. So dumb.
Just had to.
Oh,
Oh,
bless his heart.
so tardy. I spent time with Sir
Bless
Card
his
today, so
heart.
I spent time with Sir Card today, so I have an excuse.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the first few times that you've tried this first level, you've gotten farther than Elder did.
Well, yes,
I saw that clown pop up on that stream, and I was like, "Fuck!" He's just one of those people. As soon as I see him, I just want to punch him in the face.
I want him to hit himself in the face so many fucking times.
He's just, ugh. And then people over in the Twitch chat were saying, "Oh, Sir Car is looks maxing." I'm like, "Yeah, gay maxing maybe."
It really though. He talks like a woman all the time. He's like, "Oh, da-da-da, my feelings. Oh, da-da-da, look at my hands." That's what I think about. That's what I see.
He's so annoying. That K guy was weird as hell too.
Which guy?
That K-A-Y.
Oh, K. Yes. Sorry.
Right. There you go.
He's a smart ass.
Yeah.
Emmett, you didn't go as hard in this debate as you normally do. You weren't an asshole. I was
Well,
waiting for it.
they didn't attack me personally, so I just did the debate as I needed to do it.
Oh well, okay. I guess if that's your standard that they have to do it first, then I guess I have to respect that.
Well,
yeah.
to be fair, it was like a cordial debate.
I did do. I kind of did
it when
it.
you fuck 'em up, though.
I kind of did it at some point. Just saying.
Yeah, but you were nice about it. It was like so un-Emmett. I'm just giving you shit.
Well, I get it. Let's.
You were so nice. You were too nice.
I wasn't nice.
You were so nice. You were like a sweetie. You were a sweetie. I bet you the chat over there on Twitch was like, "Oh my God, Emma's being so nice. We like him now."
Really? I don't believe you.
No.
I don't believe you. There's no way.
No, they hate you. They hate you.
God, why you be gaslighting and shit?
Yeah, I was like, my God, is that? I went to the other. I went to the Twitch chat and I had one Emmet W, and I was like, okay, that's enough for me. Considering where am I?
WW.
Somebody typed Emmet W, and I was like, okay.
I mean, I was cheering for you, and then I just got sick of reading the rest of their comments, so I came back to your chat.
Oh, it's probably
me and
you
Voltaire
then.
were over there. Yeah, it was me and Volt versus all of the lefties. What did I say? I said Emmett's a good. I was like, no, he's not. He's a good person. He really doesn't like you.
Nope.
Because you called him a bad atheist.
Yeah. He is very unhappy with me because I call him a bad atheist. And he's never gonna forgive me because I call him a bad atheist. But it's true, he's just a bad atheist.
Well, aren't they all bad?
The point was he was calling me a bad Christian, so I just call him a bad atheist. That was the point.
I know what the context was, but I'm just saying that's a bit redundant. Bad atheist. Oh, the fucking carrot. Ugh. Hate this guy.
You said you like the guy.
He's trying to blind everybody. He's trying to blind everybody. No, I said I hate him. He's trying to blind you with his carrots.
Which is kind of ironic. Like,
he's shooting carrots at you.
Your vision.
Yeah, but he's shooting. He's trying to poke his eye. If you know what I'm saying. He's a pervert. He's shooting carrots at you.
There you go.
I don't like him.
Yeah, I checked out the Twitch live for a second, like
Okay.
during one of the other debates.
I didn't use
and
the
the only thing I
supers.
saw about Emmett was like he sounds like my Dutch cousin or something like that. Someone's like, I like this guy. Yeah.
Did be a monkey uncle?
I haven't beat the blueberry boss yet.
Which one is this one?
Elder
Oh
beat-
yes, this is
Elder
the.
beat that one.
I can beat this one,
Oh,
I
I
think.
kind of like this one. There's Bree in the back, the little bee, cheering for you.
Damn, always.
Yeah. Which one was Bree?
We said that the little girl right there. She's cheering for you.
I'm just cheering on.
I'm gonna parry that pink one. I know I'm talking a lot of shit because I didn't parry a single thing on this, but you gotta do it.
I'm trying. I just need to get it. I could have.
This one's hard. Like this one is hard.
Well, the thing is,
I did this one on easy.
I can't even judge any of these. I could never do Cuphead solo.
I did this boss on the easier mode, so it takes. I don't think you even do the cash register part because I was trying it on the harder one and I just could not get past that cash register part.
you're so eepy.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead and dying. Yeah, I didn't realize that your thumbnail, when you showed it to me, I didn't realize that picture was Steelborn because I didn't know who you were debating with. And I was like, Emmet's just made himself into like a
You thought it was me? Oh, shit.
I thought you'd just like put glasses on yourself. I was like, yeah, he's going in there to kick some ass.
No, I just wanted
That was
to.
the only thing.
Oh, okay, kill me. Kill me now. Oh my god, kill me.
That was the only thing. Steelborn, I didn't recognize him.
Steelborn is so. He did okay. It wasn't okay to debate by him. I think he was good. His opening statement was really good.
He was fine.
But
I took a
he
picture.
annoys me for
And
some reason.
thumbnail.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. He just kind of annoyed me for some reason.
No, he irks me. I will second that.
He's very high energy unnecessarily.
Yeah, no, I think it was.
Calm down, bro.
The last time I think it was maybe after you moderated the debate, or not after you moderated on ECs, but maybe the next VK. I don't know for sure. But there was Steelborn and Avarice. And
Oh God, that would be that would be would stress me out listening to those two. Oh my lord.
Yep. That yeah. I don't like
because they are both like they're both so high energy. I would be like, oh my God, I'm gonna freak out.
Yeah, I think it was again. I don't know if it was after that time Emmet moderated, or if it was like just like another VK after that. And
Well, yeah, it's done today, boys.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm almost done with it already. What you been up to,
What?
I don't
Is he
know.
talking to us?
Elder is not talking to us.
I'm talking to you, Emmett.
Why are you talking to me?
Oh, he's talking to you.
Yes.
I'm at
It feels like he's talking to someone at work or something. I
Yeah.
don't know what he's doing.
Oh, I'm talking to Emmett.
He's talking to me. I don't know what he's talking
What
about.
are you saying to Emmett?
I was saying he better get prepared. I'm almost done with work already.
Is what?
You better get prepared. He's almost done with work. Oh shit.
Well, I hope you guys have fun playing this game while I am tucked into bed, fast asleep.
Oh, I'm about to be done. I want to go to bed. I just wanna beat this boss that Elder couldn't do it. So I have bragging rights.
That's because I haven't tried yet.
Okay. I just wanna get some bragging rights right now. It's the power of the bragging rights.
You can't even beat your mic. Elder, you can't even beat your microphone right now. What are you talking about?
I've destroyed it. Can't you hear it? I gotta go.
I gotta go. Yeah, you do. You better be going, boy.
Bye. Oh, I gotta stopping to see the babies.
How are the babies? How are the babies?
They're all out and about already today. Hey, Baxter. You're soaking wet. Did it rain? Golly. Golly, gee whiz, boy. Oh, be careful, baby. You'll get hurt. Good lord. Ah. You want a French fry? Want a French fry? Oh, there you go.
French fry and a biscuit.
My God.
Oh. Yeah. Oh my gosh, y'all are so loud. Oh.
Last.
They're adorable.
Hey, little Poopy. God, y'all are dirty. Y'all must have stayed out in the rain all night. Okay. Y'all are crazy. Hey, duck. Lord, who was that? That was a wimpy bass. That was wimpy.
Did you
That was
say
wimpy.
duck? Did you say duck?
Bucky. His name's Bucky.
Oh, Buck.
Bucky. Bucky.
That's adorable.
Here, I can show them. Oh, here's Baxter. Man.
Oh. Okay.
Oh my god, I love that.
Come here, little babies. Oh, there's Diogenes. Yeah. He's got little horns coming in.
Oh my god, they're so cute.
Oh, here's Bucky. There's Bucky. Here's the buck. He's got hay all over his head. This is Boomhauer. He's an ass. Yeah, you're an ass. You just bit me.
But he's cute.
You just bit me.
Don't let them get ticks. This is Mr.
won't.
Mister.
Ow! Gosh, this one just bit me. I'll grab that horn. Come here. I'll grab it. Oh, there's Diogenes. There's little Poopy. Little Poopy girl.
This is so cute.
There's Bax. You got green on your head. Where'd you get? They're all nasty.
It's so funny to look at the lamps and then also hear the Cuphead background music.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Fancy. Where's your baby? Little N-word. Emmet, did you know that Fancy is the mom of little N-word?
Yes. Which makes sense.
Hey, Terrence. Oh my gosh, don't bite me, please. Y'all can't go over there.
Ah, fuck. That was close. That was close.
All right, Fance. I love you. I'm gonna go to bed.
I love you. I'm gonna go to
See you
bed.
guys in a few hours. See you guys in a few hours.
Go on, Emmett.
It was so dismissive. I love you. Gonna go to bed.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna get into bed. I'm gonna watch you until you stop, or until I fall asleep.
I'm gonna stop real cool.
my
Now
God.
it's just this boss, and I'm done.
All right, bye, y'all.
Take care, cat.
Okay, it gets faster. I don't remember that. My name is okay. I don't know if Big Hill is still here. My name is Emmet in those servers, or you can just get here. Oh, you're already there. Oh man. I'm dead. Why have you been dying? That's fine. Can I do these? Okay. Okay. Is anybody here with me? Or am I alone? I don't even know anymore.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I wasn't
Ain't
sure.
nobody.
I'm not looking at the I'm not looking at the people on the Discord.
Yeah, I was just
Damn.
trying not to like distract.
Do this. Come on. Bitches. I am. Come on, come on, come on. Pff, I didn't even see it. Eh. I wonder why
This is the
Bill.
one. This is the one.
I don't think so.
No, Bill.
I remember this boss being a lot easier than what it is. Especially when it starts going fast in the second part. One more. Oh man. Oh, I was so close. What? Okay. I'm done. I received something from Bill Hicks. I'm gonna watch that real quick before I'm going to bed.
Thank you, Seamus. $25. Very
Let me check this real quick.
generous. Ever check out Jordan Peterson's life-changing advice on how to take a shit? It's on YouTube. Gotta let go.
Hey,
Part of
Phil.
taking a shit is giving a shit. Like you've got to change the fundamental context in which you're engaging. Like you're giving, you're not taking. Fundamentally, that's something that's misconstrued. You're not taking from anything, you know? It's like totally messed up from the start. It's like, that's why I've changed the language, you know? No one's ever taking a shit. Is that they're actually giving a shit. That actually has a positive
I'll
message.
jump off while you
Because whether
watch
you're
that.
on the toilet or
in
not,
chat.
it's good to give a shit.
Hello.
It's like you're sitting there and you're like, you don't know if it's going to end or start. There's a time where you're not sure it's going to begin. And it's a lot like the way we see our lives. Like, when does it finally open up? When does it finally give us what we want? When does it finally break free from the constraints? Once it gets going, there's a new complaint. It's like, what is that? Well, fine. Gotten it going. You've got shit going. It's flowing. You say to yourself, when is it going to stop? It's a paradox. You
You're cutting
demand
it
the
out.
motion, and then we fight it once it's in motion. There's a lot more things we can learn from dropping a deuce. It's a lot of letting go.
Oh, you're
know,
not
some
watching
people
it.
report when they have to have amputated. It's common that they go through a grieving period. I have a good friend who studies taking shits. The history of shit taking. The earliest human beings, from an evolutionary standpoint, they actually were crying when they shit because they were experiencing the first ever departure of their own body. Premise 1 is, it's healthy to drop a deuce. Premise 2 is, if it makes you sad, should you drop a deuce? And the answer is yes, because you have a duty. No pun intended. Like, you've got a duty to drop a duty. You know, it's like, you take it for granted, you know? It's like we live in this world of decadence where there's a bowl there for us. It's like before, you'd have to find a spot. You had some investment in where you shat. Now there's no investment. There is an entitlement. I have an entitlement to the ceramic throne. It's made us kings. And I think it's wrong, you know? Now I'm not saying get rid of all the toilets. It's expected that you're entitled to access to a throne. And I don't think that's been good for society, you know?
Do you know?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah.
I don't think it's good for society, you know? Have you seen the Jordan Peterson versus Jordan Peterson?
I don't think so.
I mean, a lot of these.
Oh no.
I bloody love bread pudding with caramel and ice cream, which is quite delicious. Put salt on it and throw it in the dehydrator, so that works pretty well. Yeah. Cook that up, cut it into small pieces and fry it up till it's crispy. It's like when I carry beef jerky with me, which we make, I'm going to add mushrooms next because maybe I could eat them. Yep.
Yep.
So, part of the reason that I wrote this book, it's a brilliant book. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. Yeah, it's in the top 10 anyways. This is 12, excuse me. This is from 12 Rules for Life. Rule 4 is compare yourself to who someone else is today. So imagine that that's not so good. Why not? Do we need an explanation for that? What do you mean by that? First of all, poorly written at best, and showed a very poor grasp of life. Second of all, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's just what makes you think you just don't hate the successful. The problem is that it's envy. Well, guess what? I've had 3 affairs in the last year, and they've all been successful. I haven't got caught.
aren't I a good guy? They were usually extremely attractive. They were extremely intelligent. They were extremely driven. It's like, cool, you know. I mean, a lot of these opportunities come. I've had opportunities that are coming at me at a rate that doesn't allow me to think them through as much as I could optimally. What the hell? It's not okay. Really, it's appalling. It's appalling. Why? Why? First of all, there's a noble way of being that allows you to exist properly despite that, and also not to make it worse. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. Second of all, that's what you do with your wife. It's a reciprocal arrangement. Don't forget, kid, that what you're trying to do here is to be bright and chipper and entertaining and intelligent and sort of glitzy, and that's funny, and it's kind of cool, and it's interesting, and it's edgy, and all of that. It puts that facade of momentary charisma on you, and if you don't play that out, you actually fail.
God.
Look, there's heavy temptations to play those sorts of games. I understand that, but I decided a long time ago that I would rather not play that game. I think that it's possible that we can make the world better. No! What the hell are you doing? That's not what you're supposed to be doing. First of all, some losers lose all the time, which is the side you occupy, say, is that no one invites you out, and all the women are rejecting you. Who's got the problem? It's not all the women. Well, the thing is, like most things, it's complicated. You know, so yeah, all the women are rejecting you? Right. It's you. And that there's just chance associated with that sometimes. What do we want to play that game? Yeah. This is a bad game. To hell with this. What are you going to do? I'm not going to help make it better. But someone as insufficient as you might be able to manage it. This is no time to whine about it. I'm not going to get all guilty and lose. I'm going to get all cruel and win. How are you going to compete? And the answer is, you're not. You have to accept the fact that you're not in very good shape. The goal that you could attain isn't very glorious. You know, your persona doesn't shout intellectual. Screw you. Every night you go home and congratulate yourself on what a genius you are. You're a dimwit. You're not a genius. It's like, you should feel good about who you are. It's like, no, you shouldn't. Why should you feel good about who you are? Well, look, I've been doing some working out, but not a lot. And I've actually gained musculature. I'm stronger. I can swim better. And my gums are in perfect shape. Right there. Something impressive to behold.
Oh my God.
Stop
Oh my
telling
God.
lies that you know to be lies. Now, and you have your reasons, you know, terrible parenting, abuse, all of those things. Tough luck for me. But I could lift 50 pounds. No, I don't think so.
Good.
That's just too much.
Good.
No, it's not. 50 pounds. It's like, well, do it. And you don't need to address that issue. No wonder you don't want to be humiliated. You absolute son of a bitch. This is bloody well driving me crazy. That's really entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah, the Jordan Peterson versus Jordan Peterson. That was such a cool video. 7 fucking years ago. God. Jordan Peterson versus. It's not Sam Harris.
I really want a Jordan Peterson versus Jim Bob. I really do.
Oh, that would be so good. Jordan Peterson versus Gene Bob. 10 out of 10.
That would be great.
Yeah, I wanna go to bed. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, take care.
Take care. Elder was like, I got you, boy. And then he left. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and send you out to somewhere. Let me go ahead and verify who is still alive, if anybody is live. I'm so tired right now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chats. You guys rock. That was pretty awesome. Wait, am I still showing my stuff? I am showing my stuff. Man, just end it. I don't care at this point. Whew. We're gonna try our best. We're gonna try doing this our best. 35. We're doing fine. We are doing okay. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and send you somewhere. Let me see where it is. That is available. I think JS is still streaming. Yes, still streaming. I'm gonna send you to JS. I'm gonna save this, and I am going to end the stream. Thank you all for being here. You guys are awesome. That was an awesome stream, and I hope you all have an excellent weekend.